vacuums are not empty. Just saying.
Dude, I love your new name. It's awesome. Now that one I can get down with. Vacuums aren't empty. I might debate you on the time isn't real. I think I'm going to go with time. Time is both real and not real, perhaps.
Yeah, it's 50-50, that one, I find. I mean, if you're going to rename things, I suppose you can rename something that's already got a name. You can call it time if you really want to, I suppose. But it did already have a name. But yeah, vacuums, fucking hell, that's a different story. Have any more flat earthers died, fucking, that we know of mysterious circumstances? I mean, they do die. It does happen. We're not immortal.
Yeah, in a large community like this, yeah, there probably will be some percentage of people who passed earlier than others in that sense. It's a pretty broad stretching community in terms of the being on all parts of the plane.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't utilize the app, Dave Weiss's app. I don't utilize that, but I have downloaded it and I did log on to the friend thing, you know, find your local fucking people. And when I realised you had to pay for it extra, and I fucking said no. But I could see there were heaps of people in my area that were all fucking flat earthers. So I could have a meetup and there'd be plenty of people.
Yeah, I think I heard him say he was going to do an additional feature on that where you could like select a whole bunch of people, then send them all a message.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I don't know if that's built into it yet, but that's pretty cool to be able to do that. I mean, you could definitely.
I wonder how many.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you might have to only send, do like one or two messages saying, hey, meet up wherever it would be, time, place, and in a park or something.
Yeah, that would be really good. I wonder how many ballers have got an account though. I wonder how many ballers have got it just to have a look. I don't want to meet up with ballers. Fucking hell.
One of the meetups I went to, there's a large group of us. It was at like a bar, kind of an indoor-outdoor bar. So there was a lot of people there. And one guy that was kind of part of the meetup, meaning he wasn't just off the streets, as it were. He was part of the meetup. He was a friend of someone's, this guy, and he got pretty drunk. And he ended up, it was really stupid. He just was like fucking with the bouncer and just really just acting totally out of line. So the bouncer ended up kicking him out, like grabbed him by the shirt, dragged him outside. And I think he got punched too. There was some kind of punch involved. And so we were all like outside and we just all this rustle and all these bouncers come flying out the front door. And then this guy, got punched because I guess he tried punching the bouncer or something. Like he was definitely in the wrong as far as I could understand what happened. So then he was like thrown outside and he was like kind of bleeding a little bit. His glasses got all smashed and it was like intense, but But turns out he was a globe earther. So I'm not saying all globe earthers do that, but it was just like the one guy in the group was a globe earther who did that.
What better way to handle your cog disc though is to get pissed and pretend it's not real, and then take it out on the fucking bouncer.
Could be, dude. Like he came with a friend, and it was like flat Earth, on overdrive, like just all the conversations, and so I see what you mean. It could have been that.
You got hit hard, yeah.
It's like maybe he just wanted to try to take the whole place out. Or have it look like, yeah, I wonder if that was intentional to some degree. I mean, I don't want to put that on him if it wasn't, but like, could he have actually purposefully done that to try to get our group to look bad?
Yeah, or future bookings, frowned upon or not accepted because of events that took place there.
Yeah, because I mean, we were doing live streams, so it was going out to, and some big channels were live streaming it. Jeranism was there. He was being interviewed. Right. Yeah, he was being interviewed, and a lot of other people. So, yeah, perhaps that was part of it.
Are you close to him? Are you?
You mean living wise?
Are you close? Yeah.
He does live, yes, within a couple hours of where I'm at. Yeah, I think we're within a couple hours. I think he's moved. We used to both live in different places, but I where he's moved is still fairly close. So yeah. When I met him,
I quite often look at some of those meetups with a little bit of jealousy, because there'll never be a meetup that I can go to myself in this country that would be as big as that. Any of the ones I've seen, anyway. Especially some of the conferences. Fuck, they've been big.
Yeah, I mean, the ones I went to were epic. Those some of the best times, like ever. Yeah, with others, it's just amazing. All the times I've been to, I guess 3 different events.
Over the last 5 years, or were they sort of recent ones?
Not really in the last couple of years. They were before that, 2016, 17.
Oh, before buddy Rona.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, they were all before the scamdemic.
Speaking of which, bloody went to a hospital. One of my kids had an appointment with for surgery. Anyway, I went to this hospital for an appointment, and he's needed things on and off since he was born, and he's in his teens now. So we've had a lot of experience with the hospital and all the different staff there. And this particular time, I did not recognise one staff member. It's like the whole hospital has just been fucking switched out with people, and everyone is new. It's actually a bit surreal, to be honest. I can understand 1 or 2 people, but everyone, it's full on. I think everyone, there was a time limit where they had to be doubled or not, and so a lot of people have just left.
Yeah, that's pretty freaky. Freaky deaky. Yeah, that's kind of it's like out of a movie where they change everybody in the hospital and then are just sending people there to get quote unquote treatments. And the people think that they're being treated by the old system, but they're actually just being treated by some new takeover, which is pretty much what's happened in our world. I mean, Rockefeller medicine is what we're under now. So it's pretty much what they did. Bought out all the medical, just financiered and bought out all the medical facilities and replaced them with their synthetic petroleum-based poison chemical medicine.
Fucking clever. Evil, but bloody clever. I wonder if being clever is just part and parcel of being evil. Like, have you ever heard of a dumb evil person that tried to be evil and do bad things, but just got caught out and fucked up? Or, or is intelligence like synonymous with fucking being evil?
Wait, say it again.
I wonder if intelligence is synonymous, goes hand in hand with being evil. Because I can't recall too many like instances through history where there was this really evil person that didn't get very far being evil because he was stupid.
Yeah, I
If
see
you
what you
get
mean.
it. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. But I think you have to be intelligent to backstab people and get away with it all your life.
Yeah, they definitely have an intelligence. Um, not very creative, but pretty maniacal and pretty clever. I would say it's fairly clever.
Yeah, like especially like evil children. Like there's children that are just born, they've got like a personality issue or whatever, and they just want to do fucking bad things. But even from a young age, they can very quickly work out how to manipulate their parents so that they can do the bad things. And so it's almost like they're already cleverer than their parents, which is which is funny. A bit like a parasite. It gets into the host and then does certain things to make that host do things that it wants. The host actually thinks it's doing stuff that it wants, but meanwhile, it's actually doing stuff that the parasite wants. It's sort of like that's how I would picture an evil child able to just manipulate the parents, whether it's through intelligence or not. Whether that's the right word, I don't know. But something's going on.
Yep, exactly.
It could just be the lack of the ability to perceive like social cues. Like if you can't read body language in a social situation or facial expressions, and you've got no understanding of what that person's sort of presenting to you, then I suppose that could be perceived as a certain trait. But if you go against the social cues to fuck with someone and you do it intelligently, was it because of intelligence or was it because you just missed the cues and you would have otherwise not gone ahead and done what you did if you had have picked up those cues? But you didn't think you'd be talking about this right now.
In a good way, I feel that every day. I feel like there's always something something new.
Well, I haven't seen any more foreign objects in people's blood the last week, which is nice. Nice for people.
Yeah. Well, everything they're putting in there is all foreign to the body, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, some of it looks organic though, like whereas other things definitely look very inorganic.
Yeah. Well, since we haven't said any of the keywords, I guess I could just say this, even though it's pretty well, you'll know what I mean when I say it. But yeah, I definitely think there is a nanotech component to it.
Oh, without a doubt, mate. Without it.
Yeah.
But you know what? The I won't say weird thing, but it sort of makes sense. Like again, if you're an evil genius and you were doing this on a global level, you probably wouldn't just put the same thing at the same amount in every single dose. Like you would probably have areas and regions where you might be putting more or less, or
Oh yeah.
different stuff, and then you get your feedback from that area and you see how that area went. And so
Oh yeah.
like, yeah, I certainly can't see consistent things in everybody that's had it, but there are definitely things that shouldn't be in some people that have. And I'm sort of leading towards the idea that maybe, let's just say this all fucking keeps going, and in 12 months' time, people are up to booster number 5 or fucking 6. And I think then perhaps there'll be enough stuff at a systemic level that actually sampling a little bit of blood might actually show something more often than not. Whereas right now, the amount of blood that I take from someone to have a look at is minuscule compared to their literage, and it would be quite, just lucky if you were to get something in that sample that might have been floating around the body. Whereas if it's a systemic thing like parasites or anything like that, you can take the smallest little bit of blood and you see it no matter what. So I think time will reveal more and more, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I think they've been doing this with these things. Maybe not the current one, but the ones that they give us when we're children, babies. Those are all different too, and that's why there's a spectrum within autism, and also within allergies, immune system deficiencies, autoimmune disorders, all kinds of other diseases that are a wide range, and especially with the autism, like, isn't that just intense to think about, like, that the actual spectrum of autism is literally the spectrum of chemicals that they've used to create those deformations and
Pretty much, mate. Yep.
oof.
There's obviously very, very strong links between the effects of some chemicals and heavy metals and things with the symptoms of autism, without a doubt. And then there's the people that just have been diagnosed with autism that just have brain damage. They're classed as being autistic, but they just have actual brain damage. It's like it fits the spectrum, you know what I mean? Because brain damage is very unique as well. I mean, chemicals can obviously damage the brain, but you can have chemical exposures that you can remove and then you can find from afterwards as well. Same with heavy metals. I feel for all the people that fucking used to deal with lead paint. How much that fucking got into their system and fucked them up. Leaded fuel, fucking living in a city where every car's got leaded fuel in it. And you're breathing in bloody lead vapor, and that shit's terrible. Not real much like getting that out of your system and repairing the damage. I wonder if that was ever actually needed for lubricant fuel, or whether it was just fucking another thing that they just tested. Let's just see what we can do here. I get to see some pretty good facial expressions in my job, mate. Like the horror that some people have on their face is fucking borderline priceless. If it was within the ethics, I'd have a fucking webcam in there just literally focused on their face and do YouTube videos of just their facial reaction. But that wouldn't be very ethical.
Their facial reaction at what point?
Oh, when they see their blood. A lot of people have never seen their blood before. They see their own blood. Especially those that consider themselves healthy, you know, because they're full vegetarians and they do this and they do that and they have all these supplements and stuff like this. And then they see their blood and they're just like, their jaw just hangs open, like, what the fuck? That does not look good. Or every now and then I might get an 80-year-old or someone older and they've got fucking magic looking blood. And then I'll show them a sample of someone's blood that was like 30 years old, thought they were healthy. And like, yeah, the oldies always fucking, they love the fact that they might be healthier than someone heaps younger than them. It makes them feel really good. Excuse me. Obviously, you do the opposite to the 30-year-old and say, here's a fucking 80-year-old woman's blood, mate. Here's what that looks like, and here's yours. Time to pull your finger out, pal.
It does seem like in our modern day that plant foods would make the blood cleaner just because those foods are cleaner. It's one of the negatives about animal foods. They're generally higher in toxins because that animal is absorbing toxins. And in today's world, with all the genetic issues and the feeds of these animals and all this, but it unless I could come to some other conclusion, my conclusion for multiple reasons remains that we do require meat and animal foods for optimal health.
Yeah, well, for me, it's definitive. Like, it's one of those things that's not even a question. No one should be questioning it anymore. I mean, there's all sorts of, you know, moral things and opinions that people have and anecdotal stuff, but we have an enzymatic process, the Randall cycle, and that no one can deny that. And, you know, if you're going to mix the two energy sources of the fat and the sugar, you're asking for a problem. And if you choose the sugar one, which is basically your plant-based diet, if you choose that one, then you're depriving yourself of all the essential fatty acids that you need from the saturated fat. So in my mind, it's the question's done, there's an answer. And if you want to fuel your body, it has to be with fats. It can't be both glucose and fat from a dietary standpoint. And it can't just be glucose because that's void of your essential fatty acids. So it answers its own question. There is no room for plants in the diet other than for medicine and for maybe, you know, textural pleasure or some fucking variety in flavor or something. But certainly,
you don't think we require consumption of some carbs?
No, because we make it ourselves. Unless your gluconeogenesis pathways are, you know, fucked, like genetically, you've got a genetic fault, then you produce all the glucose you need yourself in your liver.
Because for myself, whenever I try to only eat meat or like only meat and fat, things like that, I always feel like there's something lacking in terms of like glucose production. And I find that having some carbs each day is required along with the meat and the fat. but I'm also open to, finding out that it could, that it could be different in some way. And I'm definitely aware of, keto and a lot of these processes. I've also heard you share a lot of good information on it as well. And so I'm just trying to, kind of just think about that.
Yeah, and that's where everyone's at. That sort of goes down that journey. There's a lot of habit that's involved as well, and a lot of people have that thing in their mind also that the fucking hell, fruits and vegetables, they're healthy and we need them for vitamin C. And even though they people can be made aware that there's vitamin C in other things, it just does seem to be just one of those things that people have in the back of their mind that you can't just not eat fruits and vegetables, right? But the thing you brought up with regards.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on. The thing you brought up with regards to feeling crappy with your meat and your fat sort of your attempts is just that the metabolic process, the enzymatic process to actually flick the switch from running out of glycogen to burning fats, that actually takes a little while to develop. For some people, it can take 4 months to develop.
Well, that's what I've heard. That's my understanding of it with the keto, transitioning to keto. I definitely have not done it for months, because every time I do it for even like as much as 4 to 5 days, I'm like, it just feels lacking. It feels like my body wants some carbs. I'm not talking about certainly no like grains, no refined grains, like nothing like that. I'm talking about just like, probably some fruit essentially. But I also use some other things that, are you aware of tiger nut flour, or do you know tiger nuts?
No, what effect does that have?
Well, they're not actually nuts. They're actually little tubers. They kind of look like nuts though, but they're miniature little tubers, like vegetables, similar to like a squash or something in that somewhat similar family. Well, they're a little bit more similar to like, well, yeah, in a sense, kind of like a squash, but it's claimed that it was like 80% of our paleo ancestors' diet for carbohydrate usage. So it's like an ancient type of a plant, and it also comes in a flour. But so I mean, I'm thinking like for like the only carbs I really eat would be from natural fruit or from things like that, like tuber vegetables, like squashes, something like that. So I do that as well. But yeah, I find that I need like some carbs like that along with everything else to be in balance. And and that idea of like going like transitioning 100% to keto, I've definitely heard about it. I'm aware of it. I know a lot of other people have done it in different ways and experiment with it. And it does seem like some people do find a good zone where they're eating a lot of fat and moderate amount of meat, and a lot of fat, as it were, like a keto type diet, and they get into a good zone with it. But so it's possible I haven't gone long enough to transition into that, but I'm not sure ketosis is actually ideal either. Like to me, it kind of seems like it's more of a like only living off fat meat to me for the human feels like a backup plan if you can't get some carbs, and you can get through on that, but it doesn't feel like a long-term balance to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that our bodies make glucose? Like, are you aware of that? And do you believe that that is the case?
Yeah, it can make it from the fat. Yeah.
Well, it can make it from anything. All right, it can make it from your protein. All right, it'll make it from anything it needs to. We are carbon based, and that's what glucose is, right? So it can make it from anything if need be. If there's no fat and no glucose whatsoever coming in, it'll produce glucose from your fucking muscle or from whatever it needs to, and it will start with the extremities, obviously, and save your organs and stuff. But I think from what I've heard from what you've said, you would be like if you were to go and get a fasting glucose with insulin as well. I think you would find that your insulin sensitivity is quite high. Insensitivity is quite high. So you might not have much glucose in your system, but potentially when you smell something sweet, or even your body is so used to maybe having things with carbohydrates that even looking at them, and I'm being serious here, even looking at them, your body can actually release insulin with the anticipation that you're about to eat it. And this has been studied, like people can have their insulin levels go right up without any glucose going in, purely from smelling bread, right? And that stops any of the enzymes relating to breaking down fat for energy. As soon as your insulin's too high, the enzymatic process stops in its tracks for burning fat. And so it is very key to, like, everyone's metabolism is individual, and everyone's insulin versus glucose is very dynamic, and which is why I suggest to a lot of people to get a constant glucose monitor and just watch that glucose. There's no insulin monitor you can get, or insulin at home stick. So every now and then you have to go for a test and say, hey, can you test my insulin as well? Most of the times here, the doctors don't want to fucking do it, which is just stupid. And I tell people, tell your fucking doctor, say you want it. Don't ask him for it, tell him you want it and he'll do it. Anyway.
I hear you. Yeah, no, every time I've gotten blood tests, either fasting blood sugar, and my numbers always surprise the doctors that it's actually as good as it is. They're always, they say they never see numbers they very rarely see numbers like that, the ones that I have. Simply, I think mostly just because, I don't eat any refined carbs, which is really what messes up the insulin. It's the refined grains and the refined carbs, like high fructose corn syrup and white sugar and all of those, that really create these extreme imbalances, in that sense. I don't think like some fruit doesn't necessarily cause an imbalance, because I know what you mean. Yeah, like if you eat excessive amounts of sugar that the insulin has to essentially like over secrete, it gets burned out, and then you become diabetic. And but to burn it out,
Definitely.
you have to eat the foods that will burn it out. Yeah.
And it goes back to that Randall cycle again. If you're having any sort of fat with your sugar or glucose, and you've got more fat than glucose, the fat gets prioritized, and it's basically a percentage thing. So if there's 51% glucose versus 49% fat, the glucose is prioritized, and that has to be metabolized first. And if it's the other way around, say you've got 51% fat, the sugar is locked out, so it sits in your blood, right? And the last thing your body wants is to have sugar sitting in the blood. That's the pancreas's job, is to get rid of it as quickly as fucking possible into the cells. Otherwise, it glycates the fuck out of everything, including your organs. And the first thing it goes for is your eyes and your fucking pancreas and your kidneys. Like, not good, right? So there's a feedback loop. So when there's glucose in your blood, your pancreas obviously goes, okay, yeah, we better release some stuff. Well, yeah, never does that actually. Tells the pancreas, release some stuff. And it releases some stuff. Now, there's an expectation that what it released will do the job. But because you're burning fat and you've locked out the glucose, your pancreas then gets a signal to say, hey, that wasn't enough. We've still got sugar in the blood. So it releases more. And then more again, because it's getting this feedback loop saying, hey, the sugar's still here. In fact, it's going up because, the mung bean upstairs is still putting food in his face. He's already blocked out glucose, yet he's still putting more glucose in. So the blood sugar exponentially rises. Now, 9 out of 10 people, or probably 99 out of 100 people, are not monitoring their blood glucose on a level to actually see that. They might prick it once after a meal and go, oh yeah, it's a little bit high, or oh, it's in range, or whatever, I'm all good. But meanwhile, they have no idea of where it got to, how quickly it got there, and how long it took to come down potentially, right? And then in the background of all this is insulin. So which you can't monitor with your glucose monitor, obviously you can't monitor it. But like you were saying before, you go to the doctors and have a check, and he says that he's seen levels and they're all really, really good. Does that include insulin? In your tests, Gio, do you have insulin? Have you got a marker of insulin, or was that just dropped out and your glucose is all good?
Which one are you referring to in particular? I'd have to think, but
because you referred a second ago about how the doctor, remarks to your levels of glucose. I'm pretty sure you were just referring to glucose, and a lot of other levels were all in the good ranges. And quite often not, they don't do insulin. And like from my personal experience years ago, I could have very, very good blood glucose levels, but my insulin was still very fucking high, purely because that's where my pancreas was used to putting stuff out. and it took a long time to actually bring that down. For my pancreas was just on a regular basis used to only putting a little bit of insulin out.
Yeah, I got you. At the time, what were you eating?
Oh, just a standard diet. Like I had a bad medical episode a number of years ago, which got me into everything I'm doing now. And it was all based on just the diet that I had. And it wasn't through anyone telling me, it was my discovery, but it was everything to do with the glucose in the blood. And I studied a hell of a lot into glucose for a long time, and then only ever discovered the real important part, which is insulin. And glucose really isn't the issue. Your body will do it, but the insulin. And if your pancreas will do the best job it can for as long as it fucking can to keep that glucose level under control. But then it finally gives out, man. It finally has had enough. It's worn. And through glycation, your little islet cells that produce the insulin in your pancreas, they get fucking eaten up, glycated, and potentially even an autoimmune starts to attack them. But that's sort of a bit separate. But you end up with this feedback loop of more insulin that just fucks your pancreas, which is terminal.
No, I do hear you on that, and I hear people are getting into those situations, and I don't disagree with that. But if we're talking, let's say 2 to 3 pieces of fruit a day, maybe a pear or an apple or mango, whatever it may be, you think that
fruit is fructose.
But you think that having 2 to 3, let's say 2 to 4, whatever it may be, whatever number, but a couple of fruits in a day, you think is going to cause all that?
It's not,
or are you saying more, or are you saying more of these diets that people are eating all this synthetic white sugar, high fructose corn syrup, bread, soda, ice cream? Like, is that kind of more what you're in terms of that happening to people in that case, or?
Well, put it this way: people that eat a lot of fruit, right? And when I say a lot, I don't necessarily mean 1 or 2 pieces a day. I just mean a lot in terms of consistently through the day, right? And like all the time eating fruit, even vegetables. But let's just take fruit people, like fruitarians, for example. Their blood is the fucking worst. Okay? Without a fucking doubt. Their blood is worse than someone who, it's like they're just living on a high fructose fucking candy diet.
Well,
right? When you look at their blood. Fucking horrible.
Dude, yeah, and their health tends to fall apart pretty severely.
I come from a family of diabetics, dude, and I know from like at least my grandma and granddad, they both were insulin shots, and it wasn't so much about the fruits that was a problem. It's more about the rice and the starches and that.
Of course, yeah. We're talking specifically about some different things here. So fruit GO is fructose and is metabolized differently to glucose, right? It has to be processed like alcohol by the liver. And so that's why there's an epidemic of children now with fucking fatty liver disease, because they're having all this high fructose shit. And
but it was never a problem for them to be eating fresh fruit. Like, I mean, yeah, certain fruits are really bad. Like the really sweet fruits, don't eat.
You're missing my point.
But I don't think it's the same why it's like when you say that, I feel like what you're referring to me resonates with like fructose as a chemical extract. Like if you make like an extract of fructose, like this, like a white powder, and then you test on that, yeah, that causes a lot of the same issues as refined sugar. But the fructose that is in actual fruit that nature provides is bound within these long chain systems, and it's integrated into the body differently, is my understanding.
Well, it'll get snipped up and broken down into its elements in the body.
Gio's right about that.
Doesn't matter what you put in.
Like, especially for like the peoples I know, and it's not just my grandparents. My mom and my dad, they're both fucking diabetes too, and I'm probably gonna get diabetes one day. Just because it
look after yourself. Right? You don't have to get it, mate. It's not a destiny.
It's just genetics, right? But regardless, Gio's completely right. These artificial strains of glucose are the problem.
No. They are a problem. They are not the problem. It's the misunderstanding of the Randall cycle that
You're
is the
correct. You're
problem.
correct. You're correct. They're not
All right,
the problem. They're problematic though.
So, Whites, let me ask you this:
Yeah.
if someone were to eat, like, okay, I'll just say, so in my diet, I eat probably, let's say, 2 to 3 fruits within a day. I do eat that along with meat, and then I also, like I said, that tiger nut flour, which is like a root vegetable. And I also make like kind of soups that will have like bones and like a bone broth, and then also things like onions and squash and things like that. Uh, um, and like herbs like oregano and thyme and things like fresh herbs I like to do. But so you're saying that amount of carbs, so let's say gram wise, it might be anywhere from like 60 to 150 within a day. You're saying that you think is going to cause these issues that you're describing?
Look, it's personal, Geo, to a certain extent. Your metabolism is different to everybody else's. Although the processes are the same, where you are at is very different, very independent. So,
Okay, but from your perspective, would I be better off eating only meat and fat, in your opinion?
everybody is better off.
Really?
Eating
So
meat
you think
unless you have a genetic predisposition or a certain bacterial infection whereby you can't handle meat. There are people like that.
I will say this, Gio, dude. It's not always about the manufactured shit, because like at least from the people that I know that have had it, they're all fucking pure veg people, right? Like the closest they're not vegan, but they don't eat eggs and they don't eat meat. They drink milk, right? But for a lot of them, they'll still be diabetic. But I kind of feel like the diabetic shit that they had was something that only got diagnosed and treated in America. Like for generations in the past, these people were living this way in India, and without these processed foods, and they lived fucking long lives, right? It was only when they moved to America now they got diabetes.
Yeah, there's two things there. Like there's the thing where in America, all the levels with which they govern whether you have disease or not are very different to other countries. And that could be purely the pharmaceutical industry wanting to sell statins to people and, different medications. So, oh, look, one day you weren't diabetic, and now the next day, because they've changed all the levels in the database, oh, look, same number on your device, but now you're diabetic and you've got to have a statin. So there is that going on. But there is also, over a period of years, it has been very, very much recognized now, with dementia being class type 3 diabetes, that there is a bigger underlying problem, and almost all of society is suffering from it, which is why we are where we are.
I agree with
going
all
back
that.
to you.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just gonna say, I agree with all that and what you're saying, and I'm very aware of the effects of sugar on the hormonal system and insulin and how that affects hormonal systems as well. Adrenaline, cortisol ends up burning out those systems, and so yeah, there's so many components to it. But also, I'm just interested in the idea of what's the most ideal diet. Like you're saying that would only be eating meat and fat. Is that so? Versus a diet that would have carbs in it as well.
Oh, definitely, Gio. Like, my bad. You was asking him, not me.
Yeah, no, all good. I would say yes, but I'm not saying you can't have carbs. I'm just really trying to emphasize, mate, that when you do have carbs, you need to be aware of how you handle them, your metabolism, and that can only be done via glucose monitoring, right? Everyone is different. Like I could have let's just use chocolate for an example. I could have 1 square of chocolate and I might react a certain way. You could have a square of chocolate and your levels might go through the fucking roof, even though it was the same amount of chocolate. So that needs to be monitored so you know where you are. And then with regards to the Randall cycle, you just don't want to mix your carbs at the same time with your fats. So don't try and have potato with butter on it. I know it's a fantastic mix, but that literally goes into your system and fucks you up. Right?
We all got to agree, though. We all got to agree that the diets we have today, the bullshit we're putting into our fucking bodies today, as a society, it's not healthy. I mean, you know what
course
Gio's
not.
saying is completely on point. Like back in the days, people were healthier. In the essence of the food they ate, way more than they were today. Like if you look at the teeth of you know, ancient people, their teeth were so much better than ours for the age that they died because they didn't have these crazy sugars being thrown into their faces every day.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, I was gonna say, White's responding to what you had said as well. Like I don't eat potatoes, but I do like to have carbs and fat together. I love that combo. So yeah, like
I would be able to see that in your blood, Gio.
especially with
I would
dairy.
be
Like
able to-
dairy goes so good with fruit. It's on point.
Dairy with
Yeah, well,
fruit.
look, dairy and fructose behave differently. So
Like a fruit
dairy and
salad.
fructose are sort of better than dairy and glucose, or fat
But
and
is
glucose.
dairy really a good
Right.
thing? Like I
Well,
thought
like
that
milk and honey, where you get some of the long chain sugars in the milk, and then you get the honey. That's a classic.
it is.
Yeah, milk and honey is not a bad combination. I wouldn't do it every day, but yeah, it's not a bad combination.
I actually
What
find honey.
about
I
cookies
actually
and
even
cream?
find honey. I find honey to be a little bit too harsh of a sugar. Like I limit. I can actually feel with honey, my insulin does get secreted differently. Like it's kind of like a transition into getting to those like harder sugars, if you will,
I
and
can
the
feel
way they
my
affect
teeth hurt
insulin.
with
So
honey.
I'm pretty limited on.
Like
I do-
honey makes my teeth hurt. It's just too much sugar.
Yeah, well, me too. That's why I usually try
Yeah.
to. I'll usually just do like a spoonful, even like a half a spoonful, but just kind of dip a spoon in, and then kind of put it right out, like flip the spoon upside down, put it on my tongue, and then just kind of. So it's not like I'm not chewing on it all over my teeth. I'm just kind of trying to slurp it down, and
Yeah.
but because it is medicinal.
It is.
Oh, exactly,
Like,
and that's half the benefit of having
it's
that.
crazy, dude. Like honey is shelf stable indefinitely.
That's amazing. I also do the bee pollen. That stuff is amazing. You guys ever had that?
I don't know.
At times, yeah.
What's it
At
taste like?
times, I don't like the idea of depriving bees of their pollen.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think that's sustainable.
what does bee pollen
Yeah.
taste like?
Dude, bee pollen is like these they look like little pebbles. Okay, so they look like little tiny pebbles that are like multicolored, like yellow, and they even have like little colors in them. Anyways, it's like granules, but they're not processing it. That's actually how it comes right out of the hive. It's kind of it's not hard. It's like a mixture between hard and soft. So the point is, if you just pour some of it in like a bowl and literally eat it by the spoonful. I mean, some people say you're not supposed to eat a ton of it. There's different things like that. I'm not saying just like a cereal bowl worth, but however much one would want to do. Anyways, so you can just eat it like pretty much by the spoonful. It tastes sweet. It has like a honey, sweetness to it. And Branch, it is the most unique flavor. I can't even put it into words. It tastes a little bit like fruit, a little bit like chocolate, a little bit like DMT. I'm not even kidding. Like if you know what DMT, it literally smells like DMT, and it just has this kind of like a live flavor. Like it's like vanilla a little bit. It's just so unique, and it's so like nutritious.
Have you seen that that one tribe in Africa where the bees actually get the pollen from an extremely hallucinogenic flower?
Oh yeah.
And the honey.
Yeah, I've seen that. They got to risk their lives to get it too.
Yeah, and the honey will is very similar to ayahuasca.
Yep. People die getting it because they got to go up this cliff. I've seen the documentary. They got to go up this cliff face to get to these fucking bees hives and get the honey out. And yeah, they all trip off their faces. But people die, to get it. Crazy.
Right, but I mean,
hallucinogenic honey.
I'm pretty sure they're not just doing it to get high. There's a spiritual side of it too.
My understanding with
it's a rite of passage, mate.
I don't know. I did see a documentary on that as well. My vibe of it is that they're not really using it like shamanically in that way to journey. I think that the high you get from it is a little bit more like on the inebriation side.
Like LSD?
Well, LSD is pretty psychedelic. I mean, that's pretty psychedelic.
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with them.
Oh, dude. I mean, LSD is it can be very shamanic and incredibly cosmic. No, I think the honey is because it's not like a classic shamanic psychedelic type thing, meaning that, you know, it's, as far as I know, it's more like of an inebriant. Like they get high off it, is what I'm saying.
Dude,
Like they all kind of eat it. Like they eat it and they kind of just get high and they hang out. They're not like on something like ayahuasca where they're having like a. I mean, they may still have journeys and things. I mean, I guess I don't know all about the culture of it, but I'm very aware of like the spectrum of the shamanic medicines, and it's not
And the adrenochrome
on that radar.
Hey, Gio, so I went on one of my rants, right, where I started talking about life and shit, right, in GM's room, like about a few minutes ago, right? Literally shut the whole room up for like 20-30 minutes. Like, I got done talking and nobody would fucking talk back. I was just trying to make them talk. It's like, I'm sorry guys, I know I went too deep. I think I hit a fucking chord with a whole bunch of them, man. Just talking about fucking life. Like, literally, like, to shut the whole room up for 20-30 minutes.
my nigga. Branch.
Bro, Dragon. Hold on a second, man.
Man,
Don't come in with that.
yeah. I mean,
Wait,
they
what?
really shit, but like, you know what? I don't see it as a bad word, but other people in the room do.
No, I'm just saying branch because I wasn't using it as an insult. I said my nigga. Like you know how I'm using it as my homie, like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
yeah.
asked for it.
Yeah. So
Geo, man, that's like
do you know about all the stuff in the adrenochrome?
I know about shit I shouldn't know about, bro. I don't even know I
You
know
know
about
about
this shit.
adrenochrome?
Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome.
I don't need to know about that shit. That's not natural shit. I mean, it is natural, but it's not natural to fucking fuck with.
Well, so to finish somewhat what we were talking about before, White. So White, your suggestion is that basically meat and fat is the ideal metabolic fuel for the body with virtually no carbs. Is that, because that's what I always am curious, like what's the most optimal, you know, versus like my current understanding of it. My current understanding of it is that meat and fat and some carbs, like I was saying, like let's say anywhere between 50 to 100 milligrams a day, maybe a bit more, a bit less, depending. And then maybe if people want to do extra workout stuff, you know, doing a bit more, is my current understanding. So if there's some, if I'm not correct on that, then yeah, I would want to know so I can find what's most ideal.
Yeah, Gio.
Yeah, well, it's not 100% correct because metabolically,
Gio,
we need.
it's 52 grams, not 50 grams.
No, you said milligrams. You meant to say grams. You want to keep it under 50 if you're going to have it. But aside from that,
I said yeah. I might have said milligrams. No, I meant grams. I mean, I'm saying somewhere between about 50 to 150 grams a day. Yeah.
If you're, well, let me just caveat the start. Meat and fat, without a doubt, are what we're supposed to be eating. Metabolically, we need glucose, fat, and protein, right, as the macros. We need that
bro,
metabolically.
It's not just meat and fat. Like the girls are supposed to go out hunting and fucking gathering and shit. A lot of nuts, berries, and shit like that comes into our diet.
Okay, what do they break down to?
Amino acids and carbohydrates.
Everything breaks down into the 3 macros basically, right? In one way, shape, or another. Your body looks at you got 3 fucking macros: glucose, protein, and fat. Saturated fat, ideally, right? Your body doesn't make in any amount that it needs and requires on a daily basis fat and protein. It doesn't make those things. You have to get them in your face. That's what your whole in your face is for.
Right, but you can't just say glucose, protein, and fat. It's a very obtuse way.
I can't just say what?
Those 3 things.
No. It comes down to the substrates that are required for your mitochondria to make energy. Obviously, there's all sorts of other things that we need, but I'm talking about the macros here only, right? We don't make 2 of them, the fat and the protein. We make glucose out of fat and protein, right? So the fact that we make every molecule that all of our cells need on demand. Right, we make it. There is no obligate need to put it in your mouth.
Bro, one of the easiest forms of glucose is starch.
Of course.
What are you talking about?
Of course. What do you mean? What am I talking about? That's why it's important.
Like there's
actually
two ways to
watch.
make glucose. Like starch gets broken down the minute it hits your fucking mouth. We got amylase in our fucking.
What do you think I mentioned the macros for, mate?
Starch before it even hits our digestive fucking tract.
Right. And what does that do to your system? Does it raise your blood sugar level or reduce your blood sugar level?
It gives you energy.
In the form of what?
My man.
Exactly. I'm talking about the macros. You can talk about the things that break down to macros if you want to.
Starch is
I'm going past that level. No, I can't talk if you.
No, I'm just trying to say starch is a very good form of glucose.
Yes, but what's your point? I'm telling you that we make glucose. We don't need to have glucose in our diet. We don't make fats. We don't make protein. So if you're going to fuel your body with something, it pretty much must be fat. Because the Randall cycle says that if you fuel yourself through the mouth with extra glucose that you don't need because your body already makes it,
no, I disagree.
Things happen that aren't good metabolically.
I holistically disagree with this shit because, like, I come from a fucking nation of people that are very, very opposed to eating meat.
Okay, and
that's a whole separate topic.
Well, no, because at that point, when he's talking about all fucking, he's basically saying that, you know, energy should come from protein and fats. But
animal fat. In
societies where people are extremely vegetarian, that's not the case, is it?
Yep. Okay, but do they live long and healthy lives? Or do they just exist
fucking
throughout
India's
their life?
been around for fucking ever.
Well, Branch,
like
in
in
a vegetarian diet, Branch, if they're eating dairy, any dairy, including butter and eggs, which is what they might be eating, then they're getting those fats. But they're also missing meat
and protein.
Yeah. But Whites, I guess my current understanding, Whites, just to say it, in terms of the fats and carbs and all that, is I think we absolutely can live on only meat and fat, which is like Eskimos do it. Meaning if there's no carbs in the environment or for whatever reason you can't get any, then absolutely we can survive off that, even for definitely through a winter. But my understanding is that that's not, and it also can be a very healing diet as well, especially if someone has a whole bunch of insulin problems and so on. So it can also be a healing thing. But my understanding is that doing that long term does actually stress the body to be converting the fat into the sugar in that ketogenic fashion. And so ideally having some carbs, like I was saying, 30 grams, 50 grams, 80 grams, whatever it would be. I think it has to be more than 30 though. But for most people, but then you're able to get, like Branch was saying, some of that energy directly from the carbs. And then it allows the rest of the system to even be more optimal because it then doesn't have to convert all the fat into sugar. It only has to convert a portion of it. And then it can use the carbs for the energy directly, like from nature.
Logically that makes sense, but you're missing the point that your body makes the glucose you need. And if you put any in your mouth, your blood sugar level goes up, which is not what you want to be doing.
So
right?
if you look at the diets,
oh fuck! Well, can I answer something?
Well, Branch, don't just blow through it. At least let him lay out what he's saying.
If you're going to go to the gym, for example, if you're going to carb load before going to the gym or doing a marathon or something, and you're going to burn that off, there is nothing wrong with that. But if you think you can have glucose in your face when your body's already producing on a cellular level what every cell needs, and have it not do damage if you don't burn it off the minute it goes in, you're mistaken. So as much as you might think you need a certain amount, and your N of 1 experiment, Geo, where you feel shitty after not having some glucose for a while,
No,
that's
I
very, very
never
common.
said shitty. I don't think I said shitty. What I usually feel, this is what it is. When I only eat meat and fat, I do have energy. I feel solid energy.
Right.
And I do feel good, even in a way, a bit more stable than eating a meal that, with a lot of fruit or something. So yeah, I like that part of it. But it feels to me that it's just, it's missing a part of the spectrum of the fuel requirements, if that
Right,
makes
but
sense.
Gio, don't you get the other side of that too? Where like, if you're eating a lot of meat, you're gonna want some carbs. You crave carbs, and if you
No, I
I'm a
don't.
carnivore. You want to ask about fucking people that eat meat and fat only? Ask away. Like,
no,
seriously,
asking
ask all
Gio.
sorts of
I'm sorry.
questions.
I'm sorry. Vacuum. Can I ask Gio the question?
I am vacuum.
You are the vacuum.
They're not empty, Branch. Did you know that?
No, but Gio, what I was trying to say is this, yeah. Like, if I go a few days without eating meat, I crave meat, right? But also the opposite happens too. If I eat a lot of meat, I start craving carbs.
That's interesting.
That's metabolic.
That could
That's
be several
explainable.
things.
Like I feel like eating
insulin.
potato.
It's insulin. That's what it
I
is.
will
It's
say- I will
signaling
say,
hormone.
I
It's
think
doing
it's-
all sorts of shit.
This
is why, Gio, I like doing what I do, because you would come in and see me, right? And you would be like,
vacuum. By
it
the
would
way,
be in
bro.
your
By
face
the way, vacuum.
about what it
just to
looks
let you,
like on the screen
just
versus what
to
you think it might look
understand,
like.
vacuum. Just to understand, I may be annoying as fuck,
Nice.
but we're cool as fuck, bro. So please, just
No, you're not annoying me. I'm just trying to get
I'm
a
just
message
saying,
through
bro.
to Gio, and I'm
We're
finding it
cool,
hard
bro.
to get a
There's
message
no
through.
fucking strife between me and you. We're chill. So
Yeah, no doubt. I
yeah.
hate to hear that you've got the mentality that you're probably going to get diabetes, mate.
I just
When,
wanted to
like,
fucking.
I
I just wanted you
help
to
people
recognize
reverse it.
that there's no reason for us to argue. Well, for you to
We're
get
not
mad.
arguing.
I know.
Well,
We're not
White,
arguing.
one thing I was going to ask you, what was I going to ask?
It was something to do with rice.
No, definitely not anything to do with rice.
Potatoes?
You funny bugger.
Well, the thing is, like, okay, if you're correct in what you're saying, if metabolically, if it actually is most ideal to only consume meat and fat, my understanding, if one were to do that, would be you'd have to have the right ratio. Like, you don't want to do an excessive amount of meat and not enough fat. Really, better to do more fat and what would be considered more moderate. Something like, let's say, in a meal, 6 to 8 to 10 ounces of meat, whatever one's. I actually usually eat a pound of meat per meal, but everyone's different in terms of how much meat.
A pound per meal.
Yep.
How many meals you eat in a day?
2.
You eat each meal you have a pound
Yep.
of meat,
Yeah.
pre-cooked or post-cooked.
Sometimes raw, sometimes cooked.
I mean, like, are you talking about a pound of pre-cooked meat, which is cooked down to about half a pound, or are you talking about like a pound of cooked?
These questions.
I mean, I guess what I'm talking about is if you were to have a pound of uncooked meat, that amount. So whether you eat it raw or cook it, it's a pound of meat.
Yeah, bro, that's a lot of shit to eat in a day.
I can eat a pound of meat easily.
Bro,
Oh,
like you know, I don't want. I'm sorry, man. You're making me think about weird shit, man.
Are you getting protein headache, mate?
I'm thinking about, like, I've dated girls that eat that type of meat, right? And like, I've had to break up with them because they smell like meat.
Well, how much meat do you think people average eat per day or per meal?
Not 2 pounds.
2 pounds a day?
Nobody eats 2 pounds of meat a fucking day, Gio.
That's so not true. That's not true. A lot of people do. Let's see
Yeah,
what.
look, I personally aim for about 40% fat and 60% protein, where I am at, and that maintains my physique, if you know what I mean. Like I don't gain weight, and I don't lose weight.
Have
If
you
I
guys
dropped any
have you
fat
guys ever
percentage out
dated
of
a
that, I
girl,
would
yeah,
lose weight.
that
If I
eats
had
a
more,
lot
I'd
of
gain
meat?
weight.
Yeah, but have you guys ever dated a girl that eats like, maybe 2 pounds of meat a day, and then like she smells like
They're the
beef?
healthiest girls that you know. They
I'm
look
just trying to
fantastic.
say,
They're
man,
healthy as
people that eat
fuck.
that much meat is disgusting. They get the meat sweat.
No, why?
They
Why
get
is
the
it
meat
disgusting?
sweats. They smell like fucking
No, they
meat.
don't.
What, dude?
It's only if they just have protein.
Have you
You've got to have
never
fat.
been with a girl that's got the meat sweats and she stinks like fucking hamburger?
No,
But that's a girl that's toxic, man.
Yeah, that's some other problem, man. That's not from me
Yeah.
alone.
Don't go near a beaver, Jesus.
I mean, I'm
Maybe-
looking up here. I mean, this is saying that in 2018, quote unquote, the average American. So who knows what that means? Men, women, children. It says 0.6 pounds a day. But then down here, it's also talking about eating 2 pounds of meat a day.
But that could be spam. That could be pepperoni on a pizza, Gio. Like it's
I'm
not
not
healthy
I'm not
meat.
gonna say that you're wrong though, Mr. Vacuum.
This says right here, the man would need 2 pounds times 365 days or 730 pounds a year. The woman would need 1.5 pounds times 365 days, so 548 pounds a year. And a child would need 365 pounds a year. So that's a pound. So this right here is saying for children a pound a day, for women a pound and a half a day, and for men 2 pounds a day. So why are you reacting if I'm eating 2 pounds a day?
Because you seem like a way too skinny ass bitch to be eating 2 pounds a day of meat.
You don't know what my body is.
No, you just look skinny.
You've never seen me.
No, you sound skinny. I mean, Gio, are you? I mean, you just.
Dude, you're funny.
That is funny. You sound skinny.
I am somewhat thin. Yeah, I'm not skinny, but I do have a somewhat thin body type, athletic thin. Yeah, like I'm not overweight.
Yeah. I had something really interesting to say.
So, Whites, how many pounds of meat do you eat a day?
Me?
I will have just under a kilo.
Which
So that's
is
2.5
I'll probably
pounds.
say.
yeah. So Whites eats 2.5 pounds. Branch.
I mean, for me, I don't eat that much meat. But then again,
It's
I'm
probably more like
Indian,
2 pounds.
bro.
It's just under a kilo, and I think there's 2.2 pounds per kilo. So just probably around 2 pounds even, to be honest.
Yeah. See, that's what I find per meal.
2 pounds is a lot of fucking shit to eat.
But you should see Oh no, I won't even mention it. But let's just say my toilet. When I go to the toilet, it's fucking beautiful. I'll just say that.
Man, you know what?
I barely even need to wipe.
I don't eat.
Hardly even need to
I
wipe.
don't eat a lot of fucking meat.
Well,
I drink a lot of beer.
The thing is,
Then
Branch,
again, you guys might not even wipe.
you should
guys might have one of those spray
getting.
toilets.
Well, Branch, if you're only drinking beer, then that's a problem. But my guess, Branch, is that you eat a lot of grains and beans and lentils. Like I'm thinking that you're filling your stomach with all kinds of that stuff, which would make, because when I've eaten that in my past, like beans, lentils, grains, whatever, it does make you want to eat less meat. Like when I was younger, like let's say my 20s, I used to eat beans and lentils and grains and stuff.
I do,
I would only have like maybe 4 to 6 ounces of meat. You know what I mean? Because all that other filler. So yeah.
Oh, yuck. Oh. Fucking fiber. That's an enemy of the state.
Yeah, if you take all that out, then you're gonna have to get enough protein.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Gio, right?
From meat.
It just really depends on my feeling. Like sometimes I just want to eat meat, and that's all I'll fucking eat is just meat. And then sometimes I want to eat other shit.
What?
Like usually when I eat a starch, it'll be a potato or rice.
I eat once a day or twice a day. You know, sometimes because it ends up being around family time, and I try and have a meal with the family, but then I want another separate meal
I don't eat with family
within about an 8-hour window.
Dude, honestly, man,
I don't get hungry.
I don't eat with families and shit. I eat by myself. I'm like a fucking I'm like a savage personal hunter.
Well, you have a family, but you don't eat them.
I do have families. I just don't like eating with families.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm a
Yeah.
very fucking weird motherfucker. But it's not just that. I just don't like the fucking social aspect of eating and talking. Like, if I'm gonna eat, I like to enjoy my food. I don't fucking understand why we've got this whole notion of not enjoying your food, but enjoying company, and forsaking the enjoyment of the food you're actually eating. So I'd rather just enjoy my food than talk while I'm eating it.
No, I hear you there. Yeah, it is best to not talk while you're
Exactly.
eating. It actually interferes with digestion if you talk while you're eating.
I'd be more worried about the carbs you're putting in than the fucking indigestion, than slowing your digestion by talking. Fuck me, Gio. Get your priorities straight. Shit.
Gio, so you know how I shut up fucking Gem's room?
What'd you do?
Like, I literally didn't mean to do it, bro. Like, I just went on my rants. Like, I usually go in your room, type of rants. About fucking life and what life means and the type of shit that you say, Branch, you should totally smoke weed. Because you will say that shit so much better when you smoke weed. But, like, I went on that fucking rant in Gem's room, bro, and they literally all just shut the fuck up for like 20, 30 minutes. Like, I told them all, like, what the fucking reason of life is and shit. I shouldn't be saying shit like that, should I?
Not really. Let Jem be Jem. And all his mates.
I don't even know how it fucking went down to there, bro. Like, I usually keep that type of fucking talk to this room, not that place. Because they're all fucking wankers there.
I've had some good philosophical chats with guys over there over the years.
That's good.
Well, it was enough to fucking shut them all up for 20, 30 minutes. I didn't even expect that. I must have been right.
Yeah,
Well, if it takes off, guys, have yourselves a good afternoon or morning or whatever it may be where you are. I might catch you a bit later.
All right. Well, I'm going to think about what you said, Whites, and I'm open to hearing more. And because, yeah, like if I was to come to understand what you're saying, then I would probably want to adjust my diet accordingly, if that's the case.
Hey, vacuums, by the way, I will shut up if you want to continue to talk.
Nah, all good, mate. I've got to go do the school run and stuff. So, yeah, have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Later.
What's up?
Oh, I was about to say, is Jeremy gonna talk?
You weren't about to say that.
I really was about to say that.
I already knew you were lying right off the rip.
Jeremy.
We were talking about what is it most ideal to, like, Whites says that
Jeremy,
the most ideal diet is only eating meat and fat, basically carnivore, with virtually like no carbs. And I was saying that I find that my current understanding is that we do need some carbs, like not an excessive amount, is what's ideal. So that's what we were kind of discussing.
Jeremy, from my perspective, is that something I would actually lie about?
I don't know. I was just fucking with your Branch.
Well, you should next time suck my dick first.
Sounds like a date. Don't kidnap me. Would you tell Kurt one day you're gonna kidnap him and suck his dick or something?
No, I'll never say that to God.
So, I could have sworn
Oh,
you said
no.
that one day, and that
That
sounds like
is
some
a
shit you would say though.
Dude, that no straight man would ever say that to her next man.
Yeah, but
Oh, now it's some crazy shit.
this is you, so.
No, I still wouldn't. What do you mean this is me?
I think you might.
And Gio, I'm sorry, bro. Do you not recognize that I am more above you in every realm or conversation or fucking place you could ever think of? Why do you think you're better than me, right?
What does that even mean?
Well,
What
why
does
don't you
that
ask
mean?
Gio? The fact, Gio, that I can joke around and play this field the way I do. What does that mean?
What are you doing tonight, Branch?
You know, I took like 2 pisses already. So, like, one more and I'm about to go to bed.
No doubt.
I got a 3 piss limit.
You have a big day tomorrow?
Not really.
No, me neither.
Hey, but fucking, you see the fucking Bitcoin went up a little bit.
That's good, good.
Yeah, it's pumping up towards 43 now. Very nice looking.
You know what? I tell you what, this time next year, I'll be back at what it was 2 minutes
Oh
ago.
no, the next run is to 85.
I just don't give a fuck. As long as it doesn't dip below 9 grand, I'll be okay.
Oh yeah, it's never gonna. Well, it will when it's completed, as it were, because I don't think it's gonna be around forever. But it'll get to over 300.
I'm thinking it'll get to like about 700 in about 8 years.
Well, I think at some point, my sense of it, and this is like some Nostradamus predictions, but I think that it's eventually going to be transmuted, if you will, into
Well, I would personally think that
something
some
else.
other coins are gonna take over as the big boy. But it's still good investment. Just keep your money in Bitcoin. I'm not gonna take it out.
Yep, the Globers are going to try to make their global coin. So watch out for that. They're going to try to be the biggest whale.
I
Well, they've
mean,
had a monopoly on currency this whole time for like forever, practically. You know what I mean? Like, you think they're just gonna give out, lay down, and be like, "Oh, you guys made another currency. You got us. We give up." Does that
right?
sound like
It's
the
not.
elite people that
It's not
control the
us
world?
countries that got fucked with that. It's these other countries that couldn't have a stable fucking economy because of it. And honestly, this crypto type of currency allows these countries to have a stable economy. Because even with the fucking destabilization of fucking Bitcoin as it was, it's probably still a little
I
bit
don't
more stable than.
I don't know why these countries would take Bitcoin as their currency. Why wouldn't you just do a stable coin? I don't know. Or you could do a stable
But if
coin.
they
You could
want to
do a
take a
coin that
stable
has no
coin, they would just go on
transfer
the fiat,
fees.
right? I mean, you're talking about why don't you go with a fucking a coin that's based on fiat?
Well, I'm
But at
saying,
that
well,
point, they should have just gone
okay,
on
you could
fiat.
do a coin. You could do a coin that has no transfer fees and save your country, I don't know, fucking millions of dollars like that. You know what I'm saying? Or a cheap coin where your whole country has a chance to bubble. Like, yo, if you did a cheap coin, you would have bubbled it, right? Like Algorand or something, or Stellar Lumens or some cheap
Jeremy,
coin.
I do
That shit would
understand.
have went through the roof, and your peoples would have got filthy off of
Jeremy,
that.
I know I need to fucking pull out a fucking Bitcoin. I'm just not gonna do it.
I'm not saying I didn't say pull out of Bitcoin.
I mean, I'm just
What?
not gonna fucking do it, bro. Like when I put that
I didn't
shit,
say to do that.
when I put that shit in Bitcoin, I
You
said
just
I'm
like
gonna put
started
it
an
there
argument
for
in the
like
middle
8
that I wasn't
years,
having.
bro. I ain't gonna touch that shit for 8 years. I'm not gonna touch it for 8 years.
Good. I agree. It's a good move. I don't have that much Bitcoin myself, but
You know, the best thing is that I can't even touch it if I wanted to.
that's probably for the best.
Like, I got my cousin to put the money in. If I want to touch it, I got to fucking call him and be like, hey, bro. And then he's going to be like, are you sure you want to do that? And then fucking, I'll be like, you know, have the whole conversation and shit. So I'm just better off just leaving it there and just fucking say whatever.
You should pull out $1,000 though and buy some cell phones.
That's not my money though, dude. I put that shit in. Well, I got 2 on my own, but like, fuck that.
You got
I'm
2
really
cell phones?
Yeah, 2 cell phones on my own. And fuck it, I don't even want to think about it. I hate it when I go in the fucking room and people talk about Bitcoins up and down. Like, fuck.
You brought it up, dude. Nobody said nothing, and you were like, "Yeah, Bitcoin's up." Like you brought it up right, like out of the left field.
Was it me?
Yeah, dude, fuck.
I just one it was you, Jeremy.
It's because he's got at least a solid 50 sack on Bitcoin, so it's not worth like at least an additional 10 cents.
50 sack. What's 50 sack?
50 bones.
$50?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a solid 50. $50 million. I'm still up. I don't give a fuck how down it is. I'm still up. That's what matters.
Oh, I can't lose at this point. Even if all the shit somehow went to 0, which would be fucking insane, I still wouldn't lose. I can't.
It's not about losing, dude. Honestly, Jeremy, keep this
What do you
shit.
mean? You're the one that brought up losing.
Right, man. Let's talk about fucking vaginas.
And then yelling at us for talking about it. What are you
I
doing?
know. Let's talk about fucking eating proteins. And Jeremy, how many proteins do you eat a day?
I mean, I just had 2 huge fish sandwiches just now.
How much protein was in that sandwich?
Bro, I'm not counting my calories.
Motherfucker,
shit,
what's wrong with you?
I have no idea.
Count your protein.
It was 4 slices of bread and 12 fish sticks and some mayo.
Fish sticks?
Well, how many pounds of meat do you think you eat per day?
You don't eat fish fingers, do you, Jeremy? Please
Fish sticks. I stole the kids' fucking fish sticks. All right, I wanted a little
Fish
snack
fingers,
before bed.
No.
I wanted a little snack. I took the kids' fish sticks. I will eat all their shit, bro. I bought all this food. I'll eat the fucking peanut butter crackers, all the cookies.
Hey, dude, you know what, though? I do love fish sticks. They're delicious. They're very different to fucking England fish sticks, though. Because in England, they're called fish fingers. A bit thicker and shit. But they're still delicious.
Bandsaw, what do you think about White's theory that only eating meat and fat is ideal? Or do you think that we need carbs?
I have about a kilo and a half
carbs.
of fish a day, of meat a day at least. I could eat, I easy.
Do you have a pole in the ocean?
Fuck up, Bansel. You don't eat 2 pounds of
line in the ocean right now?
Me? No, I did last night.
Jeremy, do you have a line in the ocean right now?
A day.
I'm saying, like, I'd be fishing all. I'd have
2 pounds of meat is.
Permanent trap set up. You know those old school traps they make shaped like an M?
Yep.
One of those, and that shit would just be like full of fish every night if you just baited it.
I caught 4 salmon yesterday. 4 beautiful salmon. They're all about 2.5, 2.7 kilo each.
Fuck up, Bansel. Nobody wants to hear about your fucking salmon, man.
That's beautiful.
Bullshit.
That's
you know.
beautiful, Bandsaw. You know how much salmon costs here? It's like $5 for a little fillet.
Fuck yeah, salmon is like probably the.
But yeah, no, I'll have a 750 gram steak for dinner, easy, and then whatever's left over on my partner's plate, I hook into that as well because she won't finish it all.
Oh, fucking tell
So
you, bitch.
there's a kilo right there, plus what I have for lunch. I generally have heaps of bacon for breakfast, and I have heaps of fish. But what do I think about it, Joe? I don't know. I only heard part of the conversation. He's, I know he studies what he does quite a bit, and that's his profession.
So, Benson, you do eat about 2 pounds of meat a day.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, easy. Yeah, easy.
Oh
I would say.
Maybe it's because I'm fucking
Yeah.
Indian. That sounds fucking weird to me. Like,
No,
but no, because I'm fucking British.
Easy.
Nobody in fucking England eats that much fucking meat a day. Everybody is too
easy.
fucking poor.
No, meat's cheap
I thought
as.
you guys had
I
fish.
grew up.
You guys had fish and chips all day over there.
Yeah.
Sounds like
man.
Jeremy just had 2 pounds in his last meal.
You can only eat
fingers.
2 pounds of meat a day if you're rich as fuck.
No, not a chance. No, well, I catch
I mean,
a
them
lot.
fish sticks must have weighed at least like, I don't know, a half a pound or something.
That's like
and that was like a
17
snack.
that's like 18 fish sticks, bro. Who's gonna eat 18 fish sticks?
I just ate 12 fish sticks. That was a snack, bro. For dinner, I had a giant plate of fucking hamburger. I probably ate a third of a pound of hamburger for dinner with the pasta with it. Like, I love the carbs, too. Like, I have bread and pasta and shit and rice with everything, all my meats. That maybe mixing a vegetable once in a while if it's broccoli smothered in cheese or peas drenched in butter or something.
Hey, dude, you know what? You know what's the most underrated fucking vegetable? Broccoli sprouts.
I like fried peas and with garlic and butter.
If you make those broccoli sprouts really good, you get them fucking crispy as fuck on the bottom. Delicious motherfucking treats.
What it sounded like, Gio, that he was challenging your diet is a little bit, but I only came in on the arse end of it.
Well, I don't think he was really challenging my diet per se. I think he was more just sharing his viewpoint on carbs, and then, well, because he was saying what he thinks like carbs do in terms of what they do to the body, and that if you eat fat and carbs together, it causes certain issues, is what he was saying, and then I was just saying my perspective on it and my understanding of it all, and then, but I was also open to, like, you know, if what he's saying is the case, that the most ideal is to only eat meat and fat, then I'm open to considering that.
You know what, though, Gio? Gio, I'll tell you what. You know the way I think about this, right? When we start considering how much people should eat, especially in consideration with what body shape they want to be, I think that we really gotta fucking think about whether or not you gave a fuck when you was a kid. If you was a chubby ass kid and you enjoyed being a chubby ass kid, you should be a chubby ass motherfucker when you grow up.
Was that you, Branch?
I was chubby as fuck as a kid.
I suppose when I was a kid, I was lucky in the sense that my body, I would never gain weight, but I could eat anything I wanted. So I would eat cookies, you know, and then go over to I would go between the salts and the sweets, you know, all the salty, like crackers and chips, God knows what, and then go to the sweets, cookies, back and forth. That was the best.
But if you're a skinny ass bitch, then be a skinny ass bitch. Don't be all fucking anorexic and shit about it. Just don't eat as much. Be skinny.
But in terms of the carbs thing, my sense of it is that you can eat only meat and fat, and you can get by on it. You know, for sure, your body will go into ketogenesis, and it'll be able to create your sugar for you from the fat. You know, to like get you through the winter or something like that. If you don't have any access to carbs, like you can get by on only meat and fat. My thought is that long term, doing that long term, my understanding is that's not ideal. And that
Gio, I will tell you this, bro.
Eat carbs as well.
Being a fat kid.
Hold on, dude.
Right.
Just finish what I was saying. But if we that over time that is actually not ideal, and my understanding is that it's most ideal to be able to have carbs as well to kind of lessen the body's requirement to have to transfer the fat into the sugar. It can do other things with the fat, and then we can just eat some of those carbs, a fruit, whatever it may be.
Yeah. And I have plenty of carbs too, and plenty of fruit. I have probably 2 to 3 pieces of fruit a day, easy.
What fruit? What fruit?
Yeah, me too.
Anywhere from bananas to mangoes, like cantaloupe, strawberries. I love chocolate dipped strawberries. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love fruit. Like in a way, I would never want to give it up.
Yeah.
It tastes so good, and
Yeah, and you get that, especially when it's nice and ripe. You get that sugar rush from it.
Fresh
Yeah,
rush.
I feel. But,
Like
it gives you kind of quick, burnable energy.
yes, exactly.
And I think, and if you're gonna do like extra stuff,
anyway, Gio, what was I gonna tell you before you?
Nothing.
Like before you muted me, I was gonna say something to you. What was it?
Yeah, it wasn't important.
Yeah, because you're just clipping and bowling over people, and then just trying to derail. Seems like.
I'm pretty sure it's something very important.
Well, go for it.
Yeah, he didn't like the sound of eating too much fruit either, by the sounds of it, because of the fructose in it.
Yeah, well, he was saying that if you eat fruit and fat together, is when he was saying that there's a major issue. And I usually eat fruit with fat. Like I'm usually having meat and fruit. I mean,
Gio, the problem.
Yeah, because I normally will eat them together.
Gio, where people that like have issues with that type of diet is because like I know in India, people don't eat fucking meat and they've lived this way for a very long time and
they don't eat meat.
That's their fucking diet: fruit and fat.
Fruit and like eggs and butter.
They don't eat eggs.
So, okay, well, I know in India
they don't eat eggs.
They eat a lot of meat in India, though, as well. I mean, but
it depends on that type of Indian you're talking about. Like Hindus, like real fucking strict Hindus, they don't eat nothing but the only animal product Hindus eat is milk and cheese, and
yeah. I mean, the thing about milk and cheese, though, Branch, like it's not meat, but milk, like dairy, does have a wide spectrum of animal nutrients in it. So you are kind of getting quite a bit. They're getting a lot if they're doing that.
Dude, so
they're still not getting meat.
Right? I think it's totally fine, though.
But yeah, is that ideal? I mean, that's one question about it. But yeah, I do hear you.
There's a way to get the protein into you, right? It's just a weird fucking place because, like, they don't want to eat the cow, but they're okay drinking the cow's milk.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I did find, Gio, I found someone now that home delivers unpasteurized milk.
Nice, dude. Yeah, because like that's awesome, dude. Because I was gonna say, like, because like Whites was saying that like your carbs and your fat together are really bad. But I mean, one of the things I love doing is having raw milk with butter, cream, etc.
Yeah.
And I make these like basically they're like these custom. They're kind of like ice cream in a way. They're like these custom blends where I'll use like cream. Like raw milk, raw cream.
Yep.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah.
Because we were always getting it from the market, from the farmers market, and anyway, that little business.
How do you get the fucking raw milk, Gio?
For health purposes, they got shut down, so we were off it for a bit. But
in Texas,
it was only a couple of weeks ago we found this little person just by chance at another market where they home deliver. They're starting up their own little business to try and get around the regulations and stuff. So we've signed up.
I've never tasted
Nice.
unpasteurized milk. What does it taste like?
Oh, it's
Oh,
the best, mate. It is the best.
Like,
There's
okay,
nothing.
I don't know whether it's
Straight,
good or not. But I guess what I'm trying to ask
from
is how
udder
is it
to
different?
mouth. That's what it's like.
Is it
Straight from udder to mouth.
gamey or what does it taste? Gamey or fucking like?
It tastes like milk. It tastes like
They
real
all,
milk.
they all taste a bit different. It depends on the species, the feed of the animal, all of that. But then there's definitely variety, but it depends on what type of milk. But if you're talking like a cow's milk compared to pasteurized, yeah, raw milk, I find tastes at least 100 times better. Like literally, like all the flavor profile, the flavor profile is all there. It's just like the first time I had raw milk, I literally drank and was like, okay, that's the best tasting milk I've ever had. Like instantly,
Really?
just because it was raw, it was just like above any other
from
milk
the
I've
tip,
had.
from the tip, raw.
Yep, 100%.
Is it good? What? I so want to taste
See,
it.
Jay, I grew up on a dairy farm, and we used to just to scoop the milk straight out of the vat, right?
Man,
And
fuck this shit. I'm gonna go to fucking Mars.
take it home, and that'd be over your cornflakes, and and if you skimmed it right, you'd get just the fat or the cream just off the top layer when it had been sitting for a while, and it was always a fight who got that on their cornflakes in the morning.
Yeah, that's why I like to use like raw milk. But then if I have cream in addition, because then like if you have your ice cream type thing, you can have the raw milk as one of the base, and then the other thing that you're blending with it, and then kind of drizzle the cream on top of it. Or oh man, it's so good.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
did your fat ass get the creamy milk every morning?
Yep, 100%, 100%. And so you let the milk settle. You let it settle,
I
and you
gotta
get
say though, dude, like
that cream layer on top. Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, bro, like fucking dairy shit tastes different from America to England. Like I know a lot of people they want to bring over English cheese.
It's how they refine it. They just destroy it. That's what they do. They destroy it.
I'll be honest with you.
Branch, you can even if raw milk is illegal where you're at, Branch, you can still get it. I know places that will ship it to you.
I'm in Texas, right? I want to fucking get a cow to suck his tit on. I probably find one. Like Mars.
There's nothing better than that either.
Wait,
straight out of the mouth.
Mars one.
Dude, you can get it. I don't think it's illegal there, dude. You can get it. Go to realmilk.com and they'll have a.
No, there's like we have laws about selling. I can get it for free if I wanted to get it for free, but they can't sell it to me. Like there's laws about selling unpasteurized milk in Texas.
Here, I'm gonna go to the website's realmilk.com. It's Weston A. Price, but they have a raw milk finder, and a lot of local farms are on here. So if you just go there,
man, how far are you
go
from
to Texas?
Because like I'm ready to set up a fucking field trip. But we go like I know some motherfucker who owns a fucking farm. And
here, there's a bunch of them. There's 72 of them. They're all here.
Mars. I'm talking about Mars. Mars is like another globe Earth cunt. And like he thinks that I don't know. Like I got full range to this fucking farm. We can all go. Just let me know.
Right on, dude. I'll come there. I'll come there. We'll go to a farm and we'll.
You're gonna come to Dallas.
We'll squeeze some teats and
have a milk.
No, but he didn't say we're gonna get squeeze some teats.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come, and we're gonna go squeeze some teats and get some milks.
You better bring me some ayahuasca, then, bitch. When these cunts go to sleep, I want to have a fucking session.
That's what's up. Cool, man. If you wanna, well, I'm not saying. Well, what I was just gonna say is, if you feel drawn to work with that medicine, then the medicine will find you when the time is right.
I think that I need to, because even if I did, the shit I would tell you if you're in the room with me when I'm doing it would be fucking amazing, wouldn't it?
I don't think you'd want to talk to me if you're
Gio.
you wouldn't probably want. It's not really a big talker. Like people are usually not talking to each other during it. You're usually in your own space, as it were. Sometimes people do talk a bit, but for the most part, it's more of an inward journey. And
I know, man. I do want to try it, bro, so bad.
which is different than like peyote. Peyote, you actually can talk. It's a little bit different. But
I like hearing about Merle's experience, Gio, when he was an ant. He was on ayahuasca and he turned into an ant.
Hey, Gio.
Interesting.
Maybe
Yeah,
if you created, you know what we should do here, Gio? We should create a fucking Discord channel. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm drunk, bro. I'm gonna shut up. You know what?
When did you realise that?
You're too drunk to talk. That's where I'm at right now. I'm gonna shut up.
I think you've been like that for a while.
Yeah, but right now I realize that like what I really want to do is I really want to try ayahuasca. Like I really
Yeah, I mean there are there's a lot of groups doing it underground, as it were, in the States, and then there are definitely in South America it's legal.
Geo.
Your best bet is always to go to South
My
America.
best bet is to ask you to send me some UPS, and then I'll fucking do it myself alone, and I'll fucking enjoy it. I'm a loner, bro. I don't need people around me to enjoy shit like that. I actually prefer to do it alone.
Yeah, well, some people do work with it alone. It's not one.
I just need someone to fucking send me that shit.
I mean, most people do it in ceremonial environments.
You know what? You know what you're gonna do? I'm gonna set up. I don't know, bro. I just want some shit. I want to just try it.
Well, I will tell you that in the United States, the actual plant materials that are used to brew it are not illegal. You can actually, technically, you can order them and you can have them. You can have
Can
them
you
shipped
send
to you.
them to me?
But no, I'm just telling you the technical law is that the plants themselves are not illegal. But in the stupid rules, if you brew it, if you cook it up, then technically it's within the DMT.
Dude,
So-
I'm pretty sure it's probably legal everywhere but Texas. Texas is like the worst fucking place in the world.
Honestly, I'm not sure I've ever really heard of anyone being like actually busted by the police with ayahuasca, because virtually everyone who does it is doing it in ceremony. And I'm not saying there's never been a ceremony busted. Possibly there has, but in my understanding, that's like extraordinarily rare and virtually never happens, because there is a spiritual protection. Now, if the person's using it incorrectly or they're not using it within alignment with positive energies, perhaps. But in general, it's not even an issue. It's not an issue. And then in terms of somebody getting like quote unquote busted for having it, I mean, it looks like tea. You know what I mean? It's just like a dark colored liquid. So like they don't have any way to they don't have dogs that sniff for it, so they wouldn't even know what it is. So
what I just thought would be fucking hilarious, right? Is like, let's imagine me and you set up a clinic together. You went on that fucking she just said, and then I went on my shit, which is like, if you want to fucking take it, just take it. It'll be such a fucking interesting way of fucking getting people.
Well, I mean, I think in general, it's not openly recommended that people just do it on their own unless you know what you're doing. Although if you have it brewed correctly and you have the right thing, I mean, it is a fully organic energy and spirit. So it's not the
Dude,
kind of
I tell you what, man, like my first experience of ayahuasca shit, right, was I was in fucking, I think it was Denver airport, and the bitch I was chilling next to, she was this little fucking cute Asian bitch, and we're talking, right, and then she started fucking just going on a trip, like I was talking to her, but like she didn't really comprehend what I was saying. And she started answering in her own mind because her mind was still focused on the trip she had. And that's why, like, I didn't fucking fuck with it. I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, so you're telling me that you met a girl in an airport who had had a journey and was telling you about it?
Yeah.
Okay. She'd had one at some other time.
Yeah, she was like this really cute Asian chick.
Okay.
But I didn't really get anywhere with her because it was like,
You tried to hit on her?
walk. Well, this is even before I was into that shit, right?
This is how he remembers it. In his mind, he's like, oh yeah, that girl that I was hitting on that she first told me about it. And I was like, what is ayahuasca? Probably is what you were thinking.
Bro, you guys don't fucking live life that way? Sexually?
Hitting on girls at the airport? No, I wouldn't be doing that. If I'm at the
Well, no,
airport,
honestly, I swear to God.
I'm traveling
I'll tell you this.
from place to
I
place.
will tell you this, bro. With this girl, it wasn't a sexual hit. It was more like just at the bar talking. And it was just me and her. And like
I gotcha.
she started telling me about the fucking experience and shit.
Well, one thing is that you have mentioned your drinking in the past, and if you worked with ayahuasca, you may find that it resolves any addictive tendencies you might have.
Well, motherfucker,
Alcohol.
bro. If I was to ever do ayahuasca, I would probably at least go on a 30-day non-alcoholic syndrome situation.
To be honest, like I'll say this, like actually some of the somewhat enjoyable parts of alcohol, feeling a little bit alleviated, relaxation of stress, feeling, a little bit altered and so on. Like I'm not talking about like, 15 beers, but that general feeling. Actually, in a way, ayahuasca has some of those similar qualities, believe it or not. It doesn't feel like being drunk or necessarily, although sometimes
you know what
some overlapping.
ayahuasca sounds like.
There are some overlapping.
Ayahuasca sounds very similar to drinking a shit ton of
I think you're too drunk to be live streaming at this point, Brent.
Oh.
No, seriously. Hey, have you ever drank a shit ton of cold medicine?
No.
Okay, so there's a drug in cold medicine. It's called
Dexamorphathan. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah,
with it.
and it's very similar to ayahuasca.
No, it's not.
Very similar.
Those are not even in the same. Those are not even in the same world. No.
Dude, one day, right, when I wanted to.
That one's a little bit more like a mixture of alcohol and a little bit heroin-y in a sense.
Bro, I tell you what, man. Like one day, I wanted to just fucking want deep. I wanted to fucking like know myself inside a little bit more, and that's the only reason I drank a whole bottle of that fucking shit, bro.
Yeah, don't they call that robo tripping?
Yeah, but it was I didn't do it like just a trip.
Because it's robo.
I really felt like I needed to fucking like know something about myself.
But that's not a good substance to use for that at all. Like
I think it is. It's a fucking hallucinogen. It's the same.
It is kind of a hallucinogen. Yeah. Go ahead, Bane.
So, what did you find out about yourself, Branch? Is the question.
Actually, what was the best thing I got out of it was like I went through this whole fucking thing in my mind where it was like fucking people asking me to fucking do this and that and whatever. I was like, no, fuck up. I'm gonna do my own shit and just fucking go with it. Like in and out always. And then fucking I woke. I just looked up and my eyes opened. It wasn't a bad fucking spiritual feeling. It was extremely spiritual. It wasn't like it wasn't a bad fucking feeling. It was literally like, it was basically me telling all these fucking other thoughts in my mind to fuck off, right? And just waking up.
Yeah, I remember in high school, I knew these two friends of mine. They did a huge dose of that. Like they just took a massive dose, and the journey that they had sounded insane. Like they were like just running around the neighborhood and just like passing out and like just being wild. Like they had like a crazy trip on that. Because if you do a lot of it, it can really mess you up. And you get
For
sick.
me, dude, it wasn't a crazy trip, bro. It was more like I controlled it. And it was basically me telling everything in my fucking mind to shut the fuck up. And just almost get into a place of light. And I stayed in a place of light for about maybe a second, but it felt like maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's interesting you had that experience. I mean, I think if you're drawn to work with ayahuasca, like I was saying before, it's interesting that there are some like enjoyable, pleasurable, somewhat inebriant type, uh, component to it, which does make it. That's why I was linking it in that way. But I mean, it's really in a realm in and of itself in terms of because it's even quite a bit different than mushrooms as well. Um, but if you want like healing, introspection within yourself, like spiritually, mentally, and so on. In a way, it's like one of the ultimate, like nature's medicines for many, many processes within being human. And always has this infinitely loving, supportive, protective energy to it. Like other than the unpleasant processes that you may go through in cleansing, purging, etc., and also facing parts of yourself, it's in all of my experiences, it's done with like a protective spirit of like forgiveness and love and support. And it's really beautiful to do it, work with it in a ceremony with many people. Because let's say you have like 20 people and you're all, working in ceremony. Like it's just incredible because afterwards, like everybody is in that state, just like that, just an incredible, like loving, forgiving energy in a way that like that everyone's like supporting each other. It's really, really cool. You're all warriors going deep and working to improve oneself. Because it's a lot to face yourself. Like you do have to be a warrior. Do you think you're up to the task, Branch? I'm sure you got it in you. Everyone does. Did Branch pass out?
I'm surprised you didn't pass out hours ago.
But yeah, Ben, since we're talking about ayahuasca, I love hearing Merle's experiences as well. Yeah, it's awesome.
Sorry, Gio. Phone just rang. What was that you were saying?
Oh no, it's good. I was just saying that yeah, you were mentioning when Merle shares his experiences, and I was just saying that yeah, I love hearing when he shares his
Yeah,
experiences.
he's got some pretty crazy stories that he does share. He's been trying to convince Sean G to get him a gig on the Joe Rogan show to talk about their experiences.
You said to get Sean G on there or to get Merle on there?
No, Mel wants Sean G to get him onto the Joe Rogan show. Apparently, Sean G either knows Joe Rogan or knows someone that knows Joe Rogan quite well.
I should fuck with Joe Rogan, dude, one day.
You should.
Yeah.
I don't think Joe Rogan can
I
handle
mean,
you,
I
Brad.
swear to God, like, you guys can't fuck with my denunciations of what life's all about. Like, I've got life fucking figured out to the key.
Branch, I think they would kick you out even before the pre-screening.
Yeah.
All right, okay. You know what? Let me tell you guys this, yeah.
We're ready.
With bated breath.
So, I feel like doing. I just don't feel like. All right, so Manso,
Yes.
you find this shit super funny, right? And you're the oldest cunt in this room, right? So as the oldest bitch in this
Hey,
room,
Brad.
right? No, for reals. Let me ask you a question, Manso. What is no, Banso, seriously. Chill out.
I'm being serious. Serious.
Okay. Chill out and fucking answer my question. Banso.
Go, Brad. Go.
Yeah, don't get all silly about it, bro. What's wrong with you, man?
You is what's wrong with
Why
me.
you so giggly right now? This ain't a giggly situation.
I think it is. I'm giggling over here.
All right, okay. So okay, Banso. Question is simply this, yeah. When was you the most happiest in your life?
Well, I'm pretty happy right now.
No. Hold on. I'll ask you a question, Banso. When was you the most happiest?
The most happy.
Real fucking talk, my man.
Real? I don't know.
You don't know? Think about it.
The
When was you the most
real.
happiest?
Well, then I've got to kind of divide up my happiness. Then I've got to divide it up.
When was you
Right?
the most happiest in your life?
Well, I've got 7 different occasions where I was the most happiest.
When? Okay. I don't want to hear about all 7. So let me tell you what's up. You was the most happiest in your life ever, and you was a fucking child. That's
No.
when. Yes,
No.
it was.
No.
That's when you was purely happy.
No.
That's when you actually understand. Like, you didn't even have to understand being happy. You was just
Yeah, I would.
happy.
I wouldn't say that. Well, that's interesting to think about whether childhood was the happiest state. I don't think so for me. I don't think that's where my peak
No,
happiness
I mean, okay.
You asked me.
So
I'll tell you, Brad. I'll
Gio,
tell you, Brad.
what I'm talking about, Gio, and Banso, what I'm talking about is like, you know, when we were like really small kids, and we didn't have a notion, oh, good or bad, or nothing like that. We were just fucking children and happy. I mean, that's when we were the most happiest. I mean, what I'm talking about is the state of mind we're at before the bullshit fucked us over. I'm talking about when you was a child.
No, I disagree. The most happiest time of my life, and like I said, I've got 7 of them, was when I played catch at the
No, it
birth.
wasn't.
When I
Banzo.
played, hey,
Banzo, I will tell you this. Banzo.
hold your horses, hold your horses. When I played catch to the birth of all my 7 children, I was
I
very
know
fortunate.
that's exactly what I knew you was gonna say.
Yeah, so that's my answer, and I don't sway from that answer.
Banzo, I guess what I'm trying to tell you is this. When you was rewinding back, let's say about 6, maybe 22 years before then, being a little boy, playing on the street, doing your little shit as the little boy in the street, you had no care in the world except being yourself, Banso. Little Banso baby. Wasn't you happier then? No,
Oh,
it's not even
you've
a
got away
fucking
with
joke.
words.
It's not even a jokey thing, bro. But like for reals, dog. Like when you was that kid, just chilling around, like before fucking, regardless of your parents were fucking doing good or bad shit, none of that. When you was a little kid, that notion of happiness that you knew as a child, that is what happiness is. Right?
No,
That's the shit.
no. I realised what happiness was when I played catch.
Nah, bro. If you don't,
Almost definitely, I did.
so you're trying to
When you're
tell
a little
me
kid,
you're
and
no.
when you're a little kid, you don't realise you're just doing what a little kid does. Like you just live in the moment, don't you? Right? And yeah, you might be happy. Don't have a care in the world. Don't have to worry about work. Don't have to worry about chores. You don't have to worry about anything. All you have to worry about is eating fairy floss and marshmallows and playing ball in the street. That's all you got to worry about.
Exactly,
And you're
Benzo.
happy, right? But
Benzo, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I
Benzo,
realised
I'm talking about that free child that you was without having to worry about anything. Just fucking. The only thing you gave a fuck about as that child.
As Jeremy would say, Branch, I think you're bugging.
yeah.
I think you guys. I think you guys don't get it.
He's done a puffer valve, as we would say.
Okay. I'm just trying to say that if you guys don't recognize that the most happiness you ever felt in your entire life is and will ever be the happiness you felt as a child, then maybe I'm wrong.
No, some of the most happiest memories I've had is when my kids were little and they were being kids and I was being a kid with them.
I'm just saying though, like when we were kids, when we were little fucking kids, our understanding of happiness wasn't even something we understood, but we were happy. We were fucking happy without conditions.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Branch.
And what I'm trying to
At
say
all.
is, Bansal, that happiness we had without conditions as children, that we felt once, is what we all want to feel again.
Well, you can, and you do. And then you realise what happiness is and you experience what that happiness is.
No, but it's not even close to the happiness you had when you was a child.
Oh, 100%, 100%, and it's more so. It's more so because you appreciate it, you
Think
live
so?
it, you revel in it. 100%,
Yeah,
yes.
you're kidding yourself, motherfucker.
No, I'm not kidding myself. Not at
All right,
all.
well, if you're not, good for
No.
you.
You may be, but I'm not.
It's a good conversation. See, what I think is that I think happiness exists infinitely within the core of consciousness
Mm-hmm.
is like infinite joy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's like in a way like the foundation, and it's like an infinite spring of joy and happiness.
Yeah.
But then in being human, we take these journeys towards things that are not that. Pain, pain, suffering, all of it, and all kinds of depression. I mean, everything that humans experience. But that deep, infinite joy and bliss is always within us, and we'll always return to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'm lucky enough now. Like I'm reliving that true feeling of happiness when my grandkids visit, because you're once again in that purity of the moment.
Banso, it almost
Nothing
sounds
else.
like you're not though. It's like it
Sorry.
almost sounds like you was a little bit
Yeah, I was.
again
Yeah,
the notion
yeah,
that the purest joy we've ever felt was when we were children, and that's what we need to feel again. That is what we as humans, not as humans, but as adults,
Yeah.
want to feel again. We want to feel that bliss that we had
So why'd
when
you
we were
interrupt?
kids.
Why'd you interrupt it for, Branch? I was liking what he was saying. I was kind of living it with him. So
Left
I would like.
lane, left lane. I interrupted because that's what I fucking do.
Well, Howard,
Yeah, no.
perhaps it's time to do your first mute. We'll do like we'll blow the horns like do 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 do.
Exactly. But yeah. No, as I was saying, Howard, I'm reliving that purity of that happiness again now through my grandkids. Like every time they come over to visit, yeah, they're just in the moment. Like young Connor, he's only and he gets out of the car and he runs up to the house, and the first thing he does, he grabs me by the hand, and he's dragging me down to the garage because he wants to build something straight away, not even a hello or anything like that, and he's just so excited and whatnot, and he's so happy because he'll get to use some tools and he'll get to hammer in a nail or whatnot, and the joy on his face is just an incredible feeling. And you're in that moment once again, like of the purity of the happiness of the moment, and you relive it, through the eyes of my grandkids, and they are sharing that experience and bringing me down to that level of again of what
Right,
that
Banso, Banso.
that pure
Before we
pure
die,
happiness
Banso,
is.
before we die, don't we want to feel the happiness within us and again? Be as happy as we were.
I am. I'm doing it. I live it, Branch. I live it.
Alright, then
What were
fucking
you going to say, Howard? 'Cause I
moving.
think Branch interrupted you before.
Yeah, no, I was enjoying. Yeah, I was like kind of living that moment. I know what he's talking about, and and yeah, it's like a little rush of joy to listen to what he's talking about
It is.
for me. Yeah.
And it does, Howard. It makes you feel so good. It makes you feel so good. Um, you know, whether it was with my kids or my grandkids, they look at you like this superhero type of figure, and they're just in awe of you, and they 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 wait with bated breath for anything that comes out of your mouth, or anything that you want to show, or anything that you want to share with them. They just the anticipation, and then when you share something with them, whether verbally or physically, when you see the awe on their face, the happiness on their face, it makes you melt. It really does make you melt.
Hmm. Exactly. So, in talking to Branch, I kind of feel like you're talking about the childhood, and I feel like maybe you might be talking more about innocence rather than just happiness.
Mm.
Be true. Now, try to talk to him, bring him in.
He may have. Oh, here he comes. Here he
Oh
comes.
no, I'm talking about innocence at all. I do understand innocence. I'm talking about happiness. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
Have you ever done MDMA?
The joy. Geo, shut the fuck up, my man. I'm talking. My bad, Geo. What the hell do you have to say?
Well, you were talking about pure happiness. I was just wondering if you've ever experienced MDMA.
I'm just trying to say everybody's experienced pure happiness as children. And that's the shit we need to fucking learn again.
You think that all children have, or are you just describing your experience? Because there are some children that have...
Geo, drugs aside, what we want is the happiness we fucking learned to fucking cherish as children. What the fuck is your MDA shit about, bro? You want to fucking give kids fucking ecstasy?
No, I never said that. Why are you saying that?
It's way too much ecstasy now.
Jesus Christ! You put two things together.
No, I didn't put two things together.
You were talking about kids, and you said MDMA, and you like mashed the two thoughts together.
No, literally, I don't think Geo understands what I mean by saying that as children we knew what happiness actually meant. And that's why he's talking about fucking ecstasy.
No, you were just talking about happiness and whatnot. I then asked you if you had ever experienced the compound MDMA, methylene dioxymethamphetamine, if you've ever tried that. Because the reason I brought it up is because I was going to say that when I've had a good amount of MDMA, essentially it's called rolling. So if you can get into that like 150 to 200 milligram, which is kind of a peak dose, you don't really want to ever do more than that. But it is extremely blissful. And the idea of pure happiness, like so many people report it as that, meaning that like you just see like
it's literally the best drug ever. Like Geo ain't lying. That shit is the best drug ever. Hands down.
It is very amazing. Like
I rolled for 24 hours straight once. We were wilding. Shit was awesome, bro.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I swear to God, Chicago,
you can extend it out. Like you can start with like 100 milligrams or even 50. And then like in another couple hours, take another 50, another couple hours, take another 50. And you gotta be careful not to overdose and whatnot, even though I've probably tested the higher limits as well. But yeah, you can do that for like 12 to 24 hours. Like you can extend it out like that. Is that what you mean? Is that what you did? Or did you just take it once and just did enough to...
No, we were eating it the whole time. Yeah, we would just pop one, a few hours later. You try to keep that peak. You know how when you're like peaking? You try to keep that going, yeah.
You got to keep rolling like in the zone. Yeah, exactly. Because you can start to feel when it starts to fade away.
You feel it wearing off and you're just like, all right, I just need to eat another one.
Yeah. It is an incredibly beautiful compound.
Geo, that's cool as fuck, man.
It's very heart opening.
It's really cool, Gio. You and Jeremy got something to bond on now. Why don't you guys like, give each other a hug?
We're gonna
Well,
touch
dude,
tits later.
Well, it is a very bonding experience if you're with other people. Like usually people are just
No,
like
no,
hugging.
no, no.
Usually
What
people
I'm
are
saying
just
is,
like openly like hugging each other, and they're just like, "Dude, I love you. You're fucking amazing." Like
I
you
didn't
just see
just
you
mean
see the
give a little
perfection.
hug.
You see the perfection in everyone and everything. Like it's. Did you have that, Jeremy?
Jeremy,
Did
do
you
you
feel like
agree with
that for
that?
you?
Jeremy, do you agree with that? What you said?
It's a beautiful thing. Like I said,
All
it's
right.
the best.
So can
It,
you just Jeremy? Can you just give him a hug?
if I would, if we were like
Give
at a
him
rave or
a
something.
virtual hug. Virtual hug, bro. Give him a virtual hug.
What were we gonna say, Jeremy? Before you branched.
I Oh, it's like it's the best. It's just the best drug out there. Like nothing makes you feel as good as this. Like I haven't done all the drugs, but like I couldn't see anything being better than this possibly. There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, I've never done like heroin or those things. I guess people do say those are very blissful, but probably in a different way. It's definitely different than MDMA, but obviously there's a reason people do ones like that. But yeah, MDMA is incredibly like pretty much nobody feels bad on it. You know, like pretty much everyone feels amazing on it.
Bro, I felt bad when I did, man. Like the first time.
Jeremy, did you ever have a thing where like you felt like everything was perfect and like everyone was perfect, like everyone else? Did you ever feel that?
The first
Yeah,
time I took
dude.
that
Yeah,
shit,
definitely.
Gio, the first time I took MDMA, I was in a rave and shit. It was fucking awesome. Probably one of the best fucking experiences I had in my life, right? But then I took it again at my boy's house. And there was this cunt that I didn't like. And it's like
Okay.
because of that, I literally took like fucking 3 Mitsubishi Minis, right? And nah. Still couldn't get out me hating this cunt.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's pretty intense. Every time I've done it, dude, everyone's just fucking like vibing and loving, and we're usually smoking weed, doing other stuff, like just enjoying. I mean, dude, back in the day, like, yeah, some good times. And so, yeah, it's always a good time. You don't want to have hatred going on.
Yeah, I didn't want to either. I took like literally 3 fucking hits of that shit.
You took 3 hits of what was it?
Mitsubishi Minis.
Oh, okay. Well, because like the thing about it, like MDMA itself is an actual compound, like it's an actual thing. But like when you say ecstasy, that's kind of like more of a street
Mitsubishi
name.
Minis are literally just straight MDMA.
But you know what you got is what I'm saying, because some shit has like speed in it.
Oh,
So
yeah,
if you were
bro.
like if you had speed in it, like you might have like some weird
Bro,
vibes going on.
Bro, it was definitely
Speed's
it was
some fucked
definitely
up
legit
energy.
shit. It was definitely
Like literally, I can't think of ever like with MDMA ever having like anything negative going on.
I've never had a problem with getting fake shit. Like that wasn't a problem. Like I was in fucking we was just chilling in my boy's fucking pad and like he was at where fucking UC what the fuck? It was San Diego. UC.
Well, all I was saying is, did you know if it was pure MDMA or not? Because what I'm saying is that they could cut it with other shit. But
chilling UC Santa Cruz, and it was just fucking. No one's gonna fucking fake you some fucking E in UC Santa Cruz. Not when you're chilling with fucking. No.
Jeremy, have you seen that they're using MDMA in therapy now, and it's like about to be cleared by the FDA? Have you seen all that?
Oh, I haven't. I knew they were using mushroom. They were using whatever the thing psilocybin or whatever it is in the mushrooms. to treat like PTSD and a few other things.
Hey Jeremy,
there was-
why the hell anxiety in your voice, bitch?
What's up? I was trying to think of what they were using the mushroom, or what the name of the mushroom was called.
Psilocybin.
Yeah.
But it was a particular type.
No, just that was the name I was trying to think of. That's all. They were using that to cure like microdosing it to cure like a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah. There's been a lot of studies with mushrooms and psilocybin going on, and but yeah, with MDMA, like that's one. I'm actually not even the biggest supporter of it because it is somewhat synthetic. I mean, I have had amazing times on it, but I mean, did you ever see what it always felt to me is that it really like it secretes a lot of serotonin, and so afterwards, like did you feel a little bit of less serotonin afterwards?
What would they after you do E?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, you need to drink like 2 Gatorades the next day. Get your electrolytes back up, bro.
Right.
Yo, they call it E-tarded. Hey, you're E-tarded.
Yeah.
Because you like feel weird. You feel like goofy.
Exactly. Like it does seem to kind of, in my opinion, kind of stress the brain a bit, like in a way. See, that's why like peyote, for example, which is like a cactus. I get a lot of like the way that MDMA gives that blissful, loving energy. I've had that on peyote, but you don't get any of the like, because it's natural, you don't get any of those kind of like almost like the side effects that you get with E. Because like, yeah, E is like somewhat synthetic. So that's why like in a way, like I can't really kind of back it as like a, even though it is used therapeutically, but there's a part of me that just doesn't resonate with using something synthetic like that. Cause yeah, like it does kind of whack you out the next day a little bit.
You're saying the MDMA is because it's synthetic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what I'm saying is somewhat controversial because actually, I mean, they've been doing a lot of studies with it, and it actually is very, very helpful for people like with PTSD. They've been using it for war veterans, so people that have really severe PTSD from being in combat, and then they have like severe symptoms like either addiction, depression, aggression, all these different severe symptoms that are really impinging their life. If they do, they call it psychotherapy assisted MDMA. So essentially, it's you have someone there with you, and then you're like on the MDMA. And in general, you could just like be, just have your experience within yourself. But if you want to talk with the therapist, you can, kind of work out issues or talk about things or whatever. So they do them like that, and so they give the person the session. And sometimes even in one session, the person is completely relieved from the PTSD, like completely.
Yeah, because it makes you look at life. Like, dude, that shit is just, it's crazy.
Part of the reason they it seems to work is that they connect with the memory of of whatever in the war situation, the painful thing. But then the MDMA has such that heart-opening, loving energy that they're able to forgive themselves and they're able to come to terms with it like instantly. And then that seems to just instantly resolve it for some people. Now, not everyone is like cured in one session. Some people maybe 5 or 6, whatever it may be. And there's probably some people that, still have their PTSD to some degree. Like they might have to do more work. But then for some people, like it literally can resolve it, sometimes in even one session. But for everyone, it's always helpful, in that sense. So, it's pretty interesting in that way. Since you've done it and had like that full experience, like I imagine that would resonate and make sense with you because you were saying, you just have like love for yourself and like love for everything that you can forgive.
Yeah, everything just feels great. Like it can't get better at that moment. Like it's like the best. I've done like acid and shrooms and shit and coke, whatever, weed. Nothing's really even come close to making you feel how good he feels. Like I don't even know why people are wasting their time with it. Like crackheads, what are crackheads even doing with their lives? They should be doing E. Like if you're fucked up and sad and smoking crack all day, you need to be fucking just doing E all day because that shit's way better. And it's probably fucking cheaper. We used to be able to get e-pills for like $10. How much does fucking crack cost? I feel like crack's expensive. An e-pill will make you roll for like 8 hours. You know, you'd probably be feeling an e-pill for what, 6, 7, 8 hours? No? That shit'll have you
It
nutty,
is
right?
interesting to think about, like, if it was just legal like that, yeah, where you could just.
Oh, it'd be even cheaper. It'd be like $5. I mean, you could, if you live in like New York City, you could probably get them for like $5. The farther away you get, though, the more expensive they get.
I mean, there is question about like its effects on the body. I mean, a lot of the research shows that it. I mean, as far as I know, because I actually know, I mean, a lot of the people that are involved in doing these studies and things. So, and I do respect them, and I know them, and they're very knowledgeable with these medicines and you know the plant medicines as well, like ayahuasca and mushrooms and all of that as well. And as far as I know, like there isn't any solid science or research that has proven that it actually is damaging. There's a lot of propaganda and bullshit.
I heard it was putting holes in people's brains. Yeah,
right.
I heard it was like putting holes in your brains and brain and shit.
Right, and that has not been substantiated.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I still have some kind of thought. I don't know. I still have some concerns about it. Like, I mean, I've done a lot of it through like when I was younger, to the point to where I'm not sure I will do it any. Well, you know what happened to me? I don't know if for you, but some people talk about how, like, okay, so here's an interesting thing about MDMA, which you may or may not know. Some people can keep taking it, you know, for their whole life, and they just always get that glowing feeling, that absolute blissful glowing. Everything's perfect, like all of those that glow, like that rolling glow. They'll get that their whole life. Whenever they take it. Some people, after a certain amount of times taking it, they kind of like lose the glow. Like they don't really get that glow back.
Yeah.
Which is
I have a friend. That makes me think of something. I have a friend who could never trip on acid, like LSD. It just didn't work for him ever. He would eat like 3, 4 hits. Sometimes, like we'd all be tripping. He'd eat like 3, 4 hits. It wouldn't do nothing. He just gave up after a while.
Interesting. Did he have like a rigid kind of personality?
No.
Because I know, like in the research with LSD, there is a certain percentage of people, like you're saying, who will take it and they actually won't have a very strong experience. And in some cases, it's people that have like OCD or things like that, where they have like a really rigid.
He might have OCD, a little OCD, but I mean, he was pretty like go with the flow kind of guy.
Yeah, well, it could just be something in his psyche. I mean, as far as I know, biologically, it's active for everyone, as far as I know. But I do know that some people like don't have. Well, like so like when they were doing like a lot of the research with it, and I'm not talking MK Ultra, I'm talking the actual therapeutic research. Like there were some people in their research and studies that they gave a high dose to, like 500 micrograms. And 500 micrograms of LSD is a lot. I mean, basically there's a saturation point at about 600 micrograms to where you don't really get much added benefit. Like if you take more than 600, it doesn't seem to change the fact that it's just like a peak dose. So anyways, whereas like only 100 is like a, well, it's like 1 to 500 is generally the range, 1 to 500 micrograms, or 600 at the most. But they had times in these research studies where they gave someone like a full 500 or 600 microgram, and they had virtually no effects, like no visuals, no anything. So it is the case for some people. But what they found with it though is that if that person kept doing it, like once a week or once every other week or whatever, they would start to have an experience. So it seems like it might be connected to some like resistance of like control within the psyche, to where their brain or their mind is kind of controlling themselves out of it. But once they kind of surrender, it seems to open up in that way.
No doubt. I gotta go, Gio. It's late here. Kids will be up early. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you, Jeremy.
All right, bro. Have a good night. Good night.
What time is it where he is? 10:30 or so?
Let's see, it'd be 11:30, it'd be 12:30.
12:30. You pulled over, Howard? Are you?
I'm getting close. This is my long day.
Yeah. How many miles you done today?
Yeah, let me see. I've done 1,003.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to do that, but that's what I do on Sunday.
Because you're just on the old paper logs, aren't you, Howard?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna keep them as long as I can, and because doing what I do in 5 days, it would take at least 6 days and maybe 7, but I would never get a day off,
No.
and that's no good. I'll be doing something else if I got to stay in this truck all the time. But the money has gotten. I mean, it's always been good, but right now it's even better. I mean, it's kind of stupid good money.
Well, put it away for a rainy day, Howard, so then you don't have to drive it.
Yeah, I'm loading it up, and oh, by the way, I started flight school week before last. I'm going to get
Really?
my pilot. Yeah, I'm going to get my pilot's license.
Damn. So where you going to be flying? Are you going to just fly for fun, or you plan on taking it up as a profession?
No, just for fun. Yeah, it's just something I've always wanted to do.
Yeah.
And I got a little money to do it, and we've got an instructor in right at the airport near the house, and so yeah, I thought, hell yeah, I'm going to do it.
Oh, happy day. So just a little Cessna type of plane?
Well, I think it's a 172 is the trainer, which is just a basic Cessna, but my partner has got a Bonanza, and he's also got a T-34 trainer, which is basically a Bonanza that's been converted to a fighter trainer kind of plane.
Uh-huh.
You fly it with a stick, and it's got 2 seats, one in front of the other, and both seats have sticks, and he's let me go up with him and fly around. So I get a little time there, So,
Nice. Well, you'll be able to tell us all about that constant dip in the plane's nose to fly around the curve, Howard.
yeah. Navigation. I'm starting on navigation this week, and I'm going to be digging in a little bit deeper probably than I need to see what kind of information I can get out of that I would be able to convey with intelligence.
Exactly, Howard. That's cool. Yes, well, I'm sure you'll get many a question in regards to it. Many a question.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm not far from Blue, and Blue and I have been talking, and he's wanting me to come down there, and he's an instructor as well, so I can actually get some hours under his instruction. So I may go down and introduce myself to Blue Marvel Science, and that'll be interesting.
Oh, wow. If he's teaching you about the curve, Howard, be careful. You might crash. You might crash.
Yeah, might fly off into space.
Oh, possibly. Who knows?
I'm really excited about it. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I thought,
cool.
hell, I'm going to do it even if I don't buy a plane. I'm still going to get them, And
okay. So the possibility of buying your own little plane and just taking it out at your own leisure is there too. Yeah.
They got, I think, like a Cessna 150 is like most beginners. That's their first plane they'll buy, and I can those for between 20 and 40,000, probably.
Yeah.
And if I get everything
get a-
set up, get more than a couple of trucks running, I ought to be able to buy me a plane pretty quick.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a pilot license.
Does it cost
Yeah.
much to keep those in the air, like maintenance and stuff, Howard? Are they a money pit, so to speak, to keep them in the air?
Well, not really. I mean, it depends on what you get, of course. But like the Cessna C-150, I can operate it about as cheap as I can operate this truck.
Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not bad.
Do you mean Cessna 152 or?
Well, it's the 150. I think the 152 is like, I can't remember what. There's
It's like
something
72,
extra.
but smaller.
Howard,
Yeah.
you should get the water floats for it, and then you should travel around the earth like Amelia Earhart. You'll be Howard Earhart out there, and fly, land in the ocean, take all the sextant measurements, fly somewhere else, land somewhere else, map out the whole earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think
And
you
then
can?
I'll go. Yeah, and then I'm gonna go on Nathan Oakley's show with it.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, Did you listen to the Blue Marble's latest video when Brian's Logic tried to talk about the sextant?
Oh Lord, yeah,
That was physically painful.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Brian's logic is on point with everything I've heard him say so far. So whatever you're referring to, what do you have to say about it?
Well,
He still says that there's a flat baseline, so that's a reification fallacy, and also
No, that is the case. Wait. There's on
no,
both general models there is. Yeah, on a
No.
globe Earth, they use what they call the astronomical horizon, which is a horizontal plane perpendicular to the radius. And of course, on a planar Earth, you're using the Earth.
yeah, but you're not using the Earth. You're using the imaginary horizontal that's just perpendicular to vertical. You don't need the surface of the Earth.
Well, you're using horizontal, which is a real thing because we're in an XYZ matrix. So you're actually using the horizontal matrices of the geometry of the universe.
That's not physical horizontal.
Yep, it's everything. It's in space. It's like the way a gyroscope is rigid in space. It's on the horizontal. Well, that's on a particular plane that the gyroscope, but you can make it horizontal. And that,
Yeah, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah,
They're
it's
saying that you can't have an angle because you don't have the physical horizontal plane on the globe, and that's not needed. That's why they're reifying the horizontal into a concrete thing that isn't there. But there's also
what
it's also
now?
weird that they. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, just that Nathan says that there's the celestial sphere, and he says that you can't get an angle from a curve, and now he's using a celestial sphere as part of his angle.
No, it's
So
not
that's
part of his
all.
angle. I can't speak for him, but the way you described it, the way I would respond to it for myself, if let's say you have a planar Earth and a celestial sphere, so let's just call it a dome above, just for the moment, and let's say the stars are in that. Now, whether the stars are flat and there's also a dome, or whether the stars are actually shaped like a dome, those are two extra components. Because you technically could have flat stars and a domed actual ceiling, as it were, or you could have a domed ceiling and also the stars. Either way, all that does is make the position of the star be what it is above the Earth in your position. The angle you're getting is not necessarily connected to that curved dome, if you will, but it's actually just connected to the position of the star, straight line down to the Earth, from the Earth straight line to your feet, and from your feet straight line to the star.
Yeah. So then you can have a curved line for the angle. You don't need to have straight lines. Because you have a star on a celestial sphere. No, anywhere.
You're not. You're using a point. You're lining up points, and you're making straight lines to those points, man. You make a straight line to the star. You make a straight line to the horizon, right? Straight line down. You're using points and you're using straight lines. You're not using spheres or domes or anything like that. You're using points and straight lines.
Sure. So if the Earth is curved, I can get an angle from a curved surface. Because if the sky is curved, there's no problem getting an angle from that.
You're not. You're lining up your horizon. All right. That's one point. From you to the horizon, it's a straight line. Then from you to
Yep.
the star, right? That's another straight line. Where's the curvature here?
Well, see,
Well-
that's the thing. That's the thing. We do the curved adjacent that Oakley refers to is irrelevant. It doesn't even come into play.
Yeah, you just establish horizontal, which is perpendicular to vertical, and you have your straight line.
Right. So you have to make an imaginary horizontal line that shoots off into space to make it work for you. So you have to make a flat Earth on your globe, basically.
That is what horizontal is in geometry. It's an imaginary line.
There you go.
Not on a planar Earth. Horizontal is a real thing. It's not just an imaginary thing that's shooting off into an imaginary vacuum.
Sure. Well, if you take the sextant and you establish a horizontal on a flat Earth, where is that line pointing to?
The base of the star.
How do you know that? Because it's if it's parallel with the surface of the Earth, it never touches the Earth, so it isn't even close to the GP of the Earth. It's way above it.
Well, it's just a little bit above it. I mean, if you're just talking about a 6-foot height, observer height, or whatever, 30 foot. I mean, that's why you use a dip angle correction, but that's pretty minor. Dip angle correction
Sure.
I mean, unless
But
you're thousands of feet in the air, and then you get the thing Zanuck always shows, which is, just the drop angle.
Yeah, but then your sextant is pointing to Antarctica, because that's if it's a parallel horizontal plane parallel to the surface of the Earth, then it'll go above the Earth to infinity.
But to get back to what you were saying,
Sure.
the curved adjacent thing, I agree that if the Earth was a globe, I suppose you could make that fake horizon line horizontal, and I get that. So I think you still can use a sextant on a globe, but it's not as accurate. It's ad hoc, and you have to do all kinds of funky calculations. You have to paste a bunch of shit together, and it's not truly accurate. But
How is it?
you can do like 80% of it. So it works enough to pass, which is why they've been able to hijack the entire world of it and quote unquote upgrade it all to GPS and, suppress people using natural methods like that over in large areas.
But there's a problem. Whether you use a sextant or you use the the approach factor, I think, you get the same angle with both, and the other one uses vertical, the other one uses horizontal, and you get the same angle. So if you can establish a vertical, then you can get the angle with a sextant because it's the same number using vertical.
Well, it has to do with how that actually lays out over the Earth, and here's what I'll say. You can use a sextant on a globe Earth model, and you can get, let's say, 80 to 85% accuracy, but you won't get full accuracy, and you'll also have to do a bunch of jacked up calculations, and you'll have to depend on charts from these other systems. Whereas if we were to do real sextant measurements ourselves, like fully all around the Earth, that's where I think we will find that indeed there are discrepancies, and it's within that 15 or 20% discrepancies of where there's the lack of curvature and the planar nature. Because at only 8 inches per mile squared, there's only so much that it has to be fudged by.
No, but it's 1 angle per 60. 1 degree per 69 miles.
Right, which works perfectly over a planar surface.
No, it doesn't. Sorry.
That's precisely how the angle of declination from your viewpoint to the star will decline every 69 miles.
No, that's
Well,
right. That's what it does. But I mean, you can draw this on a piece of paper and determine that it's not a linear 1-to-1 ratio on a flat surface.
Yeah, it is.
oh, it
Yes,
isn't.
Yes, it is.
Well, let's say it's a straight line, just a triangle.
You might be driving, Howard, but Bacon sent me. I haven't clicked on it yet, but he sent me the little animation he did, and it shows precisely how both of them are identical. Well, because all you're doing on a globe, you're taking the XYZ axis and just plopping it on the surface of a ball. So the XYZ axis is still there. So as you move it, like in his little animation, if you move the flat one, you move the globe one, it's actually the same structure in the globe one. It's just that the globe is plopped on a curved surface.
But the problem is that on the flat thing that Bacon posted, or the thing, the line to say Polaris, it doesn't hit the Polaris. Does
Well,
always hit
yeah. So what he was trying to say, it sounded like, and what you guys are maybe trying to argue from, if that's what you're thinking, he was saying that the star would have to drop, in the actual altitude, But what he wasn't realizing is that from the whole point is that you're doing an observation in a first-person perspective, from your eyeball or your observation device to the star. That's what the 69 miles is, meaning the degree is dropping because you're moving 69 miles away. So that means that it's from your eyeball to the star. Therefore, of course, perspective is involved. Anything over a planar surface, when you move away from it, is going to look like it's setting due to perspective. So, of course, that's what it's going to do. It's not lowering in actual altitude. It's not shifting down miles or whatever in that idea. It's literally just lowering in declination due to the fact that you moved back a certain distance. It's lowering in your visual space, which is exactly what the XYZ axis does in a linear function.
No. If you take the side view of an object of, let's say, street
It's
line.
a side view. This is the first person view. So that's what I'm saying. You're conflating the third view, the third person, with the first person. It's a fundamental error in logic.
There's no difference.
There is a difference. Here, I'll post it.
Why?
For you. I'll post the thing. I'll post it.
The difference?
Yeah. Here, I'll post it right here. Howard just posted one. He showed what looks like a third person. So see here. So from a third person perspective, it's going to look like the one on the top. So from a third person, everything, level, elevation, etc. From the first person, you then have to imagine on the bottom one, you're the dude looking. Everything is going to be converging and declining and etc., which is what the stars do. That's why it's called declination, because they're declining. They're declining because there's this perspective matrix, the actual first person. Whereas in third person, it's just a star parallel above a plane.
No, but if you take the top picture or the top image, and you draw lines from the eye level to two lines that are next to the red one, so one above and one below, and you measure the angles with distance, the angles will be like tighter and tighter the further you go because of perspective. It's obviously taken into account.
Yep, and it's linear and it's 69 degrees, so 69 miles.
Well, it isn't. That's the problem.
Perfectly, literally works on a plane to perfection.
But that's what Howard posted with the angles.
And the only way you guys make it work on your globe is to make the star an infinite distance away. Same thing as Eratosthenes. It's the same little trick.
Well, no. I mean, if you said that it's a right angle triangle that you make with the sextant. Now, if you plot it out on a flat surface, it doesn't work. Just like in Bacon's thing. The lines will never converge.
Okay, I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, let's say that you're at the 45th latitude, and you know the distance to the GP of Polaris. If that's a right angle triangle, then the physical elevation of Polaris has to be the same as the distance from you to the GP, because it's a 45-degree right angle triangle. If you assume straight lines, it just has to be, because that's math.
Here, let me see if I can I don't know how to do this.
And also
No.
with what you posted, the bottom
Here,
picture.
you might be like not able to click on this or whatever if you're like on your phone or something, but I just posted it. But that shows that's Bacon's little thing he did. So if you look at that, I don't know if you're able to right now, but it literally shows. Okay. Well, imagine you have a T square, like an upside down T. So it's like a T square. So you have a horizontal and a vertical. And then you have an angle to a star. That horizontal and vertical and the angle of the star, if you put it on a curved surface and you make the star distance a quote unquote infinite distance away, so it's all hitting parallel, you will get a linear function. Of course, if you put the stars close, you will not get a linear function. So they have to put them far away because it's a curved surface. Yeah. Now, if you take a flat surface and you take that T and you make it flat, you put the bottom horizontal, vertical, etc., and you do a line as well, and you have the line is lowering in your perspective because it's a first person, so that's going to, just like the sun sets and stars rise and set, etc., that is a linear function. They both are. So there's this thing of, it only works on this, it doesn't work on that, in my opinion, is 100% false. In theory, it works. It would be linear, and it would be the 69 mile. You could calculate it that way if you wanted to make a globe. You'd have to make the globe fit that, though, because the real thing is that it already fits that. So you'd have to contort the globe, but they've made the radius of the globe connected to the way the sky works. So it's just because the sky is a globe.
No, but like let's say I'm 10 meters away from a pole, and at 10 meters elevation or altitude, there's a light on the pole, and I use, let's say, a sextant to measure the angle to that light. I would get a 45-degree angle, correct?
If it's 45 degrees.
Yeah, they're 10 meters away from me and 10 meters high. So we have a triangle with sides 10, 10, and then don't remember what it was. But 45 degrees, right? It would have to be. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Would you agree with that?
I didn't know that there was anything for me to agree to. You're just saying if you measure a 45-degree angle to something above you or far away?
No, that's not what I said. I said I have a light pole that is 10 meters away from me, and it's 10 meters high, and there's a light on top of it.
Okay.
Is the angle from me to the light 45 degrees? The elevation angle of the light from horizontal.
Are the other ones square? Is the lamppost square?
It doesn't matter. It's just a vertical pole with a light on top.
That's what I'm asking. Is it square to the horizontal?
Square to the horizontal.
Is it
it's perpendicular?
Yes. Is it a 90-degree square?
It's vertical light pole. Perpendicular. I don't know what a square light pole is.
You don't know what square is? Squaring something up? That's getting a 90-degree perpendicular.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's vertical.
Well, just saying it's vertical doesn't mean that it's necessarily square. Because if you've got a globe thing and you're assuming curvature, that's a different deal.
No, I'm just saying. I'm assuming a flat planar surface.
On this flat surface situation, Jill, how far away would you have to go to get that star down to the horizon?
If you're at the GP?
Yeah, how far away from the GP would you have to go to get that star down to the horizon?
That's a good question. I mean, it would depend on the visibility, of course, and a lot of factors. But I mean, that gets into essentially the radius of our capacity to see in the world. And then the sun, of course, creates a massive radius during a sunset and a sunrise and so on. So yeah, that's a good thing to think about. I mean, there's definitely been calculations done. But if you've got your 69 miles per degree, then it depends on the degree of declination of which the star is no longer visible, which will depend on the horizon conditions, visibility, and so on.
Yeah.
But that is a linear relationship. So that's why, like, when people keep saying it, you know, it's not linear, it's like Bacon says that repeatedly, it's just completely false, my understanding.
That's where I was going with the light post.
Yeah, if it's 45 degrees, if that's why I was asking, if the ground is planar and the lamppost is a 90-degree square, then the other ones will be 45. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So you have a 45-degree angle. Now let's draw. If you draw this on a side view, would the angle also be 45 degrees?
In that scenario, yeah.
Yeah. So why would it change? It's the same. Whether it's a side-on view or first person, it is the same angle.
At 45 degrees in that scenario, yes.
Why wouldn't it be if the angle was 25 degrees and you were further away?
Right, but the distance. Well, hold on. Well, okay, I didn't follow what you were saying because I was going to say what the root of that. Just maybe. Okay, just save that in your mind because I do want to hear what you said, but I just didn't hear because I was trying to. Okay, so what? 45. That's good, right? Third person, first person, it's the same. 45, 45. That's cool. But the thing is, we're not talking about moving. So if you move away, if you start moving 69 miles, now you have a moving relationship. So now perspective comes into play because you're looking at it from that angle. So it will lower, quote unquote, to accompany to make the angle. So it will lower, that 45 degrees in that case will change. And the position of the star will look, if from a third person, will look like it's losing altitude. But from a first person, it's just the perspective of it moving away on a planar surface. So it's when you move that makes the difference between third person and first person.
No one has ever demonstrated this.
Because that's what Bacon was saying originally. He was saying, yes, it would work if the star went down in altitude. And that's why he was saying there's no way on a flat Earth, stars going up and down in altitude. But that's my whole point. When you move, it's a first person relationship, and that does fit the flat plane. Linear, 69 miles, perfect, XYZ, everything squares up.
It doesn't. I mean, it just doesn't.
But on a presupposed globe with infinite star distance, et cetera, ad hoc, yeah, it would. You could hack it together to do that. So they've hacked it together as an idea to do that, and then some people are trying to claim that this somehow isolates Earth as a globe, but it absolutely doesn't.
And no one's ever shown that there's a difference between the side-on view and the normal first person. There's no difference. It's the same angle every time on both.
Well, if you could do this like in a huge warehouse where you have a light on the ceiling and you can measure third person, et cetera. As you start moving away, that light is going to lower in your perspective. So that angle is going to get less and less. But the altitude of the light is not falling down. You're just moving away from it. So it's a first person perspectival view. It's a linear relationship, a square, 90 degrees, square and compass, these things that we've always used. That's what a square is. It's a 90-degree square with a dome.
What?
Do you know what a square tool is?
Square tool?
Yeah.
I might know that in in Finnish, not in English.
I figure maybe you just have a different term for it, because I would imagine you know what this is. I mean, architects use it, builders use it. It's like one of the most common things used.
It's called a carpenter square.
You cut out.
Like this one I just posted. See
It's
how,
just a square.
see how it's the 90-degree square, and then see how it has that adjustable sort of dome-like. So it's that structure, similar structure.
Yeah. Just a second, I'm paying a bill right now.
A quick square, I call it here.
I'm gonna check it now.
You know those,
Yeah.
you know those little plastic ones you get though that literally look like a dome? They're like a half circle, and then they have the square on the inside, and then have you seen what? I don't know if there's a slightly different name for those, but it literally looks like the upside down T with a dome over it.
They're just all variants of a square. Some squares just measure a 90 degree. And then some have the graduated angles in them, so you can tilt them to get whatever angle you want. The one that Gio's just posted there is called a quick square. Carpenters use them for working out all their angles when they're trying to work out their trusses and their joins and all that sort of stuff. It's just a quick method of transposing your angle onto your job surface.
Yeah, and I think what I was ultimately thinking of is a protractor, which shows that T 90 degrees, basically a square within the actual sort of half circle.
I remember having one of those in my pencil case as a kid at school.
Yeah, I remember that too.
So I don't see how the it would be different still on a side-on view, because I can take distances and angles, plot them on a side-on view, and they will be the same as on a first-person view.
Sure, the angle will change, but the point is that it's lowering in your sky by 1 degree, and it's 69 miles. That's the whole purpose. And as it's lowering in your view perspective, just like the same way that like a light in a warehouse, as you move away, it's going to lower like it's setting. Like you can verify that the warehouse floor is level, flat. You can verify that the light is not changing altitude, and as you walk away, that thing's going to lower. So that's what's happening. It's not actually physically going up and down altitude, like I said before. So Bacon was admitting that if it went up and down in altitude, yes, it would be linear, and yes, it would work on a flat Earth. But he wasn't understanding in that moment that it's in a first-person view, even though it is just on a plane above you, and every 69 miles, it's just moving away from you in that way. It's still going to lower in that linear fashion.
No, if I'm in a warehouse and I have a light above me and I'm moving away from it, it's not a linear function.
Why not?
Because if, let's say that the light is 10 meters high, and I'm 10 meters, it's a 10 meters high warehouse, and I have a light on the roof. I can be at the zenith, and it's 90 degrees. Then I move 10 meters away, the angle would be 45 degrees, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the protractor I just put in the chat, it's just an image. You're contesting that it would not be a linear relationship as you move, and that thing moves down. I mean, that's exactly what this is. It's a graduated 10 degrees, 20, 30, 40, 50. And as you're moving, it's going to, like a clock, it's going to go from 90 to 80 to 89 to 88 to 87. And that's a linear relationship. Like, it's not exponential. Like, when you move a tiny bit, it's not going to move more. You're literally moving the little chunks in the linear, number pattern as you move away.
No, but if let's say it's 10 meters high, the warehouse, and I'm at the zenith of the light in the roof, it's 90 degrees. I move 10 meters away, it's 45 degrees. If I move 10 meters away using linear function, it should be 90 degrees. So it should be horizontal to me, and it isn't. So it's not a linear function.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, if it's a linear function, doubling the distance, if I'm 10 meters away, the angle would be 45. So it's 45 degrees per 10 meters is the linear function. So if I'm 20 meters away, the angle should be 90, but it isn't. That's why it's not a linear function. And I can just use the side-on view or first person and I get the same results, not a linear function.
Okay, it doesn't work that way.
Well,
That's
that is by definition, that's a linear function, 1 degree per X amount of distance. Or
Right.
45 degrees per X amount of distance. So in
Yeah,
this
but you
case, it's 45 degrees per 10 meters.
You can't just double one and double the other. It doesn't work that way.
That's a linear function.
That's not how the angles, like if you take that protractor, that's not how that works.
Well, that's 1 degree per
Like if
69
you're-
miles or 45 degrees per 10 meters. It's a linear function. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it just doesn't work with doubling the distance because that would depend on the proportions. Like if you, let's say you're in a warehouse, I don't know about doing it as close to 10 meters. That kind of messes with everything because like if it's only 10 meters high and you're 6 foot high, that ratio is just, but let's say you're in a warehouse like that. If you're under a lamp, let's say the lamp is like 300 feet above you and you're under the lamp and you back up 10 feet, it's going to be, let's just call it 89 degrees. If you go another 10 feet, you double your distance. It's not going to just go from 89 cut in half to 45. It's going to go from 89 to like 88. And then you go another 10 feet, you double your distance. It goes from like 88 to 87. You go another 10 feet, it goes like 87 to 86. So that is linear.
Okay, so you're saying 1 feet per 1 meter. No, 1 degree per 1 feet.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It depends on the distances and sizes and spaces of all this because all that makes a difference. But I was just using an example of like just randomly 300 foot tall light. You're under it. You move 10 feet away. It's going to go to 89 degrees. I'm just using that because it's probably roughly what it would be, actually. I mean, depends. 300 foot, I don't know. But
the problem is that you can't apply geometry now. You're just saying that it's 1 degree per, I don't know, 10 feet. But I can use actual geometry and say that if it's 10 meters high and I move 10 meters away, the angle would be 45. That's geometry. And if it's a linear function, then at 90 degrees, I should be 20 meters away. Or 20 meters away, the angle should be at horizontal to me. But it isn't.
Yeah, it might do that if you were to use that absurd, like if you're using that like huge of a square. I mean, yeah, like then you're talking different because now you have to imagine the lamppost is like, way lower down. So if you do double your distance, then it might. But yeah, that's like an extreme proportion. It's still linear though. That's what a protractor is.
Yep, no. You can measure whatever. It doesn't have to be a linear function to measure it with a protractor. You can measure whatever ratios with a protractor. They're just measuring an angle. You don't measure the ratio between the angle and distance with a protractor. But
the ratio of the distance within the square system is linear. The way I was describing 300 foot tall light under it, it is.
No. Just like what moon gazing posted. It's not a linear function on a flat surface. It's a trigonometric one. But I gotta go in. I have to.
This is again confusing the position of the star in a third person versus first person. That drops by 1 degree in declination from a first person perspective, which is absolutely a linear relationship. This is how circle of equal altitudes are built. This is how the Earth has been mapped on a planar surface literally since the dawn of time.
No, hold on. Let's take this one and let's change the 2,700 nautical meters to 27 meters.
Yeah, this is assuming that the star is in a fixed position and that the person moving is not doing. This is showing a third person move, not a first person move. This is fundamentally flawed. This is not the same thing.
But if we change this into the warehouse from first person, 27 meters high, 27 meters away, 45 degree angle. Then you add another 27 meters. If you have a linear function, it should be 90. Oh no, sorry, 0. 0 should be the angle.
But the light,
So it's
from the first person perspective, that light is not fixed. From the first person
Sure.
perspective, that light is declining in your visual, which allows for the linear function to actually occur. You have to slide it because you're not from a third person. It's not actually lowering altitude, but from the first person perspective, it is lowering in declination. So it's a completely different thing.
No, if I'm in a warehouse that's 27 meters high and I'm 27 meters away from the light, the angle would be 45 degrees. Then if I move another 27 meters away, the angle would be 26.5. That's just geometry. And it's
That's
not a
fine.
linear function.
That's the angle can be what it is. We're talking about the actual declination of the visual position of the item in the sky, because that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about all this, we're not talking about actually drawing physical triangles in the world. We're talking about the declination of the 1 degree in the visual field in a first person. So
Yeah,
what you're
but in a
doing here is,
warehouse,
by fixing the star and doing a third person view, is completely altering it. It's actually part of how they twisted it, because they had to make the star a fixed infinite distance away. Fixed, keep
No,
that
but
in mind. Because once they make
Yeah,
that fixed, now you have to curve the Earth to make the linear function occur, which is what they've done.
no, but what this is showing on a side-on view would be exactly what I would see on a first-person view. There's no difference.
No, because the star would decline. It moves down.
Yeah, and that's why if you move 27 meters away from 45 degrees, you get 26.5 in first person. It's declining because of perspective on a
Right.
flat surface. And it's not a linear function. It's a trigonometric one. But I really gotta go and MOT my car, so I'll be listening.
All right, man. Sounds good.
Yeah, man.
What do you think, Bandsaw or Globus or Howard? Did you guys hear what I was saying with that, or do you think was I correct, incorrect? Was he correct, incorrect? Like, because it's interesting that they're continually saying this. So it's like trying to make a perspectival matrix into something it's not.
I'd like to hear Howard's view on it, but I really don't know enough about sextants and navigation and working out all that sort of stuff to honestly have an opinion one way or the other. Geo, I'd be giving an opinion out of ignorance.
Well, it's just that linear function of moving that 1 mile or that 69 miles and seeing 1 degree of drop. You move another 69 miles, it's 2 degrees. Another 69 miles is 3 degrees. So it's 1 degree for every 69 miles. And you don't get that same relationship moving across a flat surface.
Why not? Are you able
Well,
to?
I mean,
If I send a link, are you able to click on it?
yeah, I'm parked. I just parked. But it's here's where I'm deficient in being able to be concise, that I can just explain it. But I would have to draw it, and it's difficult for me to just explain it in words. I don't know exactly how the numbers work across the flat surface, but as you increase your distance across the surface, moving away from that star, in the same, say you moved away from it and you saw 1 degree of drop, you can move that same distance across the flat surface, and you're not going to see a full 1 degree of drop.
Well, here I just posted that link. If you could look at it, it's before Northern Rebellion just posted 2 things. It was before that. This is what Bacon made. You should be able to just pop it open. It opens in a browser.
Yeah.
So as you move the little blue slider, do you see how you're getting?
Oh, how cool that is!
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Isn't it?
So see how it's the same? You get that linear function on the one he has labeled flatter sextant. Now the white dot, which would be the star, it looks like it's dropping in altitude. And that's what I'm saying. From a first-person viewpoint, that star is not actually dropping in altitude, but via perspective it is. And you get that linear relationship, 1 degree, 69 miles, et cetera, et cetera. So where are we in conflict with that? And I understand it works on a globe too. If you put the stars very far away, as to essentially see the stars in a fixed position on a globe. So it is fixed essentially because it's like infinitely far away. So then you got to make the surface curved, and you do get that linear function. But what like some of these guys were posting, like moon gazing, he's posting that the difference, but he's making the star fixed and then putting that on a plane, and that won't work. I can understand why he says that won't work, or anyone, because of course that doesn't work. But you see on Bacon's thing that what looks like the lowering of altitude of that little white dot on the flat Earth one, that's just what happens due to perspective. Are we on the same page with that?
So are you saying, Gio, there that the perspective of the star, how as you seem to get further away, it seems to drop in the sky, that has been hijacked by the Earth curve?
Exactly. They've taken that and then made the star a fixed position, meaning very far away, and then made the Earth curved and then said it was a proof for it.
Yeah. I can see that. And yeah, that's exactly what it looks like in that little Bacon did this, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So basically, yeah, you can get it to work perfectly on either model.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean,
so what do you think about
that? I mean, there's other kind of things. The Earth is supposed to be oblate, spheroid, and I mean, there's other things, but in general, yeah.
Well, sextants are only an approximation anyway. There are errors in it. So, so what do you think about that, Howard? The fact that with this little model, it seems it can work on both.
Well, I mean, that to me is exactly what we're talking about. The linear relationship on that, moving that slider illustrates what we're talking about. So instead of that curved line, if you could imagine that line being straight, and as you moved across it, how would the angle of that star change?
By one. Well, let's just say for a moment, the 1 degree per 69 miles is absolute. Let's just say that that's 100%, just for the discussion.
Right.
Then I guess if you took Bacon's little thing here, you would just, for each, like as I'm sliding it, I'm looking at 51 degrees, 52, 53, 54. As I'm doing that, that star would be dropping in declination from the first person viewpoint. And from a third person, really, but from the first person is, well, the angle is the same from the third person, but it's just that it's in the third person, it looks like it's dropping in altitude, and it's not, but it is the same angle, like Mailman was saying. But in the first person, it looks like it's dropping in altitude as well, but it's not. It's just dropping in due to perspective. But the angle is still the angle. I agree. Like, it's always going to be that angle on both the first person and third person. So yeah, what Mailman was saying before would be correct. First person and third person, it's the same angle. The difference is that third person, it looks like the star is dropping in altitude, but in reality, in the first person, that's what it does, and it's not actually dropping in altitude, it's just dropping due to perspective. And then if you bring in the idea of a celestial sphere above a planar Earth, and that even brings another, that it might actually, the star may be on its own sphere, but that's a whole separate thing. Doesn't really have to be for this to work, but. So do you agree, disagree? What do you think?
Well, just to be honest, I would need to see it drawn, the demonstration with the flat line, and see how that relationship would work. But it almost looks like to me, with the stars treated as infinite points of light, it looks to me like as I moved across the surface, I wouldn't see any significant change in the angle of that star. the lights coming in parallel. I don't, I would have to draw it all out. I can't say one way or the other on it from right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even really. I'm not sure on that in terms of what they say on the globe that the light. But I mean, let me just ask this: Do you agree that just geometrically sliding that slider on Bacon's thing, that if on the flat Earth, if it's declining due to perspective, which is what would happen in like a warehouse or whatever, airplane flies over you, it looks like it's setting when the airplane flies over you, but it's staying at 35,000 feet. But if you
Right.
if you point at it, you can be pointing up, and then you're pointing at an angle, 45 degrees, 40 degrees, whatever. So you would agree that things do that due to perspective. So would you agree that this can be a linear function just like this on a flat Earth and it works? Same.
No. Well, I mean, you're talking about an airplane, of course. From my perspective, that airplane is following curvature. So to me, that's why the airplane would be dropping, towards the horizon off in the distance.
Really? So you think that's what's happening? You think that the airplane is losing so much altitude, and that's why it looks like it's going around the ball?
No, it would have to. No, it wouldn't do that. It would have. Yeah, it would be a few thousand miles away before it would do that. It wouldn't.
It should on a globe, though, right? Like if you were looking at the horizon, like let's say 20 degrees at the horizon, wouldn't you see the bottom of the airplane?
Yeah. Yeah, but it would be so far away. It would be you wouldn't be able to see it.
Well, I guess that's the question, but I mean, I think sometimes you could, but I mean, you should be able to see things flying over there. I mean, it's not that much further away on a globe, really. I mean, I guess a couple miles, but compared to like the stars and all that, it's not that much of a difference.
But say if the airplane was flying 100 feet off the surface of the water, how far away would it have to go to disappear over the horizon? I bet you could see that with maybe even a P900 if the plane was flying that low. You just think 100 feet. A lot of these images that we see, those ships are 100 feet, out of the water.
You'd eventually lose it into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why like things like Canigoo, like those long distance observations, like those mountains should be tilted off, shooting out into outer space. But they're displayed right, boom, just level, square and level.
Well, let's see. What is it, 200 and something miles?
Some of those are like 280. Yeah, I mean, there's been some of the infrared ones that are further, but
Say 280 divided by 69. Well, it'd be only 4 degrees angled away from you at 280 miles. Is that right? Yeah.
I don't know if you can calculate tilt like that.
Yeah, 280 divided by 69, so it's 1 degree per 69 miles. So you divide the 280 by 69, that gives you 4.057. So it would be 4 degrees tilted away from you at 280 miles.
Are you sure on the math on that?
I think so.
Are you just kind of winging it, or because I don't think you can calculate the tilt from that, the actual
Yeah.
tilt of the whole mountain?
Well, if it's 1 degree per 69 miles, right?
Well,
So
hold on. That's 1 degree of declination of an object above the surface.
no, that's a radial across the surface. It works all the way down. Yeah, you get 1 degree of tilt per 69 miles.
I don't know if it works that way. Bandsaw, do you feel like it works that way? Does that sound right to you?
I've heard them say that before. Yeah, I've heard them say it before. 1 degree, 69 miles, 1 degree of tilt.
But that's not just. Oh, okay, it would be okay. I guess I see what you're saying. Let me see. So if you have like on Bacon's thing, if you have, yeah, I guess it is. It is because I guess the mountain would be technically shooting off straight into outer space or whatever in a radius, and then okay, I see what you mean. Still trying to think if that's right though, because that's just measuring the curve of the Earth. It's not really or the presumed curve. It's not necessarily, but I guess the presumed curve is connected to the radius that shoots outward. So,
But that is a really cool little app that Baker made to demonstrate both, and it does demonstrate both, and it does demonstrate how the globe has hijacked perspective.
yeah.
Most
So Howard, if you take Bacon's thing, are you telling me that if I put it at 2 degrees or 4 degrees, you're telling me that like that would be 280 miles is from like if I actually put it at 4 degrees on the globe from the top of the ball to Canigou would be that little section, and you're just saying 4 degrees that it would be tilted back? Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Because 69 times 90, which would be, from the North Pole to the equator, would be 6,200 and something miles. So that would be right. Yeah.
Well, why did that came up? Because we were talking about tilt? Oh, because I was saying that the difference between Canigou displaying square and level versus being tilted 4 degrees. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I hear that. The problem is that we shouldn't even be able to see it. That's the problem. I mean, the curvature is not. That's the problem. It should be behind like 3 miles worth of curve. Whether it be tilting or not is actually somewhat irrelevant. It should be behind 3 miles of curve. But I know what you mean. It wouldn't be shooting off into outer space at a huge angle, but it still shouldn't be visible.
I'm looking at these other posts.
Well, the Mount Everest one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is space. This one I just posted is saying that at 119 miles is where the horizon would conclude on a globe Earth. But we see it at 275. And there should be essentially a 3 mile bulge. It just isn't there. And that should be obscuring it. So it just.
And they put that down to refraction, don't they? What we see that far.
Let's see.
Light speeding up over the horizon.
Yeah, I think they get bendy with it.
Yeah, bends up over the horizon and into our eye, apparently.
Kind of like a tunnel.
Yeah.
The anti-ether band.
Did you see Travis's paper that he's put together, Joe?
I don't think I have.
Where are we? See if I have it. Here we go.
No, that last sentence on that
Oh, what?
on the French Alps, it says, "Yet we see down to their bases." Yeah, I would totally disagree with that. I don't think we can see to the base of those mountains.
Yeah, but the geometric curvature of the Earth would cause the horizon to end at 119 miles. That should be the point at which you're looking off into space. But we see all the way to 175. We see double that distance.
So, what is the elevation of the French Alps?
This height of this observer was 2,840 meters.
Right, and then how? What's the elevation of the French Alps, which we're looking at across there?
This is looking at Canigou.
Yeah, I don't know what that elevation is. So there should be 15,000 feet obstructed, according to this. So if the elevation of the mountains are greater than 15,000 feet, then we should be able to see them.
Canigou is 9,136 foot elevation.
Okay, so that scratches that. I would have to plug those numbers into the curve to confirm all that.
Well, that's what they did here.
The way. $2,840 meters. Well, see, Canigou. Is this an image of Canigou, or is this an image of the French Alps?
This one looks. They're in Canigou, looking at the French Alps.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me see. Wait, let me. Because I have a couple of them. See, there's a couple different ones. Let me see which one that is. Because that one. There's one that's the world record one. Let's see. There's a couple different ones. Okay, this one I just posted has a little bit more info of this particular one. But that's...
Well, see, the reason I asked, I've seen this image elsewhere, and I think it was Ruhia that did the calculations on the Earth curve, and it came out that we should see them. That's why I was questioning it.
No, it's not even close. They've even scrambled over the years. I mean, this has been, because this is the world longest distance. It's actually in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Right.
I mean, if you just add a radius-based refraction, then yeah, you could just add in a refraction. At that point, you could say anything. You could put a 15 inches per mile squared, 28 inches per mile squared. You do anything and just throw it in there and then explain it away. But that's all they do, is they just add in a refraction that just makes the curve. You know what I mean? So
it makes it possible.
Here, I'll read this one since this one has. So this is the current world record one. 443 kilometers, which is 275 miles, measuring the space between Peak de Finestrelles in the foreground to Peak Espard in the rear. 275 miles. The Alps should make nearly 9.5 miles below the horizon, arced from stage left to right and leaning away from the viewer as the curve of the globe dictates. So they're taking the altitude of the Alps, of the highest mountain, and all of those are listed on that one, actually. All the altitudes are actually listed, and the distances.
So they're saying the peak of that tallest mountain in that photo, the peak should be 9.5 miles below the horizon, or the base of the mountain, the peak of the mountain. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
$9 miles.
That's what it says, Howard. I haven't worked it out, but
that's 47,000 feet. That don't sound right. Let's see. Let's see. 8 inches per mile squared, 280. That's 280 times 8.
Like I said, the only thing that they can, I mean, being in this discussion for as many years as I have, and this has come up many, many times. I mean, this exact calculation. And like I said, the only explanation is add a radius, add a made-up refraction thing with a radius, and explain it away. That's all they do, unless you have anything else, because the math just doesn't add up for a globe. Not even close. But do you have a different calculation or
well, okay, yeah. So yeah, that that number would be at sea level from the observer's position. Yeah. But see, then you've got to calculate in their elevation. They're what, almost 10,000 feet of elevation from their observer height.
Roughly 9,300.
See, and I don't know how that would affect it, but that number they're giving, I came up with like 48,000 feet. And what did I say before? 47,000. So that would be at sea level, is what that number would be. That 9 mile thing, and that's not taking into consideration their observation height.
Well, when I put it into the Earth curve calculator, you have the eye height would be 9,317 feet, which is 2,840 meters. Target distance 275 miles. So the horizon distance is 118 miles, so that's the 119 that they're getting. And the target hidden height is 16,386.
That sounds better.
Yeah. So the horizon should be at 118 miles. You shouldn't be able to see anything past that. And the actual target hidden height is 16,000 feet.
Yeah, those numbers sound closer to what it should be. I mean, that first number, 47,000 feet, I knew that didn't sound right. But like I said, that would be at sea level. You know, if you were observing it at sea level.
So yeah, I mean, as far as I know with this argument, everyone, essentially even globe earthers, agree, yes, that would not be possible. But 7/6 bendy Wendy and it works. Which, like I said, you could do 7/6. You know, you could make a different radius and just because you're just adding in anything you want. Like, for example, I could say we live on a globe that has a 50,000 mile size radius. So I'm going to do, 7/6 with that radius. And then whatever thing that we can see too far, you could just plug that in. Because you're just literally accounting for the fact that you shouldn't be able to see it by just adding a radius and a refraction thing that just bends it. And it removes the curvature that was just falsely added or just, added in the first place extraneously, because the reality is we just see the thing. So like if I was to say, hey, the Earth is concave, so we shouldn't be able to see it. Well, that'd be a little tricky because then it would be up in the sky. So maybe you could see it if it's concave. But no, but you could just even do it slightly different. Like let's say instead of 3959 radius, make a 7,000 mile radius. And if I just added a refraction, that's a 7,000 mile radius. I could say, oh yeah, that should work great on my globe of 7,000 mile radius.
And I'm not ignoring you. I'm doing my logbook.
Yeah, all good.
AKA coloring book, AKA the book of lies. Yeah, then. And see, that's what we're talking about is something that's frustrating for me. I wish I had my laptop and I could go to the curve calculator and I could punch these numbers in and talk about these issues, with, some degree of knowledge about it. But I'm just kind of always flying by the seat of my pants because I can't look this stuff up when I'm going down the road. And all I've got is my telephone. Advanced Earth Curve Calculator. I wonder how friendly that is to my phone.
Advanced.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it actually lets you slide your refraction button or something. Oh, yeah, this thing is complicated. And it actually fits on my screen. I have to slide the controls over. It's all in meters.
Everything should always be in meters. What are you talking?
I do agree with that.
Do you reckon you guys will ever convert?
I don't know. I think we should.
Uh,
Of course, when I was in college is where I really started using metrics and chemistry and stuff, and I really liked it. Everything base 10, is so much easier.
mm. I just started school, Howard, when they did the conversion here, so I was lucky.
Yeah, it was real easy for me. I didn't, once you learn the millisecond and all that, it was a piece of cake.
Mm-hmm. It's all just multiples of 10, ain't it, really, at the end of the day? Can't get much easier than that. Not much easier at all. Funny enough, though, I still read my height in imperial, like I'm 6'3" type of thing. I still do that, or I'll still fall in habits of say a 5-foot fish tank, or if I'm buying sleepers or pipe, they're 12 foot long or whatever. I still fall into those habits and quite easily refer back to them. But I know in the back of my head what they are in metric.
God, I hate to get my car checked. Fuck.
Everything okay?
No. I got too much CO on the exhaust and a broken spring, and then the steering rack till the end that goes from the rack to the tire is loose from the rack side.
Mailman's over here releasing CO3 into the environment. What are you doing?
CO, not CO3.
You got one too many COs.
Yeah, carbon trioxide.
Yeah. I'm gonna go home and drink some hydrogen dioxide.
There you go.
I mean, I think ultimately it would be more fun to have everybody be more united just on the Earth in general. And the Earth not being a globe perhaps is the, in my viewpoint, foundational way to do that. Because like if we all actually combined forces in a sense, we could actually stand up against the corruption, and then life could perhaps get better for everyone.
Yeah, we could stand up against corruption, even though we disagree on the Earth.
That's true. Is their whole network going to fully be brought down unless we have a whole picture? Like, here's the question. Okay, let's say the Earth is a plane, a stationary planar surface, and they are lying about it. If we all know that, then they definitely could. It would be the potential for their power to be dissolved would be extremely high at that point, because we would know the levels at which they've lied and so on. And I'm not saying through any kind of violence. I'm just saying it in general. But let's say that's still the case. The Earth is a planar surface. But if everyone still thinks it's a globe, do you think it'd be possible to actually overcome them? And again, when I say overcome, I don't mean violence or anything like that. I'm saying stop these criminals from being corrupt and doing what they're doing. Do you think it's possible to do that if everyone still believes in the globe?
Yeah.
And for this, I mean, are
Go
you
ahead.
saying that the Earth is flat and we can't take out the corruption because they say that the Earth is a globe? I just
I think when people are fighting against tyranny of any form or shape, where they live, what they live on or in, isn't really in the forefront of their mind.
says so too. Like if you are in North Korea, you don't need to know the shape of the Earth to know that Kim Jong Un is better than coming.
You know, obviously being in this environment can open up gateways to different ways of thinking about things. You can come to realization that there is a bigger picture, a more nefarious picture playing out behind the scenes.
Yep.
And I think that goes for both sides, really. Not all the globers that I've come across believe everything that is in mainstream media. They have their own, viewpoints and opinions about many different subjects. That's not necessarily mainstream or the mainstream narrative.
I don't really read the news. I just can't care. Doesn't affect my life too much. This one. I read news from like other subjects than like what's going on in the world in regards to politics, financial things. Shit. Just don't have time to care.
Well, yeah. I think involving yourself in news things it's energy sapping. Really, it's a downer because news isn't positive, my old man. It's generally negative. The stuff that's in the news, it saps your energy. It's bloody depressing.
Yeah, sensationalism is what sells, and negativity.
Mm-hmm.
You don't buy the newspaper if it says that everything's okay. Just buy it to see that
Right.
I'm okay because these people are worse off. Or
Yeah. You want to see that doom and gloom. You want to be voyeuristic and sap it all in.
yeah. That's why I think when I go to YouTube, I usually look out for positive things or videos, not like negative where someone is getting hurt or something. Just find when people are positive or happy or get a good surprise. That's a positive thing, not a negative thing.
Yeah. Uplifting stuff. Yeah, that's the way to be, man. Puts a better aura around yourself.
Yeah. I mean, why be negative if you don't have to? I mean, it's a choice.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Mailman, do you agree with the idea of Emoto with the messages in water, the way that water changes?
That's interesting.
Are you talking about like the rice thing also, or what do you mean with water changing?
Yeah. Well,
it's very interesting.
I don't think that
it's Masuru. Yeah, I was trying to get the first name right. I knew it was something Masuru Emoto. Yeah. Where he basically took photography of water molecules when they were exposed to certain things like, love or hate or, peace or truth versus, hatred. And have you seen, he wrote a book and has all the pictures in the book as well called The Hidden Messages in Water. But I was just wondering, do you agree with that what he did is true? Because it kind of just plays into the idea where if you're positive, like let's say I say right now to you, if I say, I love you, just me saying that, I love you, energetically is perhaps putting your body, the water in your body into the crystalline structure of love. And perhaps does that affect how you feel, your biological, et cetera, versus if I were to say, you're ugly or something like that, or I hate you or something like that, that it actually creates the water molecules to form in that way.
I don't think that's true. I think it would be more.
I just posted an image.
I think
it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this can easily be made up.
That's why I'm asking if you agree with it or not. Or not agree with it or not, but do you think, I mean, he's a real guy who took the photos of them. So, and this can be replicated. So, I mean, it's not like he just made it up, but I'm just asking, do you contest it or do you think it's not the case? Because I was just wondering if because it's connected to that idea of positivity. I think it is connected to the idea of like being positive, has positive effects on a lot of things.
I don't think that it does. I mean, if it's replicated enough so that it's like well known, then then it's can't really refute it. But now all I've seen is this one guy with his book, and no, nothing more.
It's interesting how these kind of look like stars.
It's like snow.
Yeah. I mean, they're so particular. Very particular types of structures. I mean, this is not just random stuff. Okay, well, I was just asking because the idea of, like being around positivity, love, etc., and not only love, but just, people that are supportive, etc. What does that actually? What kinds of effects does that have, like, on our biology and on our lives in general, versus people that are negative or hatred or aggression or stuff like that?
I think it only changes your mood. I don't think it has like stress and other things can have like physical changes, like you can have a heart attack or things like that, but I don't think that it's causing the structure of water to change. This that's what you get when you're thinking about Donald Trump. Or reposted. I think I've seen more than enough miserable bastards who always look at the news and think, oh my God, what's going to happen? Like my neighbor. So always talking about how Russia's going to invade us real soon. I'm like, sure, yeah. When it happens, or if it happens, then it happens. Can't do shit. Don't care. Oh, it's a good thing that I have 1 month to fix the car. The emissions are a bitch because there's not a leaky exhaust. There's something else wrong.
Two sensor.
No, that it's working fine, but I think it's can be a vacuum leak after the map sensor.
Could be.
Just gotta check all the vacuum pipes or hoses. Yeah, hoses. Good thing is that I bought it from my dad for 500 euros, and when it's fixed and MOT'd, I can get 2,000 from it. So. Bad thing that we don't have a emission, like I can't measure the emissions in our garage. So whatever I do, I don't know if it's gonna fix it. I have to go somewhere and pay for them to check it. Don't like that. So yeah, Howard, are you gonna buy the or get the airplane test for fun, or are you gonna try to fly some cargo with it?
Just for fun.
You can just get your
I've
license.
always.
Go
I'm
on.
sorry.
No, go on.
Yeah, no, it's just something I've always wanted to do, and I've decided if I don't, I'm going to be mad at myself for not doing it. And my neighbor has got planes, and my partner's got planes, and a couple of other friends also. And there's actually my next door neighbor. He's a multimillionaire, and he's actually got an airstrip right there by the house, and a hangar and everything. So yeah, it would be convenient for me to.
Yeah, just borrow some space from him.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always wanted to fly. When I was 15, I almost got into like sailplane things because it was cheap back then. Now I checked that the license for a sailplane is like 2,000 euros, and if you want the VFR license or the PPL, or no, it's not PPL. Was it PPL? Yeah, PPL. Only the VFR is fucking expensive.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be expensive, and but I mean, yeah, I'm not even going to pay attention to it. I'm just going to do it.
Yeah, yeah, and you don't have to pay it all at once. So
Yeah, yeah. I hope to stretch it out over the summer and possibly by September.
yeah.
Have my license.
Have you flown in any like simulators or anything?
Oh yeah, I've got simulator license, but I mean, and that, that's, you can't overrate that at all. But they say, and if you can fly on like Microsoft Simulator, um, some say it's more difficult flying in that simulator than it is to fly the airplane.
Yeah, I mean, I fly a lot in Microsoft Flight Simulator and X-Plane. It's hard because you have to like use the mouse and everything, and you have to click with mouse on all the buttons.
Yeah, yeah,
And you can't just look left or look right. It's difficult. But if you get the Flight Simulator and BatSim, you can just use the air traffic controller and everything. So.
yeah, yeah. I had the force feedback stick, and it had all the controls on it. But I mean, it it didn't have a yoke and all that. It was just a stick, but it has all the buttons for the flaps and landing gear and all that on it.
Yeah, I have the Thrustmaster T1600 I use. I'll fly with the on a CJ4 usually on Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah, I had one simulator. It was Flight Anthology, and it was more of a fighter, but it was very real. I mean, the flight characteristics and everything of the F-14 Tomcats and F-18s and
Yeah.
all that, and I got to where I was pretty good with that. I could land on the carrier and all that.
Yeah, because the basic thing is the same on a real airplane.
Yeah.
Obviously,
it's
feels different, but
yeah, you could feel what's going on in the airplane, and you can't feel it in that simulator,
yeah. I wish I'd had a motion simulator at home.
Here you go.
Would be nice if you had that on VR.
Well,
You're a pilot, mailman?
No, I just fly simulators.
Ah, cool. Sorry, go ahead, Howard.
No, I've actually flown quite a bit. I've never landed, but I've taken off and flown quite a bit. I don't know, probably, maybe 20 hours or something like that.
Nice one. That sounds sweet, Howard. I'm really happy for you, man. It sounds awesome. You got like friends and a airstrip right there and stuff. Sounds perfect. If you enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What's the goal? Like, is it just to fly, or you want to fly to a particular place, or?
No, just to get the license, and I've got access to probably 2 or 3 planes if that they would let me take if I wanted to fly them. But yeah, I would like to have my own, maybe a Bonanza, which is like a 200-mile-an-hour, sort of a high performance little plane that I could fly to Florida or wherever I wanted to go. And Rosemary's daughter lives in North Carolina, and it's like an 8-hour drive, but we could be there in a couple of hours. So
Where about
just Tennessee, West Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fun, especially like if you enjoy it. So it's like an enjoyable thing, and you're actually going somewhere you want to go. That's cool.
Yep. Yeah.
Have you checked the videos of Premier One pilot on YouTube?
No. Premier One.
Yeah, he's an ex F-16 pilot from the military, and now he's he's selling medical equipment, and he has a company, and he has a Premier One that he flies, and he records all the most of the flights that he does, like takeoffs, landings with full ATC, and then explains quite well all the things that are there.
Premier One. Is that like a channel?
Yeah. Hold on, I check the name if I remember.
There it was. Premier One driver.
Yeah, Premier One driver. Yeah, that's a good if you want to like learn about ATC and things. He just flies everywhere. Flies to work. There's a tons of videos over there. Just flying to Bahamas, Nassau, not around in the mainland.
Yeah, he's got a glass dash. Yeah, my partner's the 2 planes he's got a Bonanza and a T-34, and he's got that G1000 Garmin. It's they call it a glass dash, and
Yeah,
yeah, it's the shit. You know, I mean, it's kind of intimidating because it's got so many buttons on it. But you just pull a button out, dial your altitude in, and your plane will just fly to that altitude. Or change the heading, just dial it in, push the button, and you go to that heading. You know, it's super easy.
yeah. And the in the Microsoft Flight Simulator, there is a like, because you have free add-ons, there is a group called Working Title, and they did the like a mod for G1000 and G3000 for the Microsoft Flight Simulator, so they're very, very close to the real thing. So it's good way to learn how to use it. CJ4 that I fly usually doesn't have it. It has the Collins, the older cockpit with an FMS.
Just a 6-pack.
I think you can learn a lot with the X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Simulator about the avionics and navigation in general.
Yeah, I think for me the most intimidating thing about it is actually communicating with air traffic control and
Yeah, same for me.
receiving a series of instructions and getting all that, you know, and like just flying into Nashville and landing and getting the series of runways or taxiways that you've got to exit to get to where they want you to go, you know. And
That's the biggest thing why I haven't gone to VATSIM like in a controlled airspace is because if I go to JFK and I start at some spot and then I'll ask for taxi, they'll say, yeah, Alpha Bravo Bravo Alpha Mike, fucking
yeah,
Charlie 7, and hold for 3-1 left, and then you're like, read back. Can you restate that?
Yeah, you got to back all of that. And if you get it wrong, son, they don't cut you any slack. I mean, they'll get on your ass.
Yeah, but I think like when I play Microsoft Flight Simulator and I go to say Paris, Charles de Gaulle, and I ask for taxi in the like not in VATSIM but in the stock ATC, the AI ATC, it'll give me instructions to the fucking runway. But in real life, they'll just give you like some instructions and hold there, and then when you're holding, they're gonna give you further instructions. So
right,
they don't give you all the way to the runway. If it's a long way away, they'll just give you like Alpha Mike and hold at Bravo 7 or something.
Hey, do they make you wear masks on your own airplane?
No.
no.
A lot in your own
Well,
airplane.
that's
Like,
that's not against mandates. Like, let's say you have your own airplane, you're going to go up with 5 people or whatever. They don't make you wear masks. I mean, obviously, how would they know? But I'm just saying, is it like a thing that they tell you that you have to do?
I think no, because if you drive in your car with 5 people on board, you don't have to wear a mask.
Right. But they may, yeah, but I guess we'll see how they do with if they make passports or whatever that you have to have it. I mean the jab.
I think if you fly to somewhere where you need the jab, then yeah, you need it. But I mean, it's just the same as with all flying or traveling.
Yeah, but you probably still have to get tests or whatever, right? Like, I mean, if you're going to fly to another country, you would have to do whatever they make you do.
Yeah, same. It's same for passengers and pilots. I think there's no reason why it should be different.
So, Howard, how long would it take for you to get to California?
I don't know. In a Bonanza, I don't know what the range is on the Bonanza, but like the 150 Cessna is only like 400 miles. So you would have to stop for fuel, what, 3 times? 100 miles an hour, 4 hours. It would take a while. It would take probably 10 hours, I would imagine. Because it only flies at like 100 knots, 120 mile an hour.
Yeah. I need a jet.
Yeah. Well, just Bonanza flies at like 210. So, the Bonanza would be the way to go with that, but I don't know what his range is.
Which Bonanza?
It's not the V-tail, but it's just the low wing.
I think it's 36.
He's got a 300 horsepower Continental in it.
Yeah, because in this game there is a Bonanza. Let's see which one it is. Just open the game.
Was that what is that, a twin prop or?
No, it's a single.
But is it like jet assisted or?
No, it's not a turbojet.
Yeah, it's just a.
I think do you mean Bonanza G36?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, G36 has a cruise speed of 176 knots, and the range is 920 nautical miles.
That's probably it.
Yeah. Because it's
I just looked it up. Yeah, so that's just a single engine prop.
yeah, and it has a raisable landing gear.
Yeah.
I think it's that, because that's pretty common, I think. And the Cessna 152 has a cruise speed of 107 knots and a range of 415 nautical miles.
Yeah.
It is a little bit spooky with just one engine, you know what I mean? Because engines can
Yeah.
have problems, Like, I mean.
But the good thing with those planes is that you can fly them really slowly, and you can just land in a field if you need to.
Yeah.
For the most part, you probably could be all right. As long as you're in a place where you could find, not like in a city.
Yeah. Over water, it's not easy. But I think with the Bonanza, because it has raised, or you can raise the landing gear, water landing would not always be a death sentence.
Yeah.
With a Cessna 150, it's not that easy because you have the gear always down, so probably go forward or do a somersault.
Yeah. I've been in little planes like that. Traveling over the ocean and whatnot. The whole thing's rattling.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a video on YouTube of guys flying I think it was a Cessna 172, and they flew it around the world, and they flew from Hawaii to mainland USA on a Cessna, and they had extra fuel with them, and it took them like hours and hours to fly that. I guess it was like 12 hours or something, or more. And that would be mental. You're in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Oh man, that'd be brutal on a plane like that. I've done like 2 to 3 hour. It was probably the maximum on a small one like that. Because yeah, I mean, once you just the rattling and the noise. I mean, yeah, that would be.
Yeah, and the fact that you have no toilet with you. It's also another one.
Yeah, it is kind of a strange feeling when, yeah, exactly. Like it's just the passengers and you're just in there. I mean, you're literally sitting behind the pilots, you know?
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go. You can't really move much. You can't really, I mean, you could stretch a little bit, maybe try to kind of move a little, but for the most part, I mean, you're just.
Yeah, it's awkward position to be in for hours on end.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you drive a car, I'm even driving a car for, I don't know, 12 hours straight. It's like, nah, I don't like it.
No, yeah, it's not fun. I've done pretty long stretches in a car, but at least you can stop and get out and stretch around a little bit.
Yeah.
So how much are these bananas? You said they're like 20 to 40 grand?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
It's
you
not
could.
too bad.
Yeah, depending what avionics you get in it, you know, you could probably spend more. What condition the plane is, and how
the
close
hours of
it
the
is
engine.
to its annual, and it's engine hours and all that. How close it is to a rebuild.
Yeah, if you need a C-check, that's expensive.
And then what? You got to pay to have it docked at a.
Basically broken down to pieces and built back up again.
You gotta pay for hangar space.
Yeah. Well, my neighbor's got a hangar, and he's got a bunch of damn airplanes. But if his hangar's not full, I'll have a place to park it. But he's got like a big Grumman Avenger, you know, the carrier plane with the folding wings. It's a huge plane, and then he's got, I don't know, 3 or 4 T-34s, and then he's got a Texan T6 trainer. He's got a bunch of damn airplanes. He's the military guy that he was artillery in Vietnam, and he's actually owns a self-propelled howitzer. He's got a bunch of military stuff he's collected. He's the one that told me if you don't account for Coriolis, you'll miss.
All right. Well, then we'll get him on board when we're going to storm Antarctica.
You got to reverse your calculations south of the equator.
Get that howitzer out.
It would be nice to have an airplane, especially over here in Finland, because you can fly to so many different countries quite quickly.
Yeah, I'd like to come over there and visit all those countries.
We live too far north for very short distances to all the places, but like for London on a plane, like if I go on an airliner, London is like 3 hours. So the same for France. Barcelona is 4 hours. Stockholm is less than an hour, maybe 30 minutes.
Is Stockholm named after Stockholm syndrome, or is Stockholm syndrome named after that city?
I think because I've read something about it. Don't remember it now, but I think it was like some kind of hostage situation that happened in Stockholm or something like that, where it originated from.
That's it. Yeah.
Don't quote me on that.
Where are you in the Netherlands?
No, Finland.
Oh, right. Okay. I've never been there. I've been to the Netherlands, though.
Oh yeah, I've never been to Netherlands. I'd like to go to Amsterdam because that's also maybe 3 hours from here.
Yeah, Amsterdam's amazing. That's where I went when I went there,
Yeah,
as most do.
yeah. The architecture is interesting. Looks good.
Yeah, that's some Tartarian Empire shit.
One thing that I would like to do is fly to Paris and then just take trains from there to different places. So you can be in Amsterdam in less than a day with a train. And you can see all the countryside and shit. It's weird why people fly from London to Paris, because you get a train and it's 2.5 hours from city center to city center.
The Earth really is massive.
Yeah, it is big.
It's just ridiculous when I think of all these cities and all these people and all their lives. It's just unbelievable. You can just zoom into one city or even neighborhoods or whatever, and just even on Google Earth, and it's just line after line of houses, and then that's happening all over the Earth. It's just mind blowing how large the whole thing is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Finland. Man, you guys must have some nice saunas up there, huh?
Yeah, we do.
The real deal.
Yep. We used to have sauna competitions, but we don't have them anymore because a Russian guy died.
You know any flat earthers up there?
A few. I've heard about 2, I think. Yeah. There was one guy that was in, I think, yeah, he was in Nathan's server, but then he just vanished. I haven't seen him. And then there's the Professor Waterball Lol. He's from Finland. He's been in Gems and I think here too.
Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah, he wanted us to meet, and I think, if he still has that idea, I might visit him next summer or something. He doesn't live far away.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd love to meet him. He's a really smart guy. Seems like a really cool guy to meet.
But there's a lot of flat earthers that would be nice to meet, sort of.
Yeah, I think you'd be cool. I see Ruhif's in here now. Ruhif, on the other hand, Ruhif might bring like a taser with him or something, just in case.
Come on, champ.
Spicy.
Come on,
in case things get spicy, he's gonna have some pepper spray and a taser.
Come on, champ. If I go to South Australia, I'll meet Bandy.
Well, we were talking about the Canagoo earlier, Ruhif, and I was thinking that you had some specific numbers.
on that
Yeah.
kind of good image.
Yeah. What are you asking for there?
Well, we were showing like I don't know, 3 miles of hidden and some numbers I wasn't really familiar with that just didn't seem right on it. If you still got that, Gio?
I got still what?
As I was asking Gio if he still had that image that had those numbers.
Yeah, we were looking at a couple of them. Yeah.
You can chat.
Yeah, I'll repost one of them. But you've already gone through it. I think you just add your radius refraction, right?
I just thought from Canada. Actually, is it from Canada? From some peak de Fenestrelay.
Yeah, you've seen this one. It's the Guinness Book World
World
Record.
record. Yeah. Oh, hey, 1 minute. You're good.
Bye.
Hey?
Always ordering food.
Say again? No?
You're always ordering food.
No, I'm making the kids dinner.
Ah, okay.
Was that Mailman, sorry? No.
Sorry, I think I just dropped
What
it for a
was
second.
the question, though?
My Discord just randomly reset. I don't usually have that happen. Well, we plugged some of those in. Yeah, it's about 16,000 feet. Should be hidden.
Oh, come on. Then with refraction or without refraction?
That's what I'm saying. You just add your radius based refraction.
It's not radius based. Unless you say the curve calculator is radius based, which I guess it is. But all you're doing with refraction is incorporating curvature or light curvature into the curve calculator.
Right. So I could say
refraction itself.
I could say the
refraction
radius
itself is not curvature.
Well, I could say the radius is 8,000 miles, and I could plug that into a calculator and just make an explanation as to how we're seeing it over an 8,000 mile radius. You could plug anything in.
But the radius is not 8,000 miles. The radius is 3959. It's by definition 60 nautical miles per degree. So what's that, 20,400 or something? 21,600? What's that? Yeah, 21,600 nautical miles by definition. You can hold us to that radius. And we know the effect that refraction has. All right.
Okay, so you agree that if there wasn't this light bending Earth curvature plugged in refraction thing, if that didn't exist, you agree that should not be visible on a globe Earth, right?
I think so. I haven't run the numbers, but it sounds like it, yeah. Whatever the curve calculator says, yeah. You're back in 1 minute.
No, see, Howard, that's pretty much what I said. I mean, he'll agree that shouldn't be visible, but then they'll just plug in that 7/6R bendy light thing or bendy visual phenomenon to just account for the lack of curvature. Which to me seems arbitrary because, like I said, you could plug in anything to that to explain away. But Ruhiv, Howard's he's gonna be a pilot, and then he's gonna fly us. He's gonna come pick me up, and we're gonna pick up a couple people, and we're coming to town.
Yeah, I've been pondering learning to fly this year actually as well.
What'd you say?
I've been pondering learning to fly this year as well.
Yeah.
You'd crash into the curve, Rui, if you learnt.
I think
We'd be going down,
probably-
and Ruif would be like, I knew I calculated this right, guys. I swear I had it right.
Exactly. Exactly. Are you in
I think
here
by the-
defending the globe again, Rui? Another day on the roster. Are you getting double time today? You
No,
getting
it's
double?
not a public holiday. Might be a public holiday in the US. That might be why I'm getting double pay. Anyway, I have a question about this world record photo. All right.
Oh,
Ready for the question?
Okay.
Gio?
go.
All right. So, Gio, this is taken from Pic de Fenestrelle. The elevation of that mountain, where it's taken from, is 2,820. Right? 2820
Meters.
meters. All right. The third mountain from the left is called Grand Ferrand. All right, 392 Ks and 2,758 meters. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Is that above eye level or below eye level?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. Eye level. You're talking about a human head at
Horizontal.
275 miles away.
Horizontal eye level.
On a flat plane. Yeah, definitely.
Well, yes. Okay. Good.
On a flat plane.
That's below eye level. Yeah. On a flat plane.
Well, if one's higher than the other on a flat plane, it's above eye level.
Yeah, but this is lower. Like Grand Ferrand is 2,758, and where you are is 2,820.
Okay, then so
you're
then
higher. Yeah.
it'd be below.
It's
Yeah.
below. Right. Good. Excellent.
Okay.
So the mountain to the right is called Pic Gaspard. That's the world record one. 443 Ks and 3,867. Is that above eye level or below eye level?
That one. Well, that'd be above, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
next question. In the photo, why is Grand Ferrand appearing higher than Pic Gaspard? How are you looking up and down simultaneously in the wrong way?
Okay, then. Well, then what are the distances to those mountains?
Yeah, one's 392 and one's 443.
There you go.
And what? What? There you go. What does that mean?
There you go. One's further away than the other.
Yeah. Why does that make it lower when you said it's above eye level?
Well,
the
it's
other one's
further
higher
away.
and it says below eye level.
It's
How does that
further
work? How does that cause it to go below eye level?
Because everything converges.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't go. If something's above eye level, it doesn't go below, and if something's below, it doesn't go above. Notice you didn't ask for the distances when I gave you the heights.
I asked for the distances just now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, after I told you the problem.
It's not a problem. It's just the distances.
You asked a very specific question.
Yeah.
Okay, then. And then you asked another very specific question. And I said, well, how far away are they?
Yeah, after I told you that one appears higher when you said it should be below eye level, and the other one's
Yeah. And then I
lower.
asked.
Yeah,
All right. So
because you
I
saw
don't-
the problem, right?
I don't see the issue in asking
Okay,
you how far
what's-
away it is when I asked.
Right. But what causes? So do you still acknowledge, or do you still excel? Hang on. Do you still believe that the one on the left is below eye level and the one on the right is above eye level?
Oh, I've got to enlarge this picture. Okay, so Mount what?
Grand Ferrand is there's the third one from the left.
I think I need to open the original. It's not very clear.
Yeah, it's pretty shit.
It's a bit fuzzy to. Where are we?
It's like water. Fantastic.
Okay, here we go. What am I looking at?
The third from the left is Grand Ferrand.
Yeah.
And it has a lower elevation than the Observer.
Okay.
Yep. So it's below eye level, right?
On a flat plane, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course on a flat plane. Like on a globe it won't be, but yeah.
Yeah.
So the next one to the right, Pic Gaspard, is 3,867. So it's above eye level, right?
Yeah, but it's another 50 or 60k away.
Yeah. But why does that cause it to go below eye level?
Because it's further away, you wood duck.
So how does that work, though? How does it
Because it's
work?
further away. It's going to look smaller. What the hell?
No, there's a point.
And everything's
Points
getting
don't get smaller.
Yes, 100% they do. In that photo,
No,
look, it's
points.
demonstrated. It's demonstrated in that photo that it does.
No, a point doesn't change in size because it doesn't have dimension. We're talking about a point that is 3,867 meters above sea level.
You're just trying to make this fit your wibbly wobbly globe.
Incorrect, Bandy. Incorrect. Any of these photos, literally any Beyond Horizons photos, is excellent globe evidence. Any of them.
So how can I see it anyway when it's supposed to be there's supposed to be a big hump between me and that?
You're only seeing the top few hundred meters of it.
Supposed to be a huge, great, big, massive whale hump between me and that.
Yeah, there is. Do you want me to draw a red line on this one? Have you seen my infamous red lines?
Oh, do I want to?
Gio knows about my red lines, don't you, Gio?
Do I want to see his red lines, Gio? I don't know.
Yeah, I still see them in my nightmares.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, dear.
So
I wake up in a hot sweat and I'm like, red lines everywhere.
Yeah.
So the little
blurb,
the little blurb next to it says, and I don't know if this is accurate, I'm just reading the blurb. It says it should be 9.5 miles below the horizon.
25, the ouch. Oh, that's the drop. That's not the hidden.
All right. 9.5.
That's just wrong.
Is it?
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah.
I don't know. Is it wrong,
drop, not the hidden. He's using the drop number there, not the hidden, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, look down the bottom of that, like just below that. Drop equals 9.56 miles.
There we go.
Yeah, which is not what you're looking at, right? You got to look at the hidden, sorry.
So the hidden should be 3.12 miles.
Yes, without refraction.
Ah, see, now you've got to throw wibbly wobbly globe calculations, refraction. Yeah. So it has to bend up.
Atmosphere.
It has to bend up over the whale farts and into my eye.
Yep, we have an atmosphere and it causes light to bend downwards, thereby revealing more of what you otherwise wouldn't see.
So what are the atmospheric conditions of that day to make it fit the globe? Do you know?
Once you are above the roughly 100 meters of shit above the surface, it's pretty predictable.
Oh, Rui, you can't say that in every.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
I've analyzed 200 and something weather balloon stations around the United States. Not that this was taken in the United States, but the entire continent of North America, so Canada, United States, and a couple in Mexico. Once you get above 100 meters or so from the surface, it's really predictable.
That's a fallacy of some. There's 24 fallacies. I'm sure that's got to be one of those. What you're saying?
Sure.
It's got to be.
I still haven't put that video out, by the way. I'll do it one day. Been too busy. Yeah, once you get above the surface, refraction's quite predictable.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You're not a refraction expert.
I know enough about it to know that it's predictable, and I've done all the work to demonstrate it.
Oh, you've done a bit of work. You have done a bit of work. I will grant you that, but it's been a waste of time because you're wrong.
Oh, it's a waste of time trying to convince flat earthers. I agree. Where's my cool graphs? Hold on.
Oh, your cool balloon.
Mine dinner shortly.
Your balloon graphs.
Yeah, I've only got one on the phone. Hold on.
You got like 60 of them ready just to pull up at a second.
I've got 200. This is just one I've downloaded to my phone.
So you got more than 60. Damn.
Yeah, I just said I've analysed 200 and something weather balloon stations over the US and Canada.
Crazy.
So the one I just posted is Jacksonville in Florida. Where are you, Gia? Northern California somewhere. What's a big city near San Francisco, I guess? That's San Francisco. Hang on. Come on. KSFO.
I don't know how you can calculate things 100%, Rui.
Yes, I was cracking up when I heard you say, "Oh, it just bends up over the whale farts and into my eye."
I don't know San Francisco.
Funny. That's so funny.
What's another airport?
We should.
in
It's
Northern
just
California?
whale fart refraction.
You should. You should.
Northern California. Hold on. Bakersfield's not you, is it? That's just north of LA, isn't it? Concord.
Funny how you work everything in straight lines, Rui. You work everything in straight lines.
KFAT. Hang on, I'm trying to find. Oh, I've got KFAT. Hold on. Oh, KFAT I don't have a huge amount of data for, but I'll post it anyway. Yeah, because it only ran for like a year. Hang on a sec. Save to device. Because Fresno is not ridiculously far from you, right, Gio?
Hold on, I've got to find something for you.
What are you looking for?
Fresno is like in your general area, right?
It's in Northern California. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I meant. So I've just posted the Fresno data, and it's only 1 year of data, 1955. So there's not a huge amount of data there.
I'm saying, but what are you looking for? Like, what are you looking for? I mean, Fresno is actually not necessarily really northern. Fresno is more like in the middle. If you want to go more northern, you got to go up to like, Stockton, Modesto, Sacramento, San Francisco.
Stockton. Let me find Stockton. Hold on.
I don't know. I wonder if Fresno is considered northern.
Stockton. KSTK. Hold on. KSTK.
Sacramento is the capital.
I'll try and find KSTK. I don't have KSTK. What's that one in Sacramento? Sacramento. KSMF. KSM. I don't have KSMF either. Fuck. That's no good. Anyway, I posted Fresno in the chat.
There we go, Rui. There's something for you to ponder.
Yeah, this is the whole point of my image band, my graph banding.
No,
to get away from the surface.
How did well, explain this, what we see.
Yeah, get away from the surface.
No, explain what we see.
Yeah, inferior mirages, inconsistent density gradients, non-linear density gradients. Gives you shit like that.
And how long does that mirage go for?
Once you get, if you look at my graph, have a look at my graph of Fresno. All right, so the x-axis is the refractivity gradient. All right, so to the right of 0 is light bending upwards. Yeah, and to the left of 0 is light bending downwards. Cool. All right, now the red bars on the graph is the gradient below 100 meters. Below 100 meters above the surface. And the blue ones, the blue ones are the gradient above more than 100 meters above the surface. Cool. All right, so you can see the red ones pretty much all over the place. Right, red ones are pretty random. Yeah. So below 100 meters, refraction is variable and unpredictable. Because you got lots of light bending downwards, some bending upwards. Usually the graphs have a bit more on the right-hand side, bending upwards.
Yeah.
So this one doesn't have a whole lot of data. All right, so
Yep.
below 100 meters, variable, unpredictable. But the blue ones are centered around, well, what's that, minus about 2.4 or so?
Right.
Yep. And they're pretty bunched around that minus 2.4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If I was to convert this into a radius multiplier, 7 over 6R is about minus 2.25 on that graph.
Uh-huh. Now, where did you get the R from?
Yeah, this is applying it to a curve calculator what if situation, right? So if you use a curve calculator normally, you are assuming the radius in exactly the same way that I am. You're saying, what if the radius is this? What will I expect to see?
I'm assuming
right? You didn't have a problem with it. Yeah, but you didn't have a problem with it when there was no refraction.
When did I say I didn't have a problem?
With the world record photo.
I never said anything about no refraction or anything. I didn't say anything about no refraction.
But you accepted the results of it, right? You said it shouldn't be seen.
No, I just said in that photograph, in the little side blurb, it said that it was supposed to be 9.5 miles below it, and then you corrected me and said it was only supposed to be 3.12.
Okay.
I never
Do you
said
accept that it's 3.12?
I never said anything about refraction. Well,
no.
I don't know. I'll take the 3.12, right?
Yeah, so you do accept it, right?
Well, I'll take it. I haven't worked it out myself, really, right? So
yeah, but that's what the number the curve calculator gives.
For the sake of the argument, I'll take it for the sake of the argument.
Yes, exactly. For the sake of the argument, that's what I do when I use a curve calculator.
Right.
So I go, if the Earth has a radius of 6371, this is what I expect to see. Right? But because we have an atmosphere, we need to change the radius.
Okay.
Yeah. So you accept, without refraction, you accepted the 3.1 miles. You said if we, if it's 3.1 miles, you shouldn't see it. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe. Right. So you accepted, for the sake of the argument, that the radius is this, and it gave this result. Right. Well, all I'm doing is saying, well, we have an atmosphere. You need to accept a different radius for the sake of the argument.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that on the globe, right? See, on a flat plane, you'll see it, right? No problems whatsoever in the right conditions, right? But on the globe, not only do you have to have the right conditions, right? Because it's already below your eye line, right? It's already 3.5 miles below your eye line. Okay, then you have to have super duper conditions to get this up over the whale parts and into your eye. Basically,
Not super conditions, average conditions, normal conditions, typical conditions.
Average, super duper, they're all the same. They're all extraordinary circumstances.
No, I'll post the other graph I got on my phone.
But see, you haven't. See, you've got to use R, and you haven't even established it yet. You got to go back
but
to
you've accepted R. You accepted R for the sake of argument in the curve calculator without refraction, right?
No, I just say,
okay.
According to the curve calculator, right?
Yeah.
It's your curve calculator because it's your globe, right? Yeah. That's what the curve should be. Right? I don't accept it. Right? I don't accept it myself. Okay. So now,
but
you
can't make an argument. You can't make an argument that the globe's disproved, right?
You've got to establish R right off the bat, right? You're going from point A to point F, and you missed all the points in between. You've got to go back to point A being R. You've got to establish that first.
Yeah, sure. I observe, objects hidden from the bottom up every direction I look. Therefore, Earth is a sphere, and we've defined the circumference as either 40,000 kilometers or 21,600 nautical miles. That's the definition of a nautical mile and a meter.
Mm.
That's the R.
So how did you establish R?
It's defined. That's how a meter and a nautical mile is defined. Once you have the shape, then the radius takes care of itself.
Well, how did the radius take care of itself? How did you get the radius to start off with?
It's defined by the meter and the nautical mile.
No.
It is. That's the definition
You
of a
need,
meter and a nautical mile.
you need an R. You need an R value,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
So
just give it to you.
where'd you get the radius? How'd you get it?
By definition, the Earth has a circumference of 40,000 kilometers.
But you
By
haven't
definition.
you haven't
That's how-
measured it yet. You haven't measured it yet to get it.
That's
So
the meter. Have we defined a meter?
But you can't have a definition of something that doesn't exist, Rui. It doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
the distance from the North Pole to the equator is 10,000 kilometers. That is the definition.
How did you
Right.
establish that?
It's different by definition.
It can't. It's not
That's the definition.
It has to be established before you can define it.
Whatever that distance is, whatever it is, right, between the North Pole and the equator, whatever that distance is 10,000 kilometers. All right?
10,000.
We're defining a unit by it. Yeah. And then, that equates to a certain physical length. And then we sort of compare that to a mile or a foot or a yard or whatever. And you can have a translation.
But you still haven't established the radius yet.
Yes, I did, by definition.
No, you can't just get it by a definition. You've got to establish. You've got to establish it first before you can define it.
No, that distance from the North Pole to the equator is 10,000 kilometers.
Is it?
Yes, that's by definition.
What's the radius?
Oh, the radius would be 6,371 or whatever.
How did you establish that?
Because the definition of a meter, do you accept that a meter is yay big? It's literally by definition.
Before you get a definition.
No. The unit is defined by the circumference of the Earth. Yes, it is.
No,
because I thought the meter that you get from the water, from the whole weight and volume of water.
No.
Is that not it?
Yeah. In I think it was early 1800s. There was a French survey done, and they did I think 800 k's from the top of France to the bottom, and determined the meter from it. The end. It's literally how the unit is defined.
Rui.
Oh, not anymore, it isn't, but it was. The original definition is how it's defined.
I posted a link from Wikipedia. You can read.
But hang on, I'd been brought up thinking that it was a cubic centimeter of water is 1 milliliter or whatever. No, 10 milliliters.
Yeah. No. I know where you're going, and you're correct. You are correct. Everything's based off the circumference of the Earth. The kilogram is based off the
And how did you establish that? Now you're defining all these.
Literally the definition. If you accept that a meter is yay big,
right? You're putting the horse before the
meter is yay big.
You're putting
the definition.
Yes, you are.
It's literally the definition.
You've got to establish it before you can define it.
No.
Yes.
It's literally the definition of the length.
It literally hasn't been established.
No. Whatever that distance, whatever unit you would like to use to describe the distance from the North Pole to the equator, whatever that distance is, 1/10,000,000th of it is defined as a meter.
How can it be both? I don't understand. What is it? The weight? Sorry, the volume of water.
The weight is the The weight is like 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters of water, right?
I see. So you've got to start with one that's arbitrary, which is the meter length, and from that you get the kilo.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah. It's literally all based on the circumference on Earth being a sphere.
There we go. And you haven't established that yet,
Yeah, I have. I've seen curvature in all directions.
No, you have not.
Yes, I have.
Oh, you're just fibbing now. You're just fibbing.
Show me any Beyond Horizons photo Oh, the meter was originally defined in 1793. I thought it was like early 1800s. Yeah, it's literally how those units are defined.
You got a new avatar writing.
My account got disabled.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I just should have some dinner. I'll go mute for a little bit.
All right, Ruby. What did you do to get to say?
I uploaded a picture of a dead rabbit.
What, here?
No, it was in something Apocryphon server.
What, did they disable it, or did Discord disable it themselves?
Discord disabled it. Somebody must have reported.
What, reported you?
Mm.
Damn.
Fun fact about units. I think it was in the days of maybe 2000 years ago, something like that. They didn't have like the units. There wasn't like really good, well-defined units, and people define things differently. So it was quite common to like define things as how long time. No, sorry. How many times a person would walk a distance, something like that. Like if you had like a person who was really good at walking, they would use his how long he walked. Or for example, I think they used some what's the guy who used the sticks in the ground? Aristosthenes, yeah, thank you. The way they defined it was they could use something called
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Isn't that what I said?
Eratosthenes. No,
Isn't
yeah,
that what I said?
Aristosthenes and yeah. There's no S. There's no S near the start. Yeah, Eratosthenes. There you go.
Did I say Aristosthenes? No, I shouldn't have.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
I sometimes try to do a th because it looks like it.
Anyway, the way he defined it, it was quite common back in the day. They used something called stadia or stradia or something like that, which was basically how long. Yeah, it was how long it took to walk across like a stadium, something like that. So it was like 10 stadia. Then it was like 10 length of the stadium. And they had like a guy who was trained at like measuring like how long time. It was very approximate, but yeah.
That sounds funny because if you be going downhill somewhere, you're like, that's not 40 stadia away. It's only barely 30. Somebody's walking back being like 30. It's more like 50.
It wasn't the most precise, but it's still relatively precise enough that they could map out like the ground we are on actually. So yeah.
Yeah, there were a bunch of different measurements like the cubit and the mile, which were just so many different. There's like the Islamic mile and the Roman mile and fucking Greek mile.
And the foot wasn't that for. I got taught this by a teacher in school that I've never bothered to fact check it. But my understanding is when they started getting this idea that we should standardize things, they were like, the foot is the length of a king's foot. And what that would have an effect is if you had if you had a tall king come in after a short king, everybody's property would devalue significantly because suddenly what used to be like 100 foot.
I think they defined it off one king and then kept it for a while.
Right.
It's insane.
What's insane that really hasn't established the R value. That's insane.
It's such a meme.
Where do the whale farts come in, do you reckon, with bottom-up obstruction, Bandy?
Whale farts are always a factor that is never calculated, Righty. Always a factor.
Is that what explains why the bottom of ships disappear before the top?
That's
Whale
part,
farts getting in the way.
part of it. That's part of it. But I've never seen in any of the calculations, I've never seen in brackets whale farts squared. Never seen it. Never seen it.
I mean, I might be able to cube them, but they would definitely have a volume, so they'd need to be.
Exactly. Oh, they've got to be a factor, don't they? Now, I'm not saying that they are a big factor, but they're a factor nonetheless. Like seaweed drift, salmon semen, all these bits and pieces.
Hello. When you went out there?
Yeah, we're here.
What's up?
I'm cooking though.
I'm right.
Hey, Lise. How you going, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Bansel?
Hey, Harry. Harry, what happened with the Apocryphon server? Like, I missed a bit of the conversation.
I uploaded a picture of a rabbit I shot, and then I got
And
reported,
that was
and my
against
account
TOS.
got disabled.
Oh, all right. Oh, so it is. All right. There you go.
It was one that you actually shot?
Yes. They're an invasive species, though.
Was it excessively
So are kangaroos, by the way.
So, yep, kangaroos are too. Open season on kangaroos in Australia at the moment. There is an extraordinary number of them, though. It's meant to be way more than there were when the white man arrived.
Was it a gory pick or just a little?
It was somewhat like, it wasn't deliberately gory. I was just like, look, I shot a rabbit. But I mean, I'd shot it with a gun that was probably too large a caliber for a rabbit.
There wasn't much left. In other words,
Usually all you need for a rabbit is a little pellet gun.
Yeah. I used to get them out from under the shed with just an air rifle. But I was...
What's funny about them is when you hit them, they pop up in the air.
Yes, they do a weird jump.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah, it's a bit.
You don't know whether you got it or whether it just made a weird jump.
Yeah. I was like, woo, I'm getting away.
Yeah. You know what's weird though is that they'll do that. They'll go woohoo and they'll jump up, but then they'll come right back down and just sit there. Like even if you didn't hit them, and they won't even run away. Like they think that they're hidden or something because they'll pop up and then they'll just stand there. After they come back down, they'll just sit there and look around. They're good eating. Kind of tastes like chicken.
Yeah, I only feed those ones to the dogs because they released myxomatosis in the wild rabbit population to try and cull them. So many of them are not good. So I'll sometimes feed them to the dogs, but usually just leave them there.
So Ruhif and Bandsaw, did you guys get to the bottom of the whale fart refraction?
No. I think he's gone away to think about it. He's having dinner. Sort of munch
I'm
on
cooking. I'll have dinner in a minute. I haven't actually finished cooking yet.
The conclusion is that Ruhif, you're just adding a pre-assumed radius value that you haven't validated.
When you use a curve calculator, you are accepting, for the sake of argument, that the Earth has a radius, right? It's
Yes,
my
you have to accept.
hypothesis that the Earth is a sphere. And to test it, I go and accept it or presume it for the sake of the argument and test the results to test my hypothesis. A minute.
So we don't have to.
Yes, it's a very weird argument there. Like you can't do the presumed R because to disprove R you have to accept it, then show how it is invalid.
Well, you've got to prove R to start right off, right? You got to
But
establish.
how do you disprove R?
Right. Well, you got to establish it first. It's like when we were talking about the curvature of water yesterday, Righty. Okay.
Ooh.
Now, to my knowledge, right, and can be stood corrected that the curvature of water has never been measured. Never been measured. Okay.
Well, I think a sextant measures it.
No, the curvature. Never been a direct measurement of curvature of water. Okay. Now, sextants are used for navigation, right? They're not used for measuring the curvature of water. Okay, so that hasn't been done either. Then now you can claim that the curvature of land has been measured, right? You can claim that, right? And now with this claim of curvature of land, you now just extrapolate that to water.
But I think the sextant, like if you accept a nautical mile, then like you can measure that out, right? You can go if this changes by 1 degree for 60 nautical miles, it's going to take 60 times 360 to describe a circle.
Well, it depends on your perspective, because how you use a sextant on the globe, all it's done, by the looks of things, all it's done is hijacked perspective and replaced it with Earth curve. That's all it's done.
Right, but
Sextants only work on a globe.
That might be the case, but what you're saying then is not that it hasn't been measured. What you're saying is I distrust what that measurement is actually measuring. But if a nautical mile can measure 300, that you travel in a 360-degree circular path that describes a circumference that gives you a set number, then to say, well, it hasn't been measured because I don't trust the measurements doesn't seem fair. You can say it has been measured, but I don't trust the measurements, but it seems weird to go, it both hasn't been measured and of that measurement you just showed me, I don't like it for the following reasons.
It seems, right? And I don't know if Gio was around and listening, but Bacon did a very cool little app, in actual fact, that kind of demonstrates how perspective has been hijacked by Earth curve. And if Gio wants to drop it, if he wants, because I've closed it, unless I saved it, I'll see if I've saved it. Hold on, let's see if I've got it. Let's see. Boom. How do I share this? Hold on. Dun, dun. Copy. Because you're the sextant, man. You should like this little.
Yeah, it took my buddy sextant to the farm, overcast every night, pissing down for half the time I was there.
There we go. There's a little app that Bacon has made.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it before, but
yeah. So this is the thing that I don't think is is got by that. See that dot on the right? That's a really cool little.
Hold on.
God, I
Hold
love
on.
these clever people in this community.
It's pretty amazing, actually, isn't it?
So if you look at that's a perfect one that goes, what happens if we travel from the North Pole to the equator, right? Where Polaris, or if we call Polaris the celestial pole, we all know it's not exactly on it. It will be at 90 degrees, and then if you get round to the equator, it will be at 0 degrees. What he's showing in the flat Earth sextant thing is that if you're using triangulation, which is why QE and Nathan don't let this discussion continue past barking, where's your curved adjacent?
We're not talking about
sure.
Right,
so the reason they don't want it to go there is because that dot on the right side, so as you slide back and forth, there is a dot that describes a triangle. Now in using a sextant, you don't actually create a triangle, but if on a flat Earth, you would have to, because either the stars move or they don't. And if they don't move...
Of course, you create a triangle. That's how you create your angle, right?
Right. So the important point is that dot, if you're at 10 degrees, is quite high in the sky, but then as you move away from that star eventually gets to an altitude of 0 degrees, which means it's on the equator, which means that if you're creating a triangle, you've just found that the star should go crashing into Earth when you get to the equator. But then for some reason, when you go back up to the North Pole, Polaris is way up in the sky again. It shows that it shows that the altitude of the star, I mean, the distance from the surface of the Earth to the star changes.
And you just said that they don't use straight lines. Sections.
No, I said they don't. No, I said they don't use triangles.
Triangle. Well, of course they do, because you establish from your eyesight to the horizon. That's a straight line. Then you got a point up in the sky at the star that you're looking at, and you're creating another straight line, and then star down to Earth.
That's not a triangle, Betty.
We don't do that star back down to Earth.
Yeah, that's not a triangle.
That's a separate measurement where you're trying to figure out where the GP of the star is. So in a way, you're kind of...
It's part of
the diagram.
But the cool thing that this is showing is that exactly the point that is important about the sextant debate is that if sextants do work on a flat Earth, the whole debate about, well, we don't know what the stars are or where they are should be put to bed, because you should be able to say, I know exactly where Polaris is. I can triangulate its altitude. But the problem is every time the altitude is triangulated, it will change depending on your latitude. So everybody at 30 degrees latitude is going to have Polaris at the same height in the sky. And they're all going to go, oh yeah, it's 4,000 foot above the Earth, 4,000 meters above the Earth, or whatever, kilometers, sorry, above the Earth. But then when they get down to the equator, they're going to go, it's 0 kilometers above the Earth. And that just doesn't make sense, right?
What are
Why
those
would a star move depending on where I am?
Sorry, I was listening. Louis just dropped another picture.
Yep. The actual, there's no triangle.
And distracted. What do those yellow lines represent?
The star. The
angle
direction
to
of the star.
Where you'd be looking to see that star.
Okay.
They're parallel.
Why are they
the
parallel?
argument's not, just to be clear, well, they're parallel because you treat, sorry, I'm kind of giving Louis' answer here, but in celestial navigation, you treat stars as if they are infinitely far away.
Yeah,
you treat the sun and the stars as if they're infinitely far away. So you can't make a triangle because definitionally triangles have no two parallel sides.
Well, you're just treating them as a point in the sky. So why are you treating them
far away?
Away?
Yeah, but you need to know a distance to them, and for the sake of navigation, you could plug it in where you go, Polaris is this many light years away. It's just that it's going to give you, hundredths of a second.
No. It was billionths of a degree off parallel.
Wow. Yeah. So it's just such a tiny amount that would be, you're measuring sort of hundredths of a millimeter of difference of where you're standing on the face of the Earth. It's just not necessary to know the actual altitude of them.
So,
and you can't, because there is a linear relationship between the angle and distance on the ground. Yeah. You can't get that same thing with the flat Earth sextant because the
So-
altitude to the star changes, but also the angle will not make a linear relationship.
It's a sextant, right? It's not a globe Earth sextant. It's not a flat Earth sextant. It's just a sextant. So stop poisoning the well. I don't poison the well. All right.
No. So I'm not poisoning the well about what the instrument does. The instrument could still work on a flat Earth. What I'm saying that a sextant shows is when you use it, you find a linear relationship between nautical miles and degrees of elevation of a star.
You do poison. You make comments like that, but those stars, right? They're just a point in the sky that you're pointing the sextant towards, right? To work out an angle, right, to the horizon. That's all you're doing. So it's a point in the sky, and you've got your horizon being horizontal to your eye line, okay? And you're working out that angle, aren't you? Okay, then straight
with the correction,
straight lines, right?
Correct the dip.
Right? Yeah, well, you can correct, but maybe you're correcting for other things other than dip. All right.
Yeah, you could be hiding a globe in that correction. The challenge would just be the correction you make is not dependent on where you stand on the Earth. It's dependent on how high you are from the surface of the water. So you always make a consistent correction whether you look north, south, east, or west. So it would be hard to hide something in that calculation.
Yeah, you're on a boat, so you're not really that high above the water surface when you're using
right.
Or on
it's
land.
Still I forget what it is, per 5 foot, it's a minute of correction or something like that. Like it's not insignificant.
Don't know.
I've got the table here as well. Actually, hold on.
You do like another minute of correction, arc minute of correction for 5 foot, 10 foot, or no, it's maybe 2 minutes or something like that. It's pretty significant though. Like a minute is within the error bars of a compass of a sextant.
Oh, sorry, that's the refraction one. Give me the dip correction one. 1 sec.
Oh, you've got the refraction one. That was the one I was looking for.
Yeah, but I got the dip one as well. Hold on.
The refraction one where you haven't established. That's handy.
Well, if you find it works, I mean, you can't always return to base things and go, oh, but how do I know my eyes work?
I don't know.
And you end up, well, in my opinion, you end up stuck in a sort of presuppositionalist debate.
Here's an interesting question.
Sure, it is an interesting question. I would just, you can just challenge it.
Was the sextant first invented?
Sextant? Well, it depends how you say it, but the astrolabe comes before it, and it was used to find latitude. And they've found archaeological evidence of Polynesians using a coconut sextant.
There we go.
Which is pretty old.
Hey, pretty damn old.
Yeah. Why? What does that tell you? How old it is?
Oh, just looking into things, writing. I like to look into things. Is all.
Sure. It's good. If you were going to look into anything, I would look into the claim that Rui and I keep making, which is can't get a linear relationship between degrees and angles. You'll have a changing height of star.
Well,
both are related to the same kind of thing, but it's like Brian Leakey claims to have measured the height of Polaris, and you can do that. If it's triangulation, you absolutely can do that. You can go, how high is that star from the surface of the Earth, and get a number and calculate it. The question is,
and he could be correct.
And he could be correct. It's just interesting that if he does it from a different latitude, he gets a different answer. He hasn't. He's picked one answer, which is 4,000.
No, he kind of did in his next video, where he made that refraction correction.
Right.
Unfortunately, when you get close to the equator, like 10, 15 degrees from the equator, his position's off by like 300 nautical miles.
Anyway, this argument is more Geo's field. He was having a good discussion before with Mailman, actually. But I'm just arguing from a point of ignorance, really. So, which I don't mind. I don't mind doing that. Don't mind it at all.
But yeah,
The-
I mean, it's just worth checking out if you're interested in the debate. It's worth checking out. How could I get nautical mile accuracy with a device that, like, or just like lazily, like while you're making your morning coffee, put on any video about celestial navigation, any video where it's like, hey, you're a beginning sailor, here's how to use the sextant.
I'll tell you what I am interested in writing, right? Bendy, curvy water. That does interest me.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what the sextant measures. It measures how much water curves.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not
I
at
like when
all.
You wish.
when Nathan was going off about, you're going to need half of that. And I'm like, I love the sextant because, you're going to, 60 nautical miles per degree, you're going to need half of that. Or, finding your distance from the GP, you're going to need half of that. Making the dip correction, you're going to need half of that.
Yeah, I hadn't realised how... Go on. Sorry, Brandy.
You and I go out to a lake, right? And you get a canoe and I get a canoe. And we're a mile apart, right?
Mm.
And we're going to... And with our sextant, we're going to establish an 8-inch curve in that water, are we?
You'll establish your position, and
You'll
that will
establish your
necessitate there being curve. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to figure out. You'll be able to figure out if you use it well. You'll be able to figure out where you are, and what that requires is a simple calculation of 1 arc minute per nautical mile.
Okay, so we're not
if it's an arc minute.
The curvature of the water then.
I think you are. I think you absolutely are
in the method. Yeah.
I just asked you
what it says is you'll end up or if that's a smaller circle, what it says is if you continue this path, you'll end up back where you started. If you go on a straight bearing from here, and by straight I mean doesn't deviate left or right, you will end up back where you started. That's what's necessitated by the efficacy of a sextant.
So we can't measure the curvature of water.
Celestial navigation requires a radius. The fact that it works, should be the proof that you need.
You haven't even established. You haven't got past point A yet, right? You're just going with a definition where you haven't even the definition.
It's how the unit is defined.
Can I show you? I'm editing an episode today, and I want to show you the fucking hilarious sign this guy put on his bins.
I gotta say, my background noise is fantastic. My son's got the TV fucking blaring, and it's not.
We're not getting anything today. It was way worse the other day where you had a bunch of screaming girls. Or prepubescent boys, I guess. How do you like that sign? We went to the Dargo Hotel. He's got this giant sign out the back in front of the camping area. Don't put your rubbish in my fucking bins. Thanks.
So we can't directly measure the curvature of water with sextants. We've established that. So how do we do this? How do we establish the curvature of water?
The fact that celestial navigation works means that water is curved.
Rui, oh my god, you're
Andy. What's wrong with a good old calculation, mate? Fuck, it's good for everyone else. Why are you being so picky today?
Me? Picky? Never.
I'll stand by though. The fact that it works means that the Earth is a globe, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth. The end.
Yeah.
And your verification of that is what? That before they knew it was curved, they kept on getting lost in the ships?
No, they devised the method knowing that the Earth is a globe, and the method works.
Yeah.
Did they?
But did they get lost in the ships before they knew?
I don't
or
think
they
they
still getting
traveled.
where they need
I
to go?
No idea.
I think not understanding it precluded them from traveling far as much as, particularly over water. I think you can wander as far as you want without giving a fuck about what shape the Earth is. But fairly reliably, this is my new theory on it. When people kept asking who were the first people that thought the Earth was a globe, I started Googling it. It was like Plato, Aristotle. And I think it actually neatly aligns with cultures that have traveled far. So if they live in a tiny little neck of the woods and they never leave it, they can have any sort of weird cosmology. But the moment they start traveling distances, they go, "Whoa, I don't know about this flat business. I think it might be ball shaped."
Yeah, there's a challenge out there, which I will monetarily back for as much money as you like. Given the 3 angles to 3 stars, find out where you are on the Earth without using globe mathematics. It can't be done.
Yeah.
It only works on a globe.
And that gets
Doesn't work on
verified
flat.
how?
Well, do the challenge.
You can test it yourself with Bacon's trilateration page. It's awesome. Has anybody used it?
No.
That
No,
thing
but
I tried to do.
just
I took
assumes the 69
exactly.
per degree, but that just assumes that's because of sphericity.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
It's like saying
there could be another reason for it.
It's like saying I assume this car is manual and I'm able to drive it. If that's a useful assumption.
not like that. No.
Yeah, show us the assumptions wrong. Show us
Well,
how
it's
it
been
works on
shown
another
before.
model.
It's been shown before how optical effects can make it appear the way it is, and it doesn't have to be curved. The surface.
No, show us an example of you figure out where you are given the angles to 3 stars without using globe math.
Even just getting a single line of equal altitude, like you've got to draw a circle on a map to do the trilateration.
You're gonna need a map for that, aren't you?
and yeah, for the starters, you're going to need a map for that. But like, if you look at stars that have a GP like down in the south, it is pretty interesting where they how they work, because they get really weird towards the south. The further south you go, the circles become almost. Let me just see if I can change one to Acrux.
That's absurd.
And they're like, yeah, they have the sort of flip around.
If you think it works,
sorts of weird stuff.
if you think you can navigate in a flat Earth with a sextant, show us how it's done without using globe math.
Well, I suppose the argument about the sextant probably wasn't really what I was saying, but people navigated before they knew it was spherical, and they got where they were going.
Over water, over significant distances over water?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're claiming that no one ever traveled a significant distance over water until we knew it was a globe, then I'd like to see some sort of verification of that. But as far as I know, people have been traveling forever and a fucking day, and they didn't know it was a globe.
Well, I mean, I don't know, like Phoenicians, like a lot of those, like Saxons, the many of them like lived in a tiny pocket of what we now call Earth. Most of them didn't move very far at all. Like if you looked at some of the map of Aboriginal peoples, it's like a sort of bit larger than a suburb. Some of them you could do a lap of it in a couple of weeks. Whereas you get people like the Polynesians.
Australian Aborigines walked here, right?
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, walking here. But you get Polynesians, people who need to navigate accurately, otherwise they'll miss stuff. And like, let me get a map of them. And they're covering thousands and thousands of kilometers. This giant triangle out in the sea. Giant sort of shape of sea. Thousands of kilometers from Hawaii down to New Zealand over to Rapa Nui, where they've got the heads, the funny heads.
East Arlington.
Yeah. Those people seem to have a spherical cosmology. Use coconut sextants where they put water in the bottom. So it was taken off plumb, not off horizontal, which is also interesting because it used water to find level. And then had holes kind of drilled in it with star names written on them, and whatever line of latitude you wanted related to that star. And so you had to find that star in the thing with the coconut water at that level.
So both of you guys, so you think if you went out in a yacht and you went out it is pretty cool, yes. But if you went out as far as you could get, so you couldn't see any land, so you're out in the middle of some ocean, right? And all you had was a sextant. Do you personally think, like, are you able to calculate like coordinates from that, and then like say call in, get the coordinates, and then someone else could like tag on a map with those coordinates, and theoretically you'd be in that spot? Or do you think, given that you're using optics and the sextant, you'd be a little bit off.
So
No, I get it. I need an almanac though. I need the almanac with all the star positions. Yeah.
You need the almanac and the stars, and you do need to correct for dip angle and refraction and some things like that. But if you do those things correctly, you get it to within a nautical mile accuracy. And that's why I posted, Bacon's made this really cool thing, and you can test it, right? Don't tell it where you are. You go to his page on trilateration, and you can also test it with the effective atmosphere. To then just open up Stellarium and choose the position of where the Stellarium sits. Then do it with atmosphere and without atmosphere, and you just plug those stars into his thing. You've got to do exactly the time you've taken it. The easiest way to do it with Stellarium is pause the clock, because it's really difficult to fucking do it to the second otherwise. And you pause the clock, and without telling his page which page you had open on Stellarium, it will find that point. I've tried it. We did it with Bandy's one.
That's a little bit different to a physical verification with someone actually going out and doing the practical version of it and then comparing.
Well, that's why
you said if someone's done it well enough,
but it didn't work.
Yeah, if you said if someone does it well enough, all those calculations and everything, then they can get within a nautical mile. And so obviously it's plus or minus nautical miles. So if you don't do it perfectly, obviously you're going to get out of those margins. But how would you like physically verify that spot that you're sitting in the ocean is actually those coordinates on a spherical planet Earth, other than to go to Google Earth, for example, and go, oh yeah, look, there it is on a grid. Like, how would you verify?
So you could do it a variety of different ways. You could use this just over land, over places where you do know where they are. And that could work. You could sail on a straight bearing from one island in that whole Polynesian chain to another, taking sites and seeing if it describes a ... breadcrumb path. You could co-witness it with GPS. There's like 100 ways you could do it, or you could just read the accounts of mariners who've done this since time immemorial.
Now, didn't they just use the sextant themselves a bearing of a heading that they wanted to go? No,
it doesn't give you a bearing. It does. A sextant won't give you a bearing.
So a sextant won't tell you whether it's traveling north, east, south, or west.
No, not really.
Really?
Like you could sort of do it backwards by kind of going, well, I know where south is because I'm looking at Acrux, and Acrux is, a half a hand span to the South Pole or something. But no, you'd use a compass for that. You'd use a compass for your bearing. You're not gonna get a bearing from a sextant. I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't, just you wouldn't. You'd use a compass.
I think you could do both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not that you couldn't, you just wouldn't. Because you use it not to figure out where you're going, but where you are.
So working out how far you are away from your bearing.
How far away you are from? What do you mean? How far away you are from your bearing?
Well, you want to head to. You're in the old Northlands, and you're a Viking, and you want to get to England to do some pillaging. All right, sure. You need a bearing to get there, right?
Well, interestingly, the way they used to do it with like sort of pre-sextants, the astrolabe and stuff, was just with an understanding of how you could get latitude, because latitude is easy to work out with the stars. You don't even need a sextant. It's super easy to work out. And that'll tell you sort of how north or south you are on a sphere. And then what quite often they would do
or a plane
is like,
with optical effects.
I disagree with that. If that's you would need to demonstrate how that could be the case. Is you go to the correct latitude and then you kind of shoot for it. You just sort of head west, right? Where did the sun set? Chase that dot. Not quite sun, but I know what north is because I've been looking at the North Star, and then once that North Star is at like 30 degrees in the sky or something, and I know I'm aiming for 30 degrees latitude, then I just start running west. And that's the way they used to do it, which is sort of pretty inefficient. And if you missed your mark, you're in a bit of trouble.
Hmm.
But that's what the Polynesians sextant would do. It would just tell you your latitude. So if you're aiming for an island, you just have to know what line of latitude that's on, get to that, and then stay on it.
Row, boys, row.
Exactly. Well, looking at little Bacon's little app that he made, it looks like you've just hijacked perspective. To the layman, that's what it looks like.
The challenge remains. Know how it could work with a triangle, because won't the height of Polaris change, and how do you get linear degrees to distance?
What do you mean? You said it doesn't use triangles. You say it just uses angles.
Yeah, the sphere does. As you can see on his one where you roll it round the side for the sphere, it stays pointing due, up on that picture towards the top of my monitor.
Okay then. Yeah.
So it's never creating a triangle, whereas on a flat plane it would create a triangle.
Okay, what's a triangle got to do with it when you're just working out your angle?
Exactly. Why does one of these? Why does the flat Earth one create triangles, whereas every document every video you open about celestial navigation doesn't talk about triangles?
Well, if you look at the left hand example that he's got, where he's got it on a curve, and he's got a T square on that curve, and as you move it, right, that little T square moves up and down the curve.
Yeah.
Right? That T square is establishing your angle, and the curve is underneath T square. Right? Whereas on the flat plane, the T square is just moving backwards and forwards, depending on the height of that star. Right, the closer you get, the higher it goes, the more acute the angle. The further back you go, the more obtuse the angle is. The further away, as that point star gets lower down in that graph.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying would give you, like, you can do it right now with a triangle calculator. If we just call.
So same sort of thing, right? With the left hand side one, as you move it across, as that star gets lower down, the angle gets either more acute or obtuse, right? Except then now you've got the curve underneath your horizontal that you've established looking through that tool, right? And now you have to put in all these different calculations for the Earth curve.
Well, no, it's a much simpler calculation for the Earth curve. The complexity comes in using the almanac to know where that star is. But let's say that star's fixed. You just go, my distance to that star is degrees times 60.
So the almanac just tells you at what day, what time the stars are going to be in the sky and what position they're going to be in. Yeah, that's what the almanac does.
It tells you, like, it's got 40 something navigational stars, 47 something navigational stars, and for every second of every day for that year, it'll tell you what their GP is. And so what you will know is, right, if I put the GP there, like I sort of put the middle of a compass kind of thing, like a old sort of drawing compass on that. Notably, you have to do this on a globe. It doesn't work if you do it on a flat map, so you have to do a different kind of thing to convert this to charts.
Why? If I'm looking up at the stars today, and I notice, I don't know, whatever name star it is, call him Donald Duck, and today he's in the sky at this particular position at this particular time. Tomorrow, I look at Donald Duck again, and I make a note of it, and I do that for 12 months straight, 2 years straight to confirm it all. All right. Now I've got my reference points. Where's the globe? Where's the globe come into it? Now I've got my reference points.
Sure. You keep. It's like you keep asking questions about where the globe comes into it. Is that the relationship from my distance to the GP, i.e., the radius of that circle, will be a linear distance. It will be a linear relationship between the degrees to the star. So you can use this triangle calculator and test how that works. So if we plug into this and we say it's 90 degrees at the GP, and I'm getting a 60 degrees altitude to Polaris, which leaves 30. So we'll go 30 times 60 will be nautical miles. I'm going to get 1,800 nautical miles till I get to the GP. I think I'm doing that math right. Right, and I can go calculate, and I've got the altitude in nautical miles of Polaris. Polaris is now 3,117 nautical miles from the face of the planet. From the, sorry, not planet, a plane if we're doing this on something flat. Right, but then if I go back and I go, now I'm seeing it at 30 degrees, and now I need to go 60 by 60 nautical miles because we know that relationship is there. So I'm getting double that distance. Now I calculate the height to Polaris, and it's lower. It's now 2,000 nautical miles from the surface of the Earth. So the height to Polaris changing. This fixed point in the sky doesn't seem so fixed if we work it out flat. Like we're treating it as if it's a finite distance from us rather than an infinite distance from us. But that finite distance is changing. Just logically, it doesn't make sense. Why would a star move depending on where I'm standing when it's the fixed North Star that's written about in the Bible? If it's optics, how the fuck would a sextant work? If a sextant works because you know the GP of a star, how the fuck does it work by not knowing where the star is because the star keeps moving?
I look forward to you going out with your sextant and verifying that it works.
Sure.
We already know it works.
We
know use
it
globe
works.
mathematics to make it work. Right?
The chance that it doesn't work.
That was how it does on a flat Earth.
Requires that everybody since Jesus's time, right? They followed the star in the sky to the manger. Everybody from Jesus's time to Polynesians to the Egyptians to the British, you're just calling half of the cultures throughout.
The three
They just got around with an almanac. So they get around with an almanac all the time.
But as I said, you can easily find latitude. Latitude wasn't a problem. You need the almanac if you want to find longitude. Latitude is easy. Piece of piss. Particularly because the stars stay at the same latitude. You can pick a star based on latitude and run around because that's the way latitudes work.
So you're trying to tell me that wise men used a sextant to go take their frankincense and myrrh and gold to little baby.
No, but they described a star as a fixed point in the sky. There's other points in the Bible that do that too. Like there's even if you don't want to take the wise men, pick a different source. Do you think the British lied about using celestial navigation to find latitude?
I think
made a huge cash prize for somebody to find longitude.
I think the British lie about many a thing. Because they're British.
Just assume latitude is on a sphere, eggshell. That's all. Latitude can be on a plane as well.
No, it can't. You can't have latitude on it because you could, but the latitudes would keep expanding. The latitudes would keep expanding. So you get to the equator, and then the next line south. But yeah, you can do this. Go out tonight and see what do the standard 4.5 staff lengths to the South Celestial Pole. Test how high that is in the sky. You can just eyeball it. Go, I think it's about 30-something degrees in the sky, and that will give you a latitude. So much so we play a game.
Wally? Where's Wally's demonstrated that lines of longitude converge by measuring runways? Yeah.
If the light above me in the room is at 90 degrees, there is nowhere else in the room it is at 90 degrees. If I walk to the point that it's at 30 degrees, that will describe a circle bigger than that point. If I go to the point that it's at 10 degrees, it'll describe a bigger circle sill. That is such a simple bit of geometry that you just need to explain why is that happening in the south? Why are these lines converging in the south?
What lines?
mean,
what lines are converging? Sorry, you must have gone blank.
So you get the idea if you
the
take
lines
an
they made
elevation.
up, of course.
Here we go.
Oh, okay, right.
Here we go.
So nothing physical converging. They're just the lines on the map. Yeah.
Your position will converge. You'll go back to where you started. If you keep that star at like if you keep Polaris at a set altitude and keep walking, you'll end up where you started.
How can one person's position converge? Don't you need two people to converge on one point?
How would you like to describe your position on Earth? Or how do you describe it?
Not antipodal, personally. On the outer rim, I'll say outer rim. I don't mind being an outer rimmer.
What coordinate system? What coordinate system do you use? You personally?
Oh, I don't use one. No, I don't use a coordinate system. I don't
You don't ever describe where you are?
No, I might tell someone I'm at my house.
Yeah, but if you're lost in the bush, right?
Well, no,
how
I
would you
just
tell
look
someone
where
you
the
are?
sun is, where it rises and fucking sets, and I just head in the direction I think is closest to where I need to go.
Yeah, but you've broken your leg. You're in the bush. What coordinates will you use?
Oh, I got no idea. Wouldn't
So
put
you
myself
die.
in that
All right.
position. I wouldn't put myself in that position to die, Ruhib.
How about the
You get your
coordinate
section
system?
out in your almanac, would you?
How about the natural coordinate system of the sky?
Have you got like a pocket sextant and little almanac? Ruhib? No.
Sounds like without this almanac, anyway.
Sounds like you just head off in a direction, you get there, then you just claim you knew you got there. How to get there.
It actually looks like with little Bacon's little app that he made that it really does look like they've tried to hijack perspective and everything else, refraction and everything else, and try to convert it very well.
Oh yeah. Yep. They've done a
Saying,
great job of it.
yeah, have to work out, give calculations and this and that, and the only reason you do
Tasty, yeah.
well, Riding's had his sextant for like 3 years and he still hasn't used it. He must have got lost.
Yeah, I think the first one he bought was just a toy. Didn't actually work.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll let him off then. I'll let him off.
You got fooled. He bought a fake or just an ornament.
Oh. There's actually
I don't think he lost much money.
Gotta find it. Let me see if I can find it. Is that his name? Hopefully. Let's see. No. No. I have to go to my history.
Damn.
History.
Didn't Geo post something a couple of days ago? Are you in here, Geo? With regards to some fella who was delving into changing all the coordinate systems and how you can quickly go from one to another with just a like a simple like calculation. I didn't actually look at the post too much, but it looked interesting. Geo. No, everyone's gone, Bandy.
Here we go.
Lights are on. No fuckers.
Here we go. He's an interesting fellow. He's a flat earther, right? But he's actually, as we speak, trekking to the North Pole. Where are we? I'll drop his link. This guy's an interesting cat. And funnily enough, he too is using tech.
Bandsaw Bandit. Oh, he must be like a Bitcoin billionaire, hey, or some shit.
Oh, no, I think he's just a normal bloke, mate. I think he's just a normal fellow.
Oh, good on him.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just clicked on. I thought it was some dude in a fancy yacht. Nah, he's doing it full like physical style.
Yeah, yeah. Dragging a big sled behind him. He but his channel's all about living right, healthy living, all that sort of stuff. Right foods, blah blah blah. But yeah,
Is that where he lives? Where he is now?
No, I'm not sure where he lives. No, I'm not sure. But
Right.
yeah, he's trekking his way to the North Pole. Why anyone would want to do that is beyond me, really. Seemed too bloody cold.
Yeah, some people don't feel it, mate. Yeah, I think us Aussies are a bit soft when it comes to that.
Yeah, look, I'm very happy that we don't have to worry about ice fishing in the winter. Right, very happy.
I could take to the Yukon gold deposits, but other than that, yeah, they can keep their frozen creeks.
Yeah. It looks fun. They get pretty serious with their little tents on sleds and the little pot bellies inside them, and they push them out onto the lake and drill their little holes.
Oh shit, yeah. I mean, I'd prefer to do it for gold, but to these people, fish basically is gold food. maybe there's a bit of nostalgia to doing it these days, obviously. But if you're out there, you've got to eat.
Yeah.
Is he on some sort of discovery mission?
Look, I can't remember who dropped his channel, but it was only last week. I had a very brief look at his channel. To be fair. But yeah, he's
What was that?
his channel covers a few bits and bobs. Yeah, he's a flat earther, but Freemasonry, healthy eating, and stuff, spirituality and whatnot.
Fair enough.
I think Ruby's got investments in weather balloons. That's where he's making all his money.
Possibly.
Oh, that's how far he's gone, Gio, so far. On foot. Crazy.
I think that's his goal. Yeah, it's kind of pretty interesting website.
Did you hear me earlier, Gio, asking you about a post you made a couple of days ago? Don't want to ask again if you heard me.
I did hear you. Yeah, I just couldn't get to my mic. Is that the True Loon or Trolloon?
That's the one. I couldn't. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I haven't actually
That
read over
seems quite
that.
interesting.
It is, yeah.
It seemed like the coordinate system was able to be manipulated quite easily.
Yep. Yeah, I haven't actually read over the full. I guess it's only like a one-page site. I'll repost it again if anyone wants to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm trying to flick back through the history now, but yeah, that'd be better.
Yeah, he's basically talking about how the coordinate systems can be interchangeable to a degree.
Just going back to that fella who's trekking, how many kilometers is his full trek?
Or
miles?
Well, it looks like he's trekking all through Alaska, and then, God, who knows? It must be.
It must be a couple of thousand.
I was going to say a couple of thousand to an.
Yeah.
All on foot. It's going to take him forever.
How fit would you be after that? You'd have legs of steel.
Oh, God.
I think it had said somewhere on the
Bear doesn't
website.
eat you.
I think it had said somewhere that it was like 2,800 miles.
Oh, there you go.
That's like 4,000 K.
Yeah, it says. Yeah, well, right on the main page it says live tracker distance to 90 degrees north, 2,420 miles.
Damn. And he's doing it through snow while pulling a sled. That's going to take him.
Is he really doing it?
Yeah, he's really doing it.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Either that or he's just doing circles in a paddock and no one's realised he's just on a loop.
Well, he has been raising money, so yeah, maybe he's just hey guys, I'm out here. No, I'm just kidding. But
yeah.
I like how he has a page on his website called Prayer Team. So and you can put yourself as in a time slot. You can pray for him.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, yeah, there are risks, without a doubt. I wonder how you would like pack enough boots. Like, do you pack just 2 sets of boots, or would you go for 3 in case one gets sparked and then your second one? Like, how many do you pack so that you've got enough boots to make this trip, and socks and shit?
Yeah.
Is he washing? Like, is he doing washing? I imagine shit would get pretty manky.
Well, it doesn't look like he's shaved enough that way. So
yeah, you wouldn't worry about that.
What are you going to eat?
Snowballs.
Whatever you catch. Whatever you catch. And it's not going to be plant-based, Geo. It's going to be animal. No glucose in that stuff. True Loon. That's an interesting name, isn't it? True Loon.
Mm.
Yeah, he's got some
True
cool little animations on there. The Trolloon guy, Trulon. Maybe it's Trulon.
True Loon.
Is that the one where they can change the coordinates into any particular?
Yeah, it seems like that's what he's discussing a bit on here. Yeah. It's like a one-page website. I haven't read through it yet. I kind of have skimmed it, but
There we go.
yeah, the summary of it right at the beginning. We claim it's impossible to ever determine the shape of the planet. That's his first sentence. There is no measurement or observation that can reveal this. Well, that's quite a statement.
Yeah.
And then he says coordinate transformations can change a model into practically any shape. Physics supports coordinate transformations. We will be mostly relying on celestial coordinates, which is a well-known and often used coordinate system. Physics can be made to work on any shape universe. Have a look at the animations below if you're unconvinced. There's no test to differentiate between the shapes. In reality, we can only observe/measure the physical properties of the world, not the shape.
Boom. That's an interesting first couple of sentences.
Well, the whole thing's fucking interesting, I personally can't verify any of it. That's up to other people. But
You or me. We can't do this.
if they're going to reverse engineer something, they need this sort of stuff.
This is why it's funny. Like when you read this, Geo, this Trulloon page that you've dropped, and you hear people like writing in and Rui talking with such a surety over the sextant and navigational properties and whatnot. Maybe they haven't looked enough into it. Or maybe they're looking for confirmation bias.
Coordinate bias?
Yeah, all that.
Bias of coordinates. No, they're this way.
Mm.
I think in some cases it's a little bit. I'm not necessarily talking about anyone in particular, but when you got the kind of mainstream, backing in a sense, it seems like it's kind of a. Doesn't mean that it's correct, but there's a. You got kind of a team behind you, I guess. So it's kind of maybe easier to assert some kind of solidity to it just because it's the mainstream story.
What part of their world comes crashing down with the realization that they aren't where they are? Because they seem to argue it with a lot of vigor at times. Like they've got a big bone in the fight.
Yeah.
And it is interesting how they too at times. I noticed that pattern.
Well, if someone's wrong on the internet, we have to correct them right away.
Mm. Yes.
It's a prime
Quickly
importance.
send out those DMs. They're talking about this over there. Go correct them.
We got to get them before the fact checkers get them.
Mm.
Pre-fact checkers.
It's quite interesting. Ali shared a document ages ago that was going around with all the globies and the arguments, right? And how it was periodically updated, and it was like a script that they all stuck to. It was very interesting, actually. Very interesting.
You didn't get the updated script that I sent you?
Oh, damn. Sorry. I'll check my inbox now.
You better check it. There's a lot of important updates on it.
Got to be fiery in here last night, Gio. Tell you that.
Sparks flying.
I don't. Sorry, guys. I don't talk much. I just wanted to say I've been listening to you guys for the last sort of like couple of hours, and there's not been one argument, and not one person raising their voice. It's been lovely to hear you guys.
Fantastic, well, good. That's how we always want it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I definitely find Southeast, because I'm a South African. I definitely find Southeast can talk to each other in a lot more temperament. Like a good temperament, and there's like no egos involved. Ish.
Oh, the egos will come a bit later, Realm. I guarantee.
Oh yeah. But it's just it's nice to listen to just neutral conversation, and there's no like straw man words and the typical. It's nice to hear conversation that doesn't go by the usual sort of script, if you know what I mean. It always goes from this to that to the other, but you know, listening to you guys, it's nice, man.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that reflection, and yeah, I feel the same way. It's nice to be able to also just explore ideas and connect with each other without that feeling that, you know, it's going to go into that realm of where it gets into all the, you know, personal attacks and chaos and all of that, you know, rather than being able to actually kind of explore the actual ideas and exchange our minds, our thoughts.
Yeah. This is what it's about. I bet there's a you know, for me, it's like there's a lot of people on these different chats, and you think, well, what dragged you to here? And if it's about like you want to challenge flat earthers, then obviously you don't really have maybe like where there's like better things to do, like where there's other people that want to be on here talking to other people and listening for new ideas or things that we're stuck on, and all of a sudden we hear someone talk about that. And it's an agreement that yes, this and the other. Then there's ideas to work on, but there's a lot of deflection.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, ideally, having a level of mutual respect as the baseline is a great starting point. At least enough to where, you know, you may disagree or there may be some tensions, but at least if that's there, then you can be able to have a start at something as being, you know, potentially productive. And I find that usually it only takes one person to start that, you know, like two people could be having good conversation. It might even be a bit heated or, you know, because there's a lot of ideas being discussed, but the minute one of them goes on the attack, you know, then usually the other, you know, then both people do. And some of the points end up getting lost, and it's kind of wild to listen to sometimes if that happens.
Yeah, I'm just doing some online training at the moment, so I'm just hoping the sound doesn't come through.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I can't hear anything. Hey, Ruhif's back.
No, he hasn't left.
Oh, okay.
Listening in the background, he's trying to establish R before he defines it.
He said he can't talk, so let's
Yeah, let's talk about him while he can't talk.
poke the R bear.
Yeah. Come on.
R.
I know. So we just go with a definition. We don't establish R, we just go with that's his standpoint. It's like, are you kidding me, Rui? Are you kidding me? Establish before you can define it. Like, how do you define a marshmallow? Established a marshmallow. It's impossible.
Easy. You just establish the marshmallow by putting it to a stick, and you don't need to define it.
Yeah, as long as you have a model that it fits, you're all good. It's like a mannequin, you know. As long as you got a mannequin, you can pop a shirt on it, some pants, you're good to go.
Yeah.
As good as real.
Like who is Mr. Sticks in the ground? Was that Aristarchus? Is that Mr. Sticks in the ground, or was that Aristophanes? Which one was Sticks in the ground? Can't remember. I never can remember.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. Yeah.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Now, when did he stick a couple of sticks bobbing and measure the shadows? Did he ever do that? No.
I think that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. I know you still haven't established.
Would the experiment have been more valid if he had used like some quantum ultra computers to do it?
Some what computers?
Quantum ultra hyperbolic computers or something?
Well, how would that help you when you're measuring shadows?
Well, it's not sticks in the ground, like sticks in the ground, that's primitive, but then when you have quantum ultra hypercube computers, then that's more valid, right? Because
Okay, so I get my quantum hyperbolic computer, I stick it outside, and I measure the shadow that it casts on the ground, do I?
Yeah, that sounds valid.
Interesting. Look, I'm sure if he had them, that's what he would have used, right? Or that's how the story would have gone anyway. That's how the story would have gone. Once upon a time, there were two hyperbolic quantum foam-filled computers on the ground, 500 miles apart. Probably would have started off something like that.
And God said, "Let there be shadows."
Mm. Don't you have an issue with all the fanciful stories that are just thrown? Don't they irk you at night? Like, don't you question them? Right, and go, well, where the hell did you come up with this ludicrous fairy tale?
Not too often. Yesterday, I woke up in the middle of the night and like gave a straight out shout, like I was just chilling. But normally, no.
What did you wake up shouting out? There's no.
Yeah, and then I fell to sleep again.
The Hyperborea is in the North Pole.
Hey, Dross.
Act me in with Hyperborea.
Hyperborea. Okay.
He's going to the promised land.
Mm.
Well, that's the British Isles.
He's going to find the waters that you can drink, and it anti-ages you, and you can live forever.
Yeah, that's the British Isles. 85% of all the chalk aquifers are based in the British Isles.
The portals that take you to Narnia?
No, that's a fictional story by C.S. Lewis.
No, it's real.
No, it really isn't. I'm sorry, but Timurus the Fawn, he never existed, and if he did, we would have hunted him down and shot him because he was annoying. The beavers would probably let it go away with. And everybody hates Turkish delight because it's disgusting. Unless you're a weirdo. Shit, it's almost like I read the book. Here's a weird thing for you. So up in the very north of the British Isles, we got islands, Orkney, Shetlands. and we have very ancient monuments up there, and more people that seems reasonable to survive on those very small islands, and an awful lot of trade between places. It's almost like they were religious centres that people were supporting.
Mm.
And when you look at Heracles, he talks of the Apollo temple, this great Apollo temple, which seems to be very henge-like in his description. Building a henge, are we?
Okay.
Which is why he linked it to the British Isles. And he also commented on the fact that the relationship between sort of the Phoenicians and the British Isles, that's where we get one of the few references to the Phoenicians trading tin with the British Isles. About 3 references we have. That's one of them.
Cool.
And we were a mysterious people, but very well educated for savages. It's like when the Catholic Church came back to the British Isles, they went, "Aha! We shall teach you about." Oh, you've got a church. Ah, we shall teach you Latin. Actually, your Latin's way better than our Latin, even though we're from Italy. That's confusingly weird. Ah, we will give you. Oh, you've already got a church structure there that's quite defined. That's the Celtic Catholic Church.
Cool.
You've always been a land of great mystery and knowledge.
We still are a land of mystery.
It is true. How did Blind Date ever become so popular? Well, when it comes to mysterious TV programs that are successful, the Dutch are the most interesting people for that. They're the ones that gave you Big Brother.
Oh, gosh. They actually brought that back here in Australia, Big Brother. They had a hiatus for a while, and they brought it back. But they brought it back with not so-called normal folk these days. It's celebrities. But anyway, it's a load of rubbish. It's an absolute
Indeed, a load of rubbish. See, there are things that we all agree on.
The only thing I know about those shows
is we'll never know.
Well, no.
Oh, you cut out, so.
Did I?
Yeah.
I said the only thing I know about those shows I may see, not from actually wasting my time watching them.
I watched a little bit of the very first one that came out, and I thought, oh my god, this is about the worst trash I've ever seen on TV.
The only reality show we watch is wife likes those singing shows like The Voice and like Idol and stuff like that. She likes those. We tend to watch those.
Yeah, I quite like The Voice, I must admit. But I watch so little TV, it's untrue, so I tend to sort of think, oh, that's an interesting singer.
Mm.
Excellent. Sorry. Got a situation with a client where the vendor thinks they've got a direct relationship, which is strong. We just had a very interesting email from the customer saying, "What a bunch of wankers these people are. We want to work with you guys." We trust you. We don't trust them.
Little do they know.
I'm incredibly trustworthy.
Uh-huh.
You know how you know?
Uh-huh.
Because I just told you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And if I'm trustworthy, therefore that's trustworthy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. Excellent. So but do you know who actually made Hyperborea very popular in modern culture?
No. Not at all.
It was the guy that wrote Conan the Barbarian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
One of Arnie's worst movies ever.
Robert Howard. Oh, I really like one of my favourite Arnie movies ever, actually.
Oh, really?
Tell me what is best in life. Crush your enemies, drive them before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. And I always thought, why are they laminating their women? You want to live forever. Boom, 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 boom. Classic movie.
Yeah, his acting was so rigid.
I know, but that's what made it so good. I cannot speak English, but I will try this part. I can't do that Arnie accent as well as the guy that, did the Arnie accent on Discord for so long.
Oh, was there? There was a fellow that used to mimic him.
But the funny thing is, he broke character a couple of times.
Oh, really?
Because he was trying to pretend that this is how I speak all the time. But to be fair, it was a fucking awesome impression of Arnie. He did it very well. Right, I need to get on, have a chat with that. Cool. I will speak to you guys later. I should go do some work.
Right,
I just really
Ross.
came in because you suckered me in with that Hyperborea shit, and
All right, mate. Next time.
You know me. If it's old, crusty, and it's been buried for a long time, I'm kind of interested in it.
Yeah, you're all over it. Exactly.
Imagine living in a society where you bought everything from vending machines.
Japan.
Yeah, I was watching this video last night about some dude that it seems as though he must be been living there for a long time. It's got this big hairy beard, kind of looks a bit like, I don't know, Zeus or something, and he did a video about an hour long or something about like all the vending machine food that you can get over there. It's crazy. It's like one of the vending machines, it was quite a surprise because he pressed a button, he paid the money, and he was waiting outside. The orange juice came out first, and then he heard some clankering in the background, and for his sandwich, it was a gourmet roll, and it was actually a kitchen behind the vending machine, and it popped out this fresh sandwich. Obviously, the guy's hand you would have been able to see the chef's hand putting it in the box. What's the like? Seriously, what is the point of that? I mean, why couldn't you just have it open and talk to them and say, "Can I have a sandwich?" you know. But just like absolutely no face-to-face contact when it was a live shop and there was nothing being held in the vending machine at all. It was just a way to not have front staff, I guess. It's the way of the future. You could never do that in New Zealand. There's just not enough population. I think a lot of private people own vending machines in Japan because they're so, especially in Tokyo, they're so condensed, and it's just a way for people to make money. So what they do is they purchase locations and vending machines, and it's just mum and dad sort of a extra income. So not all the vending machines are like McDonald's, like by one massive conglomerate company. That there are a lot of individual mum and dad vending machines as well, and no one knows the difference really. What's the strangest thing anyone's bought from a vending machine? Probably nothing stranger than a chocolate bar, a packet of chips, or a drink, right? But in Japan, you can get used schoolgirl underwear. You can get fucking cold sushi, hot pizza. You can buy like a tool set, a socket set. It's a vending machine for absolutely everything. It's pretty quiet here tonight, huh? Everyone must be having their TV dinners.
Really quiet. Why is it so quiet?
It is a bit. My new fascination that I feel you'll enjoy as well, Ruhif, is watching videos of sovereign citizens trying to argue their case in court.
Oh, no, the better ones are when they get fucking tased. Oh, good.
Like, you don't have jurisdiction over me. And they're like, oh, yeah? Send him to prison.
Get out of the vehicle.
It's not a vehicle. It's my personal conveyance. Yeah, window smash followed by a cuffing.
Never laughed so hard people getting tased.
What's up, Funk?
I was just about to say that people argue that they have some inalienable rights when they do this, and they slam their quote-unquote inalienable rights in their face, and then they get tasered and put into jail anyway.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? I don't think
Yeah.
rights doesn't mean much. It's just words, right?
Yeah, I was trying to find a Discord or something. I was like, there must be a place where these people hang out, and I want to like understand how deep the brain rot goes. Because you know that, well, Rui will probably know this, but in Australia just recently, some people set fire to the door of what they thought was Parliament House, but was like old Parliament House. And it was blamed on the Aboriginal Tent Embassy, which has been there for 50 years, which is a bunch of Aboriginal people asserting that like it's ridiculous to have a government on what is our land, which has been a peaceful, long-running, obviously 50-year thing. But it's recently there's like an adjacent camp, Muckada, has popped up next to it, which are just like sovereign citizen crazies, and they set fire to the thing. And it's just so bizarre where they're like, you've got no authority over me. Bang. Like there's one guy who is doing 23 years in prison.
Jesus.
And I'm like, isn't there a time you figure that out?
I think I'm about to be joined by a daughter, in which case I'll probably mute.
Okay.
Yep.
I can hear a fucking clod-hopping feet walk around.
That's, yeah.
Have I been joined by a chicken? I have been joined by a chicken. Awesome.
Are there any other servers you hang out on writing?
Not anymore. I just lost all of my servers.
How loose did they shut down or ban you? Or?
I got banned. I posted a picture of a dead rabbit. I mean, it was a pretty dead rabbit. It was quite dead.
What? Are they other Flutter servers?
There are other ones. Apocryphon started one. There's Science versus Pseudoscience. There's, of course, Gems. And Bevs. If you want to have a not conversation, Bevs is a good place to go.
They banned me, so I can't be there.
You're not missing much. Of all of the servers where I can go to, and I'm like, how do you converse? How do you live? It's like the conversation is one step forward, two steps back constantly.
Yeah. It's one of the least constructive conversation I have on Flat Earth is with Bev and his people. It's weird. I don't know if they do that on purpose or if they I don't know if there's something wrong in their brain or something.
Yeah, it's It's a weird one. It's again because I've been watching so many of these sovereign citizen videos. I wonder if it's like a. I don't think it's for all flat earthers. I think for many it's a whole different bunch of things. But something that Ranty said to me when we had our chat was like he takes words super literally, and I was like, I think that's a case for quite a few people. Where he was the example Ranty used, which I thought was a pretty funny example, is like if you said, hey, can you go to the shops and get me some ciggies, some milk, and pack of noodles? And then you came back and you said, how'd you go at the shop? And you said, I bought everything. He would be like, well, how did you carry it all? How did you buy everything? Everything that exists includes the birds and the bees and the trees. Sort of will totally miss the obvious intended meaning of words. And I find that quite a bit, which I find particularly funny that they'll use a word and you go, okay, and then you use that word too. And they're like, what do you mean when you say that? You're like, just trying to use the same one you were. You've got a problem with that word. They just, they got hung up on whether flat means flat now.
Yeah. I see that all
rolling.
Yeah. I see that all his buddies as well do the same thing. Like they won't actually specifically claim anything. They'll just make questions and be like argumentative and deliberately just like, how should I say, very difficult to talk to.
Yeah.
Like they'll just like, I'm just going to criticize every single word you say just for doing it. And then you ask, what's your point? And they'll not respond. Like, what is the purpose? They'll not respond. What's the purpose of them being here? Like they will have no reason to have a discussion with you. And yeah, so I just fucking say fuck off and just block them or mute them or whatever. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. It was the same for me where I was like, I think the Earth's a sphere. What shape do you think it is? And they're like, shape. And I'm like, you know what I mean when I say Earth? And they're like, no. Do you mean soil? And I'm like, so you literally think when I say what shape do you think the Earth is, I'm talking about soil. That's what Earth means to me. And you're like, oh. And I was like, they wouldn't even answer the question, do you think the Earth has a shape? Like, okay. And I was like, do you think plumb lines are all parallel? Plumb lines are vertical. It's not the question I'm asking. It's just, it's just semantics.
Yeah. That's when you mute them or block them and just continue. That's yeah.
The interesting thing is a lot of this seems to have come from the sort of like religious presuppositional apologetics.
Yes. I keep saying that. Yeah.
I mean, something I noticed about sort of 2-3 years ago that there was this influence starting to come in. Because, by not having a burden of proof, you just can attack.
Yes. Yeah. If you sort of go, well, my cosmology or my claim isn't on the table, then it's just all you've got is this sort of like ghost army that you can never defeat.
Yeah, we'll do an external critique of your worldview, but you can't do an external critique of our worldview or even an internal critique of our worldview.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed as well, because initially the Flat Earth movement pretty much have like a map and everything. They had like a bunch of like pretty definite claim, but now like more and more it's getting more and more ambiguous. Now they don't even have to claim anything. Like they don't even have to say that the Earth is flat because it's not a shape, so it just is. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, it's so weird, that whole, it's, I don't know why people can honestly hold that position, or if there's like kind of like a coping mechanism or something like that.
You really don't know how people could honestly hold that position?
Not if you do it on the premise of I don't have to prove my case.
Has anyone ever told you why they hold that position?
There are some people do, but there is a lot of people who don't. They just say it's flat and they don't have any thing to support it.
It's very similar to me, the pre-sub thing, where like if I go like what's your base assertion and where do you build from there, it's just the base assertion, and it's because it feels like it in both cases, because it feels like there's a god. I know him. You know, obviously Darth Dawkins puts it in a much flowerier language, but he just essentially says it feels to me like there's a god. And the same
But they've
for
still
flat.
given you, an honest answer, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it dishonest. Do you mean dishonest funk, or as in like it lacks sort of depth or critical thinking or integrity?
I mean,
Not
either
integrity,
they can hold it honestly, or they are being, that's why I find it kind of strange if they hold that position honestly, because they obviously hold a different standard to everybody else's worldview. So
Wouldn't
that's
you
why I
say
think it's.
Wouldn't you say that's the same way the other way around too? I mean, I could hear your reasons for thinking that it's a globe, but if I tell you my reason for thinking it's flat, you would do the same thing.
I just expect the same standard to behold, and that's why I'm saying, if, for example, I can give an example. Jin is often in here talking, and he never make any arguments as to why the Earth is flat, and he only wants to attack the globe Earth every time. He never wants to provide any like facts or evidence for flat Earth, and yeah, and that's why I find very strange, because he has a different standard of evidence for us than he has for himself.
I see.
So yeah, so if he honestly holds that, I find that strange.
Well, aside from it looks flat, you could introduce reasons as to why it might not be. So,
sure, or why it could be.
It only makes sense to attack why it wouldn't be after you.
Why is that? Hang on.
Because it's obviously observably flat from your unmanipulated experience.
Are there some things in your experience that can appear to be one way but might actually be a different way?
Well, yeah, so that works for both of us.
Sure, yeah. So the way something looks isn't always, in all situations, the best indication of the way it is.
Right.
So then what do you do then, right? If you go, it looks like that car's moving quite quickly. Do you just go, well, therefore it's definitely moving quite quickly?
Well, if my whole life it's been, I see a flat Earth. I've never seen a curve. It's like where do I go from there?
Well, I would, for me, I would challenge all of my assumptions on all of those things, and some of them hold up to the challenge, and some of them don't. They crumble, and that if that is a reliable method to get towards something more accurate in other realms, like how much money I've got in my account or how good I am at my job or any other thing, then I don't understand why I'd stop applying it and I'd get to one field, like is the Earth flat, and go, no, I just ask myself the first question, how does it look? And then I deliberately avoid answering or asking any more questions after that. Because like if imagine that was the like if we flipped it around, imagine that was what you came up against with globers. So you were like, we've got this measurement, we've done this with lasers, we've done this with that. Come on, be reasonable with this. What makes you think it's a globe? And we went, because it looks like it. And that was literally all we said. Would you go, that's a person of integrity, or would you go, that person sounds like they're not willing to question their assumptions?
I honestly wouldn't care. You know, if that's your...
I don't mean you'd be upset by it, but what would you would have a thought, I think, come into your head about the quality of that person's reasoning.
I don't think so. I mean, it's strong. It's a strong position. If that's what you see, I mean, I can't say no. You're not seeing what you're seeing. I can't do that.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you need to say you're not seeing what you're seeing. I mean, I think we both agree we see the same thing. But it's like if I was there going, the book's balanced, the company's going okay, we're turning a profit. And you said to me, what makes you say that? And I went, I looked at it and looks good. And I went, right, but there's just this stack of accountants and actuaries and consultants and other employees here who are telling me that the company is overextended, going bankrupt and in failing. And they've got all these other methods and measurements and spreadsheets and shit. Why are you so it's not like saying yours is invalid, but I'm saying if there's a lot of seemingly quite robust reasons and evidence on the other side, that's when I would start to question. Whereas if I was like, looks like it's going well to me, and then all the other boffins and stuff go, yeah, it's actually looks like it's going well to me when I use these tools to investigate it further, I agree. That's when I'd be more likely to go, okay, it's a good measure.
Well, we'd have to get into the specifics of those tools and how they're used and what assumptions are being made and all that. And
right.
At the end of the day,
you could find problems with all of them. But
Right.
if they were all pointing in one direction, you go, oh, this one's got a bit of an error bar here. That one was done quite a long time ago. This one, well, that was done by a guy and he doesn't have, he's not the smartest guy. And that guy fucking hates me. That guy and Jerry in accounting. He hates me. You could come up with those, but if I was sitting there as a CEO and I go, I've asked Bob how the company's going, he says it's going great. And then all these other people have lots of different tools that all have their own different little problems and error bars and issues that Bob's going to raise. He's going to go, oh, that fucking guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But I go, everyone over here is saying the same thing. That's when I'd start to go, well, just going by your gut might not be the best way.
I just think that if I could bring it back, I'd say that the flat Earth position hasn't had thousands of years to, come up with theories of how light works and a model to kind of go against. And so we're kind of left with this, well, it looks flat and it's pretty much all we could go with. Unless you want to assume things about how light works, and that's it. So
Yeah,
I think at the end of the day, it's a philosophical position. I mean, the one thing that I've always said is if you just go north-south along one line of longitude all the way around, it's over. But it seems to be impossible to do, and that's why we quibble over things like the sextant and surveying and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, as we've talked about before, I think people have done something very close to that. But I doubt that
people go over the South Pole every year.
No, what he means is a circumpolar flight, so one that goes over North Pole and South Pole, but don't deviate, follow a single line of longitude.
They don't. You would be on a different longitude when you cross the South Pole. Otherwise, you would have to just take a 180 and go back again.
Oh, true. Yes, but so you go at 0 and come up at 180 then.
Yeah, but there are airplanes who have done that pretty close to that. Obviously, there is slight deviance from a longitude because they need to like refill fuel and all that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think like, is that enough for? Like, would it even be possible that on a flat Earth? No, I don't think it will. Like,
right, it wouldn't be possible. So that would make the Earth if not a sphere, then an egg or a football shape or something.
yeah, and there are there was a airplane company who did this thing a few years back, not many years ago, who flew the circumvented polary.
Yeah, it's called one more orbit.
Yeah, something like that. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, they went to like Madagascar,
yeah,
Florida, somewhere in Russia, and they kind of clipped Antarctica. So it's nowhere near one line.
Didn't they go straight over the South Pole?
They actually deviated from the longitude to actually go straight over the South Pole because they
Yeah,
wanted to
I'm pretty
like
sure they
go
went
over
straight.
it.
Yeah,
It
well,
would be
sorry,
very.
not that they went
Yeah.
directly over it, but they claim that they went directly over it. Was my understanding.
Yeah,
I'm
they
saying
had. Yeah.
If you plot the stop points, then they're on a Gleason's map or like a AE projection. They're all over the place. That's why that one line thing is so important.
Yeah,
but
like,
you'd still be able to create that line. It would look weird, but it already looks weird. You're still going to be able to make that line because every point that's on Earth is on the AE map. It's just the orientations to one another are way out of whack. So it's not like they're gonna disappear from a point.
Yeah.
And appear at a different point.
Definitely more than. He might well.
You're coming in real quiet. Right?
Good reason for me to not trust my senses fully is I think we have developed our senses to work in everyday life, but like there is no reason for us to actually know like where our place in the universe is. So our senses, what's the purpose, right? But then you have that's not the only way our senses are built. They are not. It's not the only practical thing that our senses are not built to be used for. An example would be like driving cars or sitting in a car, judging speeds. We are very bad at judging speed. Like if you see a car coming towards you, you see animals getting like run over by cars because they don't have like a natural fear. They don't understand speed. They don't see that they are dangerous. Same as with flying an airplane. Like there is a reason why, unless you have proper instrumentation, you're not allowed to fly inside clouds. It's because our senses are not capable of understanding exactly what's going on in an airplane. And you have seen people flying inside a cloud and actually just like tilting over and flying upside down, and they didn't know.
Or the Andes, the rugby team that crashed in the Andes, like he did have the correct instruments, but used them slightly wrong and slammed the plane into a mountain. They ended up having to
There's also a thing that if you trust the because the instruments can be faulty, and when that happens, I mean it's hard to use your, like if you're banking too much, you can't feel it because like acceleration is totally the same experience as tilting your nose up on an airplane. There's no difference.
Yeah,
because it's all in your ear.
I think when it comes to sort of like, I mean, for me, I feel like I can look at a vehicle when I'm on my bike and I know how much time I've got before that vehicle reaches me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pull out as well as I can. So
I've got no babies.
Sorry?
Because you're good at pulling out.
Well, no, I've got lots of babies actually. That's the problem.
That game is weak.
But yeah, so I think there are certain situations where we gain experience which allows us to judge. It's the same way as I don't really have to look at the speedo on my bike. I can feel the speed I'm going based on the gear I'm in and the vibration of the engine.
Yeah,
Um,
but that's from like practice, right? So.
Oh yeah. That's decades of practice.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah,
why we
and
have to teach kids to stop and not go over the, like, eventually it's so ingrained in our knowledge, but like animals who don't have this capability,
Yeah.
and they obviously are not able to do that.
And
Yeah,
the
I
weird
think
thing is,
that-
just go and stick me on another bike, and then I've got to start that process again.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are transferable, some of them aren't. I
Yeah.
think
Like
the point
if
about
you-
experience is also really good because you can talk to like anybody who's really expert about something, and they'll be able to tell you about like, you know, a long list of things that seem obvious to an outsider but are in fact really nuanced or counterintuitive once you know more about it. Like once you sort of, like the way vehicles work can be a great example where somebody will be like, it's clearly this is the problem. And you're like, no, it's actually this. It's just a error or a thing that happens that presents itself in a way that looks like that problem you were describing. Computers even more so.
Try going through Bangkok traffic with a full face helmet on. Like it's mental. I tried it, and I tell you, I was so happy when I found out that my friend had another helmet I could replace it with that was open face, and I was screaming through the traffic. But with that full face helmet on, oh my god, my senses were just like limited to my visor.
Then you're gonna break your neck, just going left, right, up, down, left, right, all the
I
time.
felt safer in Mumbai. I felt safer with no helmet, no glasses, because the glare would be ridiculous, and you can shoulder check you've got so much more peripheral vision. But yeah, like for any of those things, for somebody who hasn't done it, it's not. And that's for stuff that's well within our ability to learn. But I don't know how you would train yourself even into this skill of perceiving the earth turning.
Well,
I
think that there are limitations to our senses. That there are things that we can feel, and there are things that we can't feel because it's too subtle. You know, lukewarm water is a class. You know, that experiment we did at kids. You know, where if you put your hand in hot water and cold water, and then put both of those hands into lukewarm water, one hand still feels cold, the other still. One hand will feel warmer, and the other will feel it as being cold.
Mm.
You know, so that's already showing that, you know, our sense of heat can be screwed with. And I think, you know, when it comes to really small motions, which is, you know, the rotation of the earth is a small motion for us, then why would we feel it?
You ever been sitting in the traffic and like a big bus next to you, and the bus starts moving, but it feels like you're moving backwards?
Yeah. I describe the same thing. My dad had a I know this sounds super weird to say, but my dad had a train. And so we used to like go and spend like, you know, school holidays. We'd do a 10-day long trip with him on the train. You'd be having breakfast, and you'd often have breakfast in a shunting yard where they're like moving you around and keeping you out of the way while all the commuter trains do their business. And then you'd start again after sort of 10:30 once the rush dies down. And you would regularly just not know whether it was you or the train next to you moving because it takes up the entire window and shakes the ground a bit. Can't tell if you're moving forwards or not.
That was the exact example I was going to use, which is, I think, train is about the best example of that, because, you know, you're not sure that there's that moment of uncertainty. Am I moving, or is the train next to me moving?
Do you see the sun move across the sky?
I mean, it does. It appears to move across the sky in the way that it would if I was moving under it. It's a little bit like, did anybody ever lie down next to a building while clouds were blowing past? And if you looked at them long enough, it started feeling like you were sort of moving along.
Might have to be a goal for this week, is to go and lie out in the field and look at the clouds. I like that.
I can't do that. We have more than 50 centimeters of snow. Be cold.
50 centimeters.
Oh no, it got cold here last night. It almost got below freezing.
I don't know
Thank
what
you.
the weather now is. Oh, it's 0.
It's about 5-6 degrees outside here at the moment. Celsius.
Yep.
I love using the Celsius scale because it really screws with the Americans.
It just makes sense, goddammit.
Yeah, but it literally makes sense. Fahrenheit scale doesn't. But yeah, the sun seems to move across the sky, just like when I'm in an airplane, the ground appears to move underneath me. Or the station appears to move next to the train, if I'm in the train.
Yeah, it's a dizzying feeling, isn't it?
Yep, sometimes.
I think the stuff that you were talking about on the burden of proof, I think that's really, to me, one of the most telling things of the weakness of the argument for a flat earth.
Burden of proof is just another way to explain shitloads of evidence, right?
Well, no, the evidence is addresses the burden of proof.
Yeah, I mean, it's burden of proof is just like a real fancy way to say shitloads of proof.
Oh no, it's a reason. It's the rationale to hold your position.
It's what your responsibility for proof.
It seems like it's a weight on your shoulders, that burden.
Well, yeah, that's why it's called a burden. But that's because it usually comes from someone who's making a claim.
Exactly, and that's why it gets so stressful that they have to use every tactic in the book.
Yeah, which is why I always go.
Do you not thinking saying I don't have to meet a burden is also trying to avoid meeting a burden? It sounds a lot like it to me. What I hear a lot of is Globers trying to meet the burden. What I hear a lot of is Flat Earth claiming they shouldn't even have to.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the starting default position for any topic is I don't know. And then you start to build your rationale about why you can start to claim that as knowledge. Default position is it is this, and now disprove it.
I think there's quite a lot of, like with Flat Earth and sort of with some religions too, like precepts. It's like they beg the question and then we have to prove it wrong. I think it's kind of weird.
The entire heliocentric model relies on begging the question because it's only a theory.
No, that's a model isn't a theory.
It's a theory based on false premise.
No, it's theory based on evidence.
And that evidence
What question? In what way
Yeah,
does
I'm
it
wondering
beg the question? I'm
Yeah,
confused.
what's the question that we're begging?
Well, you just said that there's lots of evidence, and I said that evidence is based on just presuppositions and begging the question fallacies?
No.
Do you know
No,
what
can
begging
you
the question
name
is? Could you describe sort of what begging the question is and how it is that? Because it doesn't seem like it is to me.
Well, there's too many examples.
To give
me
one.
one? Yeah. If there's so many, you can give one, maybe.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I know what begging the question is, honestly. So this isn't meant to be a gotcha. It's like I don't fully get it.
Begging,
to me, it's like
why I
you're
said it-
presuming the answer to the thing you're trying to question in the question you're asking.
I think why I brought it up in conjunction with religion is like when someone says that a creation needs a creator. So you're begging the question by calling this creation a creation. You don't know that it is a creation, but you're saying that of course it is a creation because then there's a creator. So you're
That's a
begging the
good.
question.
That's a very good clean cut begging the question fallacy.
Yeah. Everything is created, therefore there's a creator. Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Begging the question is like when you ask someone, when did you stop beating your wife?
Yes, that's what I thought it was, but then I thought that one was.
It's also
hang on, I think
loaded-
you're right. No, I think you're right. Yeah, it's a fallacy in which the claim is made and accepted to be true, but one must accept the premise to be true for the claim to be true. So it's also circular reasoning. Yeah, so I think it's
I think
I beg your
begging
pardon,
like
Jared,
the beating your wife, it doesn't have like two parts. But I think still, yeah, it is sort of begging the question because you're begging the question that he actually is beating or has been beating his wife.
It's kind of like a trick question more than begging the question, in my opinion, because you're like by answering it, you're already accepting the hidden premise, which that he actually beat his wife. So it's like that's not, you didn't even leave that up for question. You assume by answering it, you already assume.
Well, you
It's
could
right.
say that, knowing if you know what the R value is in the heliocentric model for the globe, and like if you base any theory off that, you're begging the question. I mean, you can say the world is a sphere because we have the R value.
No, that's
no,
not
but
what we
that
do,
would be
though.
begging. That would be begging the question. But I don't think anybody says the world is a sphere because we have the R value.
Well, isn't
they might say
Einsteinian
we've measured or calculated it?
Isn't Einsteinian force space a begging the question?
Why?
Einsteinian force space is in having time as a dimension. You mean?
Yeah, and his whole gravity theory that's within that.
I think
it's that might. I
I
don't
mean-
understand much about that stuff.
Yeah, how would the saying that time is one or the fourth dimension, how is that sort of begging the question?
Well, okay, gravity explained by Einsteinian force space theory is begging the question.
Oh.
I don't know. There, like to be begging the question, I think you'd have to be like making a claim, making some sort of truth claim. Like to me, that could be like Einsteinian relativity is true because time exists, and you're like, well, hang on, time's the question we're trying to answer here. So asserting its existence while as the proof is sort of.
What if I said that my car was in my yard in Finland in a specific address 10 minutes ago? Is that also begging the question because I'm giving it a location in free space and a location in time also? Am I also begging the question saying that?
But you don't have a premise with a conclusion in that case. You're just
Yeah, but
making a
all
statement.
that. Yeah, but that's what Ram said. He said that force space is begging the question. I'm just asking, like, what question is it begging? Because because I can say the same thing about my car, that it has a location in time and in space. So if force space is begging the question, then it has to be
Gravity
begging.
would be the question that it's begging.
No, you don't need gravity for location and time, or for force space. You don't have to have gravity there.
Okay, but as an explanation for gravity, so to speak, Einsteinian force space is a begging the question answer to that.
How? Like, what's the problem with it?
Well, how can you ever show anyone Einsteinian force space? It's just an idea.
So how is it begging a question?
That's then don't you just leave it like that? You leave it as a it's an idea, it's a
Maybe you
theory,
do, yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I
maybe
think
you do.
nobody says this is how world 100% is. They just have a theory and then you back it up with evidence and see if it predictions follows or not. Because that would be like I know Nathan used that often. The affirming the not affirming
Affirming the consequent.
No, is that I like affirming the model, like for example claiming that the model is real, kind of thing.
A reification?
Yes, reification, I guess. And
yeah, that one's so misused as well.
Yeah, because that's
And
not
it's funny that-
nobody's doing that. So
Yeah, and it's funny that they actually use it now, using the sextant, because they're saying that the horizontal plane is a physical one. So they're reifying
that is
geometry.
actually, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, but it is weird that they say that if you have a model, then it's automatically a reification fallacy. So if I use a model from an airplane to design an airplane, they'd say you can't do it because it's reification fallacy. It's impossible to do. It's like, no, it's just a model. It's not concrete. It's just a model. We don't treat the model as concrete. It's just there to make predictions.
Reification fallacy. Sorry for cutting over you. I just got excited because I thought of an example. Is in Zoolander when what's his name goes, we've decided to build a school for kids who don't read good and stuff, and he shows him that like scale model, and he's like, "What is this? A school for ants?" And he's failing to comprehend that what he's seeing is a model and not the actual real school. So it becomes like where people go, can you hold a handful of love? Can I touch? Can you give me a cup of gravity? Like that's a sort of reification. Whereas saying here's a map, I think it represents a physical reality out there quite closely. Not reifying anything, or not fallaciously so.
Sorry.
Is it reification, not reification?
No. It's reification. That's absolutely fine, but it's the misuse of that term just really, really annoys me.
Mm.
It's a bit like, if I call you a cunt and someone said, that's an ad hom. No, it's not an ad hom.
Mm. You're wrong because you're a cunt. Now that's an ad hom.
Exactly. It's silly stuff like that.
We were discussing one time about I think it was QE and Nathan Oakley's motivation for doing what they do, and I was consistently I couldn't talk about it according to the other because it was an atom, and I was saying well, I think it's like it's supporting like directly the point, like the fact that he might be wanting to trick people or like be disingenuous to flat earth. Maybe he's not actually a flat earther and only doing it for money purpose. And of course that's offensive, but it's not an add-on because it's directly on point. Like it's exactly supporting my the motivation.
Yeah, and if you ask that can't even be a fallacy. How can you make a fallacy with asking a question?
Yeah. I mean,
If I ask,
it was the last conversation. It was the last conversation I had with Oakley. Was his misuse of fallacies. So you can imagine how well that went.
yeah, you end up in a fallacy and a mute.
Well, I was making the point. I said, if I call you a dickhead, that's not an ad hom. That's an insult. I used exactly the one that Riding on Eggshells used. If I said you're wrong because you're a dickhead, then that is an ad hom.
Yeah. Or if you said Nathan Oakley's clearly wrong about the shape of the Earth. Have you seen his first ever uploaded YouTube videos? He's very creepy.
Yeah.
Because the two are unrelated. The fact that he uploaded super creepy videos of a quite young girl, totally unrelated to the fact that
he did.
thinks the Earth's flat.
Never heard of this. Only seen his videos about when he was a stereo salesman.
Sending his Bluetooth speakers. Yeah. Aha.
So how did it go with you and Nathan when you said the difference between ad hom and an insult?
He got quite insulting. and then actually committed an ad hom by saying, "Well, that you're such a dickhead that literally you're a dickhead, so that can't be right." And then I pointed out, well, actually, you just ad hommed me. You do understand that because you're invalidating my argument based upon my character, rather than the content of the argument. And it was quite funny. But to be fair, I had that conversation because I knew that it would make the little vein in his forehead throb like mad. And then QE was wading in and trying to drag it off into totally irrelevant areas. Well, you claimed evolution was this. I said, well, we're not talking about this at the moment. We're talking about that, aren't we? So let's stay on point. But yeah. That's why I think I get a lot of QE videos done about me.
He's only made one for me.
Well, QE and I had a conversation. This is years ago, before I was even in the Flat Earth. When he was, I think it was G+ community he was in at the time. Maybe it may have been one of the debate forums that I was in on YouTube. But he was basically trying to say, well, evolution isn't real because of this. And I said, you do realize that the material that you're actually using to justify your position is fully endorsing the process of evolution. And just because one of my favorite sayings is evolution is an observed fact because we observe the change in allele frequency within a population over time. And he said, well, that's not, and I said, no, it's not the be all and end all of the argument, but it's the starting point of the observation. And the fact that we define evolution under those terms means that, under the definition, then yes, evolution is observed. And he just couldn't get it, bless him. But I don't think he's the sharpest tool in the box, put it that way.
He's using the elevation data to the salt flats from WCS 84 and using satellites to measure it. So
yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And for him, he's your classic. The fallacy that QE does all the time is the Texas sharpshooter, which we commonly call cherry picking.
Texas sharpshooter's funnier.
It is
also the fallacy of also uses the fallacy of a stolen concept quite often.
The fallacy of the what?
Stolen concept.
Yeah.
What's that? Maybe that's the one I was just talking to my girlfriend about today. Is that like, if you take this work from this person, like, oh, here I've got this work from this, biologist to prove that evolution isn't real, and it's like you got it from a biologist who is using it to show how evolution does work.
Yeah, that kind of
What do you mean? Like you're stealing a concept to?
Yeah, basically that's exactly what he does. Which is where the cherry picking of certain terms from a much broad document. So you're taking the cherry picking takes it out of context. Stolen concept is the fact that you're misrepresenting someone's work and adopting it to try and support a position that it doesn't support in totality. So a lot of people do it with Einstein, for instance. They'll take that, one of the little quotes from Einstein. Like we can never observe the Earth rotating kind of thing. Whatever that exact quote is, which I can't remember off the top of my head. Obviously that doesn't support the totality of Einstein's argument. You're stealing that concept, that idea, or that quote to misrepresent someone, the position of someone whose body of work does support that.
Yeah, and that's a weird one because they go on.
I was just about to say, I think it says something like you can't optically prove that the Earth is moving or something like that, and I think it has to do with
optical experiment.
Yeah, because of relativity, so you can't see it because of what the hell is the experiment? Michelson-Morley experiment. You can't measure the speed in any kind of medium thing.
I think he meant that you can't view it because there's no difference between us moving around the sun or the sun moving around us when it comes to the motion of the sun in the sky.
That could be it.
It's funny that they'll say that there's no way to verify that the Earth. Well, of course, Einstein said that the last sentence on the quote says, "But the Earth is rotating or orbiting around the sun." But if you can't measure something, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If you can't measure something optically, when I'm in the dark, I can't optically measure the distance to my wall. Therefore, my wall doesn't exist.
Well, technically, you could actually say that every planet and sun is orbiting the Earth. It's just that it's really hard to describe. The orbits would obviously be very strange. But you could technically do that because they do go around us. Yeah.
Well, it's like someone brought up, I can't remember who it was, but they brought up the Lagrange point and how, it was SE Montreal, that was why.
Yeah, with the Barry motion.
Yeah, with the Barry Center.
Yeah, Barry Center,
yeah. How can it be orbiting nothing? And then when you watch the actual video, it explains what that concept means. So again, that's another good example of, taking something out of context or, stealing someone else's context and then misrepresenting it.
Morning, guys.
Yo.
I think it's it's so simple to say that because you are shifting it a little bit to the left or to the right of Earth, you're gonna have a skew, and it's gonna pull it in the, I should say, horizontal direction. It's gonna pull it sideways towards Earth, not directly towards the sun. So to compensate for that, if you have a rotation, you'll have a slight centripetal force.
Fuck! You know what I should have said?
That's
the whole point of a barycenter is when an object finds its equilibrium.
Oh,
damn! Sorry. Damn.
That would have killed him.
Mad conspiracy theory. If you guys want to.
I hate the
Begin.
clone thought.
Zuckerberg's a clone. Tell us.
Yeah, but
Is
I'm
he
just
better
using.
data?
I'm using the term clone, but I actually mean some type of fake human. My evidence is he was on a live stream and he glitched into saying the term smoking these meats. I'm smoking meats. We smoke meats. And he glitched into this term over and over again over a live stream. And I believe that's evidence that he's a fake human. And
Do you think it could be the stress of the fact that he just rebranded his company and managed to knock $3 billion off its value?
I think this was years ago.
As a fake human,
damn.
As a fake human, being under stress can make it worse. Yeah.
Okay, so post for us the video.
Okay.
That
well, I
fake
get to like it.
humans experience real stress?
They
Humans,
experience
real
a type of
humans
fake
experience
stress, but it's even worse than real stress for them.
Okay. I'm excited. Give us the smoked meats video.
I would like to know if this cannot happen on a real human. Like if you're under very hard stress.
You see, that's now programmed me because I've got some really nice smoked bacon in the fridge.
It could happen to normal people, mailman, but it's very suspicious. So anyone that does this, we have to look at as a potential fake human.
I bet Zuckerberg talks about these meats less than some people say level is horizontal.
Well,
in like the same time.
No, this is all in one stream. He said it loads.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, if you noticed in the background, he's got a big green egg, which can be used as a smoker, but he's also got a smoker barbecue as well.
Yeah, he's got three meat smoking machines behind him in this.
Hang on. So he's making a stream about smoking meats.
Yeah, that's what
And
I'm
it's
saying.
a glitch that he repeatedly says smoking meats. That's like saying I'm a clone because when I go for motorbike rides, I talk a lot about riding motorbikes.
What's happened is, this is my theory, he's been programmed to do this. And because it's so uncanny and weird to look at, that's why I'm suspicious and find evidence that he's a fake.
Oh, you just mean that his mannerisms are weird, not the fact that he keeps saying smoking meats because he's making a whole stream about
smoking
meat
meats
smoking.
is the main part of the mannerisms that's weird. Because I'll tell you what it means. Smoking meats is a reference to Moloch, Baal, Yahweh, all the ancient gods where we used to sacrifice the meats as incense to the god. So what he's
Did they
done is
smoke
he's
the
been
meat or
programmed
just
by the
burn it?
Illuminati to do a stream about smoking meats, which is a very unsubtle symbol about Moloch and Baal. And because he's a fake human, he can't do it naturally, so he's done it really awkwardly.
So, and were you already sold on this idea of smoking meats is a sacrifice to Moloch and Baal before this stream, or has this
Not
been
the actual
added to
term-
your?
Not the actual term smoking these meats. That was made up when I saw this, him saying it.
It's
But
from the
the
fact
idea-
that in the Old Testament it says, when they were sacrificing at the temple, that when they were burning, sort of lamb stuff, and God found
the smell pleases the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big fire pit outside the temple.
I personally think that is a fucking hell of a reach.
It's a bit.
Why would a celebrity human be this obsessed with smoking meats, but also not know anything about smoking meats naturally? Like, he also says the line, tastes even better when you hunt the animal yourself. As like a special little line, it just comes out.
I mean, Joe Rogan said something similar about killing animals and harvesting them.
Yeah, actually, Joe Rogan
Could it be
done similar glitches to this? I'll give you that.
Which
I feel
is
like
more?
I can hear you giggling.
I'm
really
just
think-
thinking, I love Joe Rogan. I don't want him to be a fake human. I think he's just a very weird, real human.
But what if Mark Zuckerberg just is a religious person and he's sending us subliminal messages to start sacrificing animals?
He's a Jewish elite.
That doesn't make him. Yeah, but that doesn't make him a fake human. He's just a real human with a religious belief.
Yeah, what I'm using as the fake human is that the glitching and saying this saying, like, obviously, you've heard there's loads of other clips of him acting strange and weird, right?
He's just so awkward and weird. It's just.
I bet he's
It definitely is awkward and weird, but I mean, I think that's.
I actually see when he's repeating this phrase, smoking these meats. I'm smoking the meats. It's so robotic. I think
It is. It really is, yeah.
This is the final proof he is some type of fake human.
Final proof.
Yeah, I definitely don't get any sense that he's human.
This is like a long-running meme, though. Like Reddit loves the idea of he's not a human.
His eyes as well. It's his eyes as well. They're just so dead and just.
I mean, I just think it's autism.
Same.
Yeah, I often use
Asperger.
That is another term for someone struggling to be human.
Maybe he's had too many vaccines.
Well, yes. If you're okay, let me tell you what I mean by a fake human. I don't think he was cloned like in a test tube, in a lab, like in a sci-fi film. I think it was more ancient bloodlines decide they want a special child, and then they do rituals and astrology.
Why would they make him a retard?
Because he's a very, very clever one.
He's an altard.
In a certain way, he's very clever, but the rest of him is autistic.
Well, what would be the goal of this?
To control humanity with social media.
That's been done by other people too, who are not Mark Zuckerberg.
But he was one of the ones who was specially bred.
One of the ones who was specially bred.
Yeah, Twitter and Instagram are more modern guys that have just copied it, but Zuckerberg was specially bred to do this.
But to be honest, having worked in IT most of my life and worked with techie people and developers, he is like the fucking stereotype.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of my dad.
Yeah.
My dad was one of those original nerds.
The kind of guy that is actually very good at doing what he does, and then has to be put up in front of people to actually talk about it, and he's actually the worst person to put up in front of people to talk about it.
What if your dad is one of those people? Eggshells.
He could be ancient bloodlines bred to be a slightly autistic computer nerd.
Have you got any video of him doing a barbecue?
No, he was very private. There's very little video of him that exists.
Oh,
that reminds me of that South Park episode where Cartman has, an alien satellite communication system stuffed up his butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people out there who are socially awkward, and I think you can definitely put Mark Zuckerberg in the...
I agree. But my theory going further is some of these ones have got to be fake humans.
Why?
Do we have any video?
They're all awkward because that's avoiding and denying the full suspicious nature.
But what is a fake human? Like, define that.
Yeah, Dawn, do you have any video of you having a barbecue so we can look at?
Fake human. Fake
actually-
human is a child chosen by a bloodline and specially bred through ritual with astrology. That's my perception so far. I'm not going all the way science fiction where it's cloned in a lab.
So still genetically and biologically a normal person, born and...
Yeah, it's born from a womb. They did funny business before and after the birth to turn this person into a different type of entity. Like satanic ritual abuse, but it's not to ritually abuse, it's to ritually change you into a machine sort of thing.
How was the sex different when they did the ritual than just normal sex?
Because in their mind,
They were looking at the
they think
stars, or
in their minds they're creating a being like their gods. So they've got completely different, deeper intentions than a normal couple would have when they have a baby.
what if I have those intentions, but I'm not royal blood?
You couldn't. You don't know anything about them, but hypothetically, if you did, yeah, you could make a fake human in the same way.
We can test this. I can let's take a couple and just tell them that they really like think that their kid's gonna have 3 legs or something.
No, this isn't
See if it
practical.
comes true.
Theoretically, we could test it, but you're not ever going to.
What do you say about people who say that Mark Zuckerberg is actually a robot?
Yeah, well, this is my theory. He's metal inside, but he's wired differently. Symbolically wired differently.
How can you symbolically wire someone?
You know the phrase wired differently doesn't always refer to actual wires.
Well, you were talking about robots and metals inside. I thought you actually were talking about wires.
Yeah, in the same way as a robot being different to a human, Mark
Maybe,
Zuckerberg.
maybe he was a normal person until he became successful, and then he was like taken over. His body was taken over or something
No, I think this is
by some supernatural entity.
Started before his birth. This was all planned.
So, what do these rituals look like before and
So
after birth?
Imagine men in dark cloaks, naked women, and actual nerds.
Which movie did you get this from?
Nerds who know all the
Eyes wide
all the
shut.
stuff. Magic
Oh, okay.
magicians, so magic nerds who know all the shit to say. And then you say all the shit, you look at all the symbols, you burn the incense, and then you have sex. You keep these intentions strong and you keep boiling them until the baby's born, and then you slowly change the baby into being a special type of non-human.
So I think really to sort of substantiate this, Dawn, what you need to do is show that that's what Mark Zuckerberg's parents were involved with, surely.
I haven't got that far yet. I'm just reviewing the analyzing his glitches.
Well, I mean, for me, if you were going to, if you're going to have this sort of uber spiritual, magical kind of experience that's going on with these people, then surely what you would expect to see is a much better outcome and result. Why are these people so flawed that you can so easily spot that they're fake?
No, it's not easy. You can't spot they're fake. None of you can. Even Rams
Well,
is.
no. We haven't
wondering.
substantiated the claim that they are fake. But all I'm saying is, why would they do such a shitty product?
I'm just saying I don't agree that they're easy to spot because I'm the only one that spotted it. So it's obviously hard to spot. But I think this guy they've gone too hard on him. So he started to glitch more and more. And that's why it's easier for me to spot now. And about the parents, I would say, can look into that. All I'll find is that they're Jewish and got lots of money. I won't be able to get footage of them doing a sex ritual or sex magic. I won't be able to get footage of them programming the child after birth.
You won't have any actual evidence to support your position apart from your opinion that his conduct in society is a bit strange.
Well, that's the beginning of the theory. But the rest of the theory is that families do this. So I would point you to Scientology dude, Hubbard and Parsons, and them trying to have a moon child. That would be the evidence that people do try and do this. You have to get yourself to the point where you don't trust everyone to be normal. then you extrapolate to reasons why everyone isn't normal, and you get past. Some of them are programmed, some of them are autistic, some of them are just crazy, some of them are gay. You know, you can come up with lots of terms to why people might be unnormal.
Well, don't you think
Eventually,
it's
you have to
likely
get to the
that
fact something's happened
Zuckerberg
to
might be a
them.
bit on the spectrum?
Yeah, that explains some abnormalness. We're looking at super abnormalness across lots of the elites right now. We have to work out how this is happening and why. I'm looking at American TV chat show hosts, and I'm thinking, you are not the same species as me. Something is totally different with your body and your mind and your face. So I have to start questioning, what are you?
But
Why do you
have you?
behave like this?
Well, the thing is, have you ever sort of presented in front of an audience?
Yeah, it's very difficult, yeah.
But don't you find that you adopt a certain sort of persona and speech pattern that may be slightly different to your norm?
Oh, I'm talking about the whole face looking like a mask. All the actions looking pre-programmed and unnatural. Everything looks wrong.
Yeah, like you're working off a script.
I'll have to get an example, I think.
You know, if I was going to drop into, you know, what I call presenting mode, all of a sudden I'll start to use a speech pattern, a cant, a rhythm to the way that I use my voice. I'll put pauses in like I just did there. That's to stop me actually using stumble words like and or using catchwords like basically or at the end of the day. So I use my breathing pattern and my cant and my rhythm to allow me to get across the message I want in a way that's effective, and there's a rhythm to the way that I do that.
Okay, clone. Yeah, but
You know,
Dom,
that's
you know
what...
that oh, sure, go on.
No, go on, Mo.
Yeah, you know that that part of being on a spectrum is the repetitive behavior and repetitive,
yeah.
like you can say same thing over and over again if you're autistic.
Yeah, that doesn't explain that though.
I went on the
Well,
news once talking about how
so did I.
Zuckerberg talks, actually. I just
You?
remembered that. Yeah. Let me
But
find
here,
it.
this guy in the thumbnail and all the other hosts that interview Ricky Gervais, they're all weird, fake humans. They all need to
Who,
be
Ricky
looked at.
Gervais?
No, not him. All the ones what interview him. So Ellen, Jimmy Fallon, this older guy with the fake face, even older guy with the glasses.
Fake face.
I don't know, Brian, you mean?
Yeah.
Stephen Colbert, he actually used to be funny back when he was doing his cable show, but since he's gone on the main network, he's turned to just mainstream shit.
Do you mean he used to be a human?
Maybe.
He was programmed with good jokes at the start. Now he's taken too many drugs as a fake human and has become completely fake.
You're coded with conspiracies and a gullible mindset.
No, I came to this logically. I'm not gullible.
Ah, stop words. Told you. I like that.
Conspiracies do exist, though. So,
Absolutely.
I mean...
Yeah, doesn't mean
Well,
that most
Rams,
of them are true.
quick question for you. Are you a globe earther or a flat earther? I never really understood that.
Oh, flat earther, I guess.
But he's like one of the least toe-the-line flat earthers who challenge and question other people.
Well, I made a point to someone that all the mods on the server are flat earthers, and someone accused you of being a glober, and I didn't know if you were or not, so I didn't want to argue the point.
No, not officially. No.
I think Left Lane is a mod.
Yeah, Left Lane I think is a mod.
Even though I like Joe Rogan, he might be a fake human. We're going to have to look into that.
Yeah, human.
Take a look at that news segment and then tell me if I'm a clone, Dawn.
You're a bloody clone, Riding. You come in with a fake account. You've got to be a clone.
Well, the roboticness of so many of the television news hosts is just amazing. They'll robotically just say whatever comes up on the screen in front of them. Been interesting watching this whole Joe Rogan escapade over the last couple of weeks, and
Didn't know you were a speech coach, Riding.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they call me. I sort of put it slightly differently because people keep thinking I'm a speech pathologist.
In this clip, Harry, I think you're trying to act like a clone after seeing lots of clones. The home on TV.
Trying to act like a clone. Hopefully, then the Illuminati will let me join their blood sacrifices.
No, just your mannerisms. You've put on the fake human mannerisms. But anyway, the old guy next to you, he might be one.
He invited me to talk to the Queen's English Society, and I turned up expecting it to be like a hall with hundreds of people of all ages, and it was like a room with like 8 cruddy old people. And one lady just like within about 5 minutes of coming in was like, it's all these foreigners. I was like, oh, wow. I thought you guys were serious.
Global with John Chappelle. That's how you know this is set up by fake humans.
Why? Because it's called Global.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you're speaking in public, you do kind of get into a role. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, one of the reasons I do that is because I'm actually don't like, no, that's not true. I didn't like presenting in front of big crowds, so I created almost like a persona to do it. And then I drop into that, and then then I feel very comfortable. Now I just stand up and speak in front of however many people. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was going to say I strongly discourage people from having a kind of speaking persona because I find even when people absolutely nail it, it's depersonalizing. Like I don't care for them. I'm not as interested in them. I don't empathize with them as much. I sort of whereas if somebody's just shooting from the hip and it feels like they're talking to me. Hopefully with a bit more pause and a bit more cadence and stuff, but only a bit than if I was sitting with them having a beer. I prefer that much more than people being like, as you can see in graph 2. And you're like, oh.
There's just that lack of trust that you sense that they're being very careful about what they say rather than just being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll listen to the BBC clip. I think you are a clone.
Shit.
69% possibility.
Oh, Dawn, your Dan's a clone too.
Yeah, he does that same fake clone persona, go on TV and stuff.
Oh, your dad?
Yeah. He does branding, so a few times he's tried to push himself, saying, I'll come and talk on the news about branding, whatever. And they've said, yes.
So you're the son of a clone.
Yeah, he could be. I'm the son of a clone, maybe.
The only one who could ever touch me was the son of a clone.
But that's a real human.
Son of a cloner, man.
But to try and get in with the elite world, he's tried to put on the fake human persona like Harry. Which I think's fine. Of course we have to do that. Like we put a suit on and we go to work and we pretend we're happy, doing nothing for 8 hours.
But you put a flesh suit on in the morning.
What?
It's different.
I love what I do for a living.
Well, that's very good. But a lot of people don't. They pretend.
I know. It took me a long, I gave a speech at a university up north, and and it was all around having passion for what you do. And if you can't find the passion in what you do, then you're doing the wrong thing because life is too short.
But what about all those jobs that you just wouldn't be able to find any passion in that need to be done?
Yeah, I think that, but that again is part of the choice. I think there are times and circumstances that force you to do things that you may not enjoy, but you have to. You know, got to do what you got to do.
Dishes.
But you know, generally, what you tend to find with those jobs that are really like that is you don't tend to be doing them very long, and they're not really jobs that are designed for you to do very long. You know, like working at McDonald's, for instance, it's generally something that people do when they're fairly young. It gets them into that sort of responsibility work rota. But it also teaches them about stuff they don't want to do. And I think learning what you don't want to do is equally as important as learning what you do want to do. So that's part of building experience and building character as an individual.
I think there's a lot of people who work like they just work because they have to, so they just do their job and then do what they want on their free time.
Yeah, I admit if I could do exactly what I want to do, then yeah, I'd love to be more involved in archaeology. You know, it's definitely a passion. It's something I could swap what I'm doing now and be equally as happy. But you know, I had to make some concessions in life. But I found what I managed to do by making those concessions and actually doing some really fucking horrible jobs in my life. Is it's taught me to value where I am today so much more, and days when I don't feel as motivated as you know, maybe I have in the past for other you know, when I lose motivation, it's one of the things that helps me regain it back.
Yeah, but it's same over here. I'm now driving the job or work, and there are people over there who like it's basically their first job, and then they'll say, "Oh, we have to work like slaves here. There's no breaks and blah blah blah." Then I always tell them, "Well, you can leave, go to another place, and then come back later." I mean, it's not gonna be any better.
By the way, Banter, I just want to give you props for a good Vogon quote.
Sorry?
Resistance is useless. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Banzo sounds like a Bogon.
No, a Bogon, not a Bogan.
Bogan.
Ah, yeah.
Give us
Yeah,
some
not-
of your
not that.
poetry, Bansor. We'll be the judge of that.
Fat rat cracker. That's about as good as my poetry gets.
Yeah. Jin's poetry is worse than Vogon poetry.
Well, flat Earth truth today, flat Earth truth. Sorry, flat Earth yesterday, flat Earth truth today, flat Earth truth tomorrow.
Yeah. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth.
I think actually, if I was going to do that, flat Earth truth today, flat Earth truth yesterday, the one thing I know is I can't be wrong. I'm sure we could create a haiku out of that as a basic format.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You can't be wrong. Hold on. I'll summon Drag and see what he thinks about that.
Oh God.
Is he unmuted?
Why do you do this?
Not by me. Not by me.
He was breathing too much fire. Had to be muted.
Jin was in Gems the other day, and he was going on in the VC, and they transferred him to another room, and he was going on alone for 35 minutes, and he didn't notice.
What? Really?
Yeah.
That guy's incredible.
Yeah.
He just, that's such a good demonstration of what I say where he like hasn't joined in the conversation. He's like, at the very best he can do sometimes is like start his tirade with a word similar to a word somebody else just used.
Yeah.
I did that to Rumpus one day in Brandon when Brandon's channel was going. He was just on this the tirade of utter. So I muted Rumpus for like 3 or 4 minutes so someone else could speak, and he's just going. I unmute him, and it's just utter. He hasn't skipped a beat. He hasn't stopped. It was hilarious, absolutely hilarious.
I got Rumpus so angry the last time we spoke because I just asked him a question and it started from there. I said, "Do you think knowledge and truth are the same thing?"
Okay,
and he said, "Yes, of course they are." And I said, "Well, you're wrong."
Oof. Yeah, that's a big oof.
And he went, "No, I'm not." That's then I said, "Well, where are you getting to?" Quotes the classic Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and I said, "Okay, we'll read out what it says." And it's something that we hold to be true, not that we know. Not that we know absolutely to be true. It's something we hold to be true. It's a provisional position. It's not an absolute position because as our knowledge grows, things change. Well, then we didn't really know it. And I said, no, but we considered we knew it at the time, and knowledge is something that evolves. Truth is. Truth doesn't evolve. Truth is. And he went off. It was so funny. He went off the rails. Well, you just don't understand philosophy. That was a bad call.
Yeah, I got shouty at him the other day when I was like, what did he pick at? I was like, we're talking about not the Fibonacci, maybe the Fibonacci sequence. Yeah, that sort of sequence you find in shells and stuff. And I was just using a turn of phrase where I was like, who knows? Maybe it could have been written into the structure of the DNA. He's like, no, it's not written in the structure. You're saying it would be the DNA would physically be a different shape. I'm like, no, it still follows that little spirally thing. Just, the letters that are in it. And he just kept going off about it until I just started swearing at him and telling him nobody likes him and calling him an arrogant prick.
I did say to once, I said, it's a real shame that you can't communicate very well because actually you've got an awful lot of knowledge, but you want to go into these incredibly lengthy explanations which are so over the top. And actually, next time I speak to him, I said, you're kind of like the glow birth version of Jin. I like that.
It's a funny one.
I must say, when Jose first up his channel and he first flipped over to the globe, and he only had 50 or 60 subs or whatever, and he started to stream. I ended up jumping on his chat there, and I don't know, the show went for about half an hour. It wasn't very long, and Rumpus was on there. And anyway, and it was either Zoom or Meet, which one it was. And then after that, there was myself, Rumpus, and I can't remember who else it was, but it was mainly just Rumpus and myself. And we spoke for a good hour and a half. And one-on-one, he's quite a reasonable person to speak to. But I think he gets white line fever when he jumps in these rooms, and it's on like Donkey Kong. But one-on-one, I can say that I have had a reasonable and quite civil conversation with Rumpus, where he probably said a few things in that discussion that he probably wouldn't say in an open forum.
Yeah, he the same similar thing happened the other day in here, where we went from talking about flat Earth to talking about World War II.
Yeah,
and like people were presenting opinions that he disagreed with, and he would be like, "Oh yeah, a lot of people think that. What I actually think it is no, and like sharing bits of knowledge, telling stories, letting other people speak, and like me and at least 2 or 3 other people were like at different points were like, "Oh, you're really enjoyable to talk to when you talk like this," and then somebody said, "Why don't you talk like this when you're talking about flat Earth?" And he's like, "Well, because that's a combat situation, I'm afraid."
Yeah,
And then the whole chat devolved into again slinging matches. Where then 2 minutes later he was saying, "I never said it was a combat situation." I was like, somebody quoted you in the chat 10 minutes ago, man. It was funny. It went straight away back to that white line fever. I think it's a good description.
Gameplay son. He's remarkable. He's quite remarkable.
But it's the same with Jin. I can talk about some things with him, and there's no problem. But then when it comes to flat Earth, he just keeps on going and going and going. Then when you try to say, "Can I get at 1 point?" and he says, "Stop over talking me! Stop over talking me!"
Yes.
Like yesterday.
Or his
He
weird
calls
ones
her-
where he says, "Don't interrupt me," and nobody's interrupted him. He's like had the floor for 2 minutes. And then
Yeah,
he
he's
goes,
listening
I
on
will
YouTube.
finish. I will finish. You're like, Jin, nobody's even trying, mate.
Yesterday, Jeremy tried to make room for him, and he called Jeremy a wanker.
Yeah, he did too, didn't he?
He gets very
That was funny.
That was funny. That was funny.
He's
mean,
definitely a flat Earth fundy.
Called him a Judas.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you Judas.
I do,
Yeah,
I do
Judas,
admire his passion, though. I don't think it's very
Oh,
effective, but I
he's
do
dead.
think there's something admirable about how sort of
But
gets
let's
himself
face it,
G'd up for a
for a
chat.
60-year-old to have that amount of energy, I hope I have that amount of energy when I'm his age.
Yeah, it's
Same.
amazing.
You know, so
He has
you know,
that,
we definitely props. But I still think the funniest thing from yesterday was Dragon accusing Bandy of being pro-Glober.
Oh, God. Did he what? That should have been an automatic kick and ban from the server. That one.
I understand his sentiments because Bansaw's a bit biased towards us guys that have been in it ages. And to a new flat earther, maybe that feels like.
Well,
well,
he ain't
To listen
new.
to Dragon.
He
I need
ain't.
to listen to him.
Yeah, Dragon's not new. He's been around for a while, right? Because you can hear the arguments that come out of his mouth, right? But it's not fair. Like when you ask someone a question, they try and give you the answer, and they get shouted down. It's like, just hold on a second. You can't be doing that, and vice versa. You know, you can't. You know, there's got to be a bit of give and take. Otherwise, conversation, you know, to be had at all. And
he could tell you're like Discord mates with some of us Globers. It must have been hard for him. I think that's what I'm saying.
well, that's fine. You know, I've got mates that are Muslim and black, yellow, red. I've got all different varieties of friends. Like, so, you know, that just is what it is. You got to
nothing on you. I'm just saying I understood
Yeah,
how he
no.
felt.
But do you think it's a problem though? And I mean, this is not just Globe Earth, but in an awful lot of things, that just because someone disagrees with you on a point, therefore you now must make them the enemy.
Do I think it's a problem? I think it's a problem when you take those beliefs and you let it pollute the rest of your life. I do think that's a problem, because we can all find common ground. Foolish, like we may, you know, you look at the end of the day.
You cut out again, Bandy.
Yeah, but you know, we can find common ground on other things. You know, we can go down to the pub and have a beer and chat about anything else other than stuff that's going to create conflict. You know, that's what mature adults do at the end of the day. You know, you try and find common ground. Why do you want to live your life in conflict? You know, that seems counterproductive, to be living your life in conflict all the time. And
I agree.
you know, you need to be able to find ground. And you know, we can disagree on many of things, but you know, it's also too nice to sit down and have and even if you do disagree, you should be able to have discourse about it and not shout each other down.
Yeah.
You know, I try not to shout people down. I've been guilty of it, like many of us have been guilty of these sorts of things. Right? We've all been guilty of it, but if you're an adult, you try and reflect back on it. You go, well, could I have done that a little bit better? could I have conducted myself a little bit better so I myself could have got a little bit more out of that conversation?
I think there's very few flat earthers that I wouldn't have a beer with or a night out.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a few for me. There's a couple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
I mean,
right
Nathan
the
Oakley.
hand. I'd just.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I wouldn't feel safe near him.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like he's the kind of guy that could just get in the middle of an ordinary debate and then try and smash my face with a beer schooner or something.
He might try and fight all the women that he sees.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't be that
Just
scared
get all the
actually now
women.
that I've seen the video of him getting
I think
beaten
he's
up.
great. I don't think I want to be his friend in real life. No.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've done jiu-jitsu and I wouldn't fancy my, in the fact that, I can't strike and it's grappling, I wouldn't fancy my chances against her.
Yeah. Yeah, jiu-jitsu. That's what I thought was funny about the start of the story. But then once I realized it was jiu-jitsu, I was like, well, that's, he's just stupid for taking that challenge.
I think it's
like,
a great troll. He trolled everyone and said, I can beat up any woman. Then someone said, okay, come and fight this really hard woman at jiu-jitsu. And he said, yes, okay. And he made a video out of it. He was glad to be beaten up by her. That was his claim to fame.
No, I think he thought he was. I think he thought he was going to win.
Well, okay then. So then he loses, and then he actually uploads it so people can see him lose.
Yeah.
No, he didn't upload it though. He wasn't the one that filmed it. It was the it was the gym she fights at. Uploaded it to their channel, so I don't think he had any say.
He would have known he would have known he's on camera, and he could have said, actually, you're going to beat me. I've been silly. But I think it was half subconscious, but a long troll, and he's happy to be embarrassed. I think he's fine with it.
I mean, I think he's probably fine with it. But he also strikes me as somebody who is able to sort of retroactively, remember things differently.
But he's also a joker. He's been joking and doing trolls online as long as he has got the energy.
He's a troll. He said it himself. He's a troll.
But that's a fellow too. I think Chris is. But that's a fellow also too. I've had a reasonable conversation with. Like you get these people in the right situation, and they're different. They are different.
Yeah.
I think
people like I'd have a beer with Jin. I think.
Yeah, I would. But I would never meet Nathan Oakley or.
That's what I would say too.
I would not meet these people.
No, I probably would for the fun of it, but I don't think I'd be looking forward to it.
I think probably about the only
Bandy
plus
or Rams or people or Geo or Jeremy. Like I'm going in most of the list here. Actually, really, I'd be like, oh, this will be fun. We'll have a good beer.
All right.
Whereas
So
if it was
what's
Nathan Oakley or QE, I'd be like, oh, this is going to be an ordeal, but at least I'll get to have experienced it.
So do the same. Do the same analysis with the Globe side and the Globe proponents. Do the same.
I would not want to go for a beer with Rumpus.
Not just Flat Earth. It's the same with any group, isn't it? I wouldn't go with Curved or Gem Panda or any of the bullies.
Yeah, I think I'd want to go with Curved.
I would never
Maybe
want to
Gem
meet any of the
Panda.
women in Globe Earth ever.
Definitely not fucking Queen of Trolls.
Oh,
no, none of the women. They're all smoking crack.
Or CB.
Or who?
CB, I wouldn't meet him.
Captain Bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, is he that guy that never talks and just agrees with what Queen of Trolls says?
I cannot. Yeah, all I imagine him is smoking weed and playing FIFA in his 30s. Pathetic man. Sorry. But yeah, Globers, I wouldn't want to meet them all either. There's hardly any I would want to meet.
Oh, thanks. You'd want to meet me.
I think probably the only person that I would be concerned about going out for a beer with would be Chemo.
Chemo?
Oh, no, I'd go for a beer with Chemo.
No, I'd beat the fuck out of him.
I think the who's the guy who stabbed someone? Flat Earth. I wouldn't want to go up.
Oh no!
Hang on, which Flat Earther stabbed someone?
That was the guy that used to have the gym that opened his gym up during lockdown and then got fined and basically lost his business, wasn't it?
You need to hear this story. Poncho Pete, after Flat Earth, he got really obsessed with transvestigations. So he wanted to find out which women were actually men and lying to us and pretending they were the opposite sex when actually they were a gay man. So then he started accusing all his friends, and he asked his friends to come round and drop their trousers. And one of them protested and said, "No, you should know I'm a man. We're friends. I'm not dropping my trousers." So then they had a big argument in the flat, and Poncho Pete stabbed him.
Kidding.
Yeah.
That's like proper insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
like
let's hear the video. The video is
Let's-
interesting.
what?
boil
There's
this
a
down.
video of it happening.
There
Video
was.
Yes,
before
audio
and
recording.
after. Yeah, and video of the police coming, everything.
I
Can
just
somebody
posted the other day.
DM
I
that
can,
to me?
I can post it. Yeah, I can check it
Don't
in
post it
half an
because
hour.
Geo's thing and he's not here. But
Oh yeah, I can DM it to you. Takes like half an hour when I get to work. And
So we came on Discord one morning, eggshells, and Lottie messaged me, or I woke up to the message, Poncho Pete has stabbed his friend over a transvestigation. And this is after I've been in Flat Earth for 2 years, and my mind's blown. I'm like, what? And I believe it's true, but I'm still mind blown.
Yeah.
So basically, he stabbed somebody for not showing him his dick.
And for arguing and not helping Pete with his own delusion of transvestites. Just for protesting and saying, no, you should trust I'm a man, sort of thing.
yeah, the video was nice. It's like, okay, let's Google female skull, male skull. There's a difference. And then he's just like, get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah,
But I mean, if people,
might be wrong.
But I mean,
he
people
also
can
called him
convince
a
himself
goblin.
of quite a few things. He's surely just going to have some belief in there that, like, oh no, there's a hidden technology that can actually change the shape of your hands, and there's Adam's appelectomies or something like that.
Yeah. Who another big trans investigation person was Russian Vids. He was huge on it as well.
What was the other one someone was saying though when you said Poncho Pete stabbed somebody, and then somebody else was saying, oh yeah, and then there was the time that.
I don't know if Josh said something, and then Dawn said that you have to hear the story. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is interesting. The goss on the network.
Because they're staying up all night drinking and smoking weed and maybe doing other stuff. They're staying up all night, and then Flat Earth becomes not enough because they've done it for 3-4 years. So the next thing is which man is a woman and which woman is a man.
Yeah,
That's just taken it way too far. That's just insanity.
I wonder when David's gonna stab his first clone.
He does sound like he's close. He's dipping. I don't know what he used to sound like, but even in the year or so I've been near this, he sounds like he's dipping near some sort of fucking edge.
No, David
he opens his own dog to check that his dog's not a clone.
David has always been the same. David has not changed one iota. Not one iota.
Have you heard him lately though?
Oh, look, I've heard him, man, but I've heard him in the.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I've been in there a couple of times recently, and he's like got this idea that humans aren't animals, and that all animals are only mammals, and a bunch of humans are clones. He's been like that for ages, has he?
Oh, he gets a topic in his head and he runs with it. But his big one is generally the Russians and communism and stuff like that. That's his pet love.
These communists.
Yes, yeah. Oh, that's Merle's channel.
Yeah, some of the samples, some of the clips that Merle's chose are just mental. David's on like Alex Jones level right now.
I think Merle is going more and more mental.
Yeah, he is.
He goes there and back.
Yeah,
but I think his meltdowns are getting worse and worse.
He came.
He sounded so more normal when he was like gearing up and doing his road trip down to Melbourne.
He was in here. He was in here a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago and had a total meltdown, where intervention had to be taken.
There's something I found that for me that's helped with Merle is, I had a long chat with him. Got to be a couple of years ago now. Well, it's pre-COVID actually, so a bit more than that. But you know, where I actually, you know, I spoke to him because you know he kind of really changed his attitude, and stopped like screaming at people and calling them nasty names. And I said, you know, I really like Merle 2.0. He's much better than Merle 1.0. And I kind of use that sort of like Merle 2.0 when he's getting over the edge, and that seems to help bring him back a bit.
I think he puts himself in a situation where he can be pushed over the edge, and I think where he puts himself, they like to push him over the edge so they can just have a good laugh at him.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think going back with the way he gets treated there and what he does next, going back to a place like GEMS is indicative of itself. Like it's a whole CBT, right? Cognitive behavioral therapy took over from this old Freudian stuff of, oh, did your parents tell you they loved you and, you know, you were allowed to poop when you wanted as a kid, into this new realm of the new idea of cognitive behavioral therapy is it's just the behaviors, it's the patterns you have that define who you are.
You get stuck in
and the pattern he has that seems less healthy is like going into GEMS and having people call him a retard for 8 hours on end.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
Yeah,
Young and CBT are both correct. Oh, what did you say? Sorry, Freud.
Jungian, I don't have so much of a problem. Freudian, I think, is an absolute pile of bullshit. It's
oh no,
it's pseudoscience.
I think it points to. I think he used creative license and added loads of bullshit, but it points to a real truth.
I mean, yeah, like if you've got abusive parents or something, that's going to affect you. But
no, but I mean,
it's pseudoscientific in that like
the programming as a child reflecting through your life, so you become childlike.
Sure,
that helps you get stuck in the patterns.
But CBT describes that as well. We just describe it as a pattern you develop early in childhood, like comfort eating or something.
I think that
it doesn't go into the analysis of, oh, it's just an oral fixation because you really wanted to suck dicks or some weird stuff like that. It just goes, you eat too much and now you eat too much and that's why you're fat.
But he's thinking deeper about where the patterns come from. He's trying to describe.
Right. It just fails. The reason to me it's pseudoscience is it just fails the criteria of falsifiability. They don't. If they find an example of somebody who's got that behavior but didn't have that kind of childhood, or did have that kind of childhood but doesn't represent that pattern of behavior, it doesn't alter their confidence one iota. It's sort of.
I think it points to DNA affecting our patterns and environment and how we think of us being the next phase of our parents, kind of thing. And growing up.
I mean, I don't think it's sort of, similar to many other pseudosciences. I don't think just because it's a pseudoscience, everything it's ever said is totally wrong. I think that it points at some things that are real and.
I maybe agree. Most of it is pseudoscience. It's not. I would say CBT is quite pseudo too.
But except it's got a criteria for falsifiability. You can give somebody the treatment and see if they're getting better, and they will or they won't, and that's how you measure it. But there is no measure for.
I was talking about how he explains where the patterns come from, not his. I don't know what his treatment's about.
Well, that's the thing. The treatment. I mean, this is getting into a whole other topic, but the treatment for the psychodynamic approach is, there is none. You just learn to live with it, and you come here day after day, year after year, to your therapist for the rest of your life, and you never get any better. Whereas CBT is like, we want to measure it.
Drug people. That's why they just drug people and put them away.
Yeah, no wonder taking, mood stabilizers seems like a good idea if the other option is going and crying to my psychologist once a week for the rest of my life.
Wouldn't you agree? There's a certain truth to Freud. If you tell someone you haven't got over how you felt as a boy under the leadership of your mother yet, this could be a real explanation for why someone is acting weird.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. That's what I mean. There's probably lots of truth in there. Lots of sort of truth. There's lots of probably, accurate and efficacious things in there, but its core, it's unfalsifiable, so it's bunk.
Someone tried to treat me with CBT, and I looked into it. Now I sort of heard about it again because I'm interested in psychology. And it's still quite vague. It's basically just try and control yourself better. That's basically the main teaching of it.
Yeah, it just says that like the you know the symptom is the problem. So if you're flicking on and off a light switch 200 times before leaving, it doesn't matter how you got that way. It is just irrelevant how you got that way. What matters is can you get it from 200 times a day down to 150, down to 100, down to 10, and then your life's getting better.
Well, that's a real focus on actually fixing the problem rather than,
And it has a big focus on diarizing too. So like where it sprang up for me was talking about like spot habits, because one of the ones you said a moment ago, Dawn, which I think is super accurate, which is like, do these people stay up really late? And like one of the key predictors of poor mental health will be poor sleeping habits. And so you diarizing as part of CBT would be you just write down all of the things that happened today and you look for those patterns. And quite often a pattern will be, gets 3 hours sleep a night. And wow, yeah, I stopped going off at people and screaming at people and, thinking everybody was a transvestite or something. When I get 8 hours sleep 3 nights in a row, I stop doing that stuff and I put in job applications.
And I do say this. I see Mo say to me, I don't want to hang out and watch something right now because I need to get some sleep. And then an hour later, I'll see him in Gems. I'll message him and say, dude, are you still awake? He says, yeah, I can't sleep. I say, what the fuck? And like, just leave him to think about it. You've got to sleep, man.
But I do the same. It's like there's something addictive about these arguments. I'll say that, and then I'll be in here until 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Travis has just dropped his latest link for his essay.
Working hard as ever.
Well, the first one was an interesting read, I must say. He's putting a bit of work into it. Kudos to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he has put a lot of work into this document.
Oh, yeah. This is the updated one. I don't know how much it differs from the one that he wrote. First one that I read. But what he says does make a lot of sense. It really does.
Yeah, it just needs to be tested.
Yeah, I said that to him. Yeah, he's at the test stage now because he's got quite a big hypothesis. And loads of observations. We just got to pull the observations into a test.
And that's pretty hard for one person.
Yeah, it's harder for one person, yeah.
He needs support to be able to do it. But he is making stuff read by air quotes professionals to get feedback from them.
In fact, I'd argue he's already done tests in his mind with data and observations, but he'd have to do like scientific tests to make the Globers get on board a bit more.
Well, there's an interesting video that he has on his channel. I'll see if I can bring it up. I think you've probably seen it, but let's bring it up again. And I'll share it. Where are we? Copy. Bang. Now this, where are we? Bang. Boom. Bang. Now that video, that video there that he's uploaded. Now that's not his video. Oh, that's actually someone else's. But still, what's in the video is still exactly the same.
Some of the
And-
theory. I'll carry on. Sorry.
No. And you know what's in the video is very, very interesting. Now, if you scroll along, say 3 minutes and 16, thereabouts, where you see these birds, whatever you want to call it, miraging. I don't know what the technical term is for it, but they're obviously whatever they're flying, right, has depth to it, has a lot of depth to it. Okay, along the x-axis. Is it the x-axis? So it's got a lot of depth to it, and this effect you can see goes on for quite some time. You know, when the seagulls, you know, they're obviously mirage reflected. It's crystal clear. What they're
X-axis is horizontal. What do you mean?
Part of his theory, actually, is that the image is coming between the seagulls moving and us looking.
Yeah.
Not just straight up and down.
Exactly. And they're
I don't know how that makes, like, so what? What does that mean?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me, because my understanding is with the 4 or 5 different types of refraction, all it tells you is that stuff can bend, stuff can mirror itself, it can flip, it can appear to be floating.
Harry, I DM'd the video for you, the punch off video.
Wow, okay.
Oh God, I wouldn't waste your time. But anyway,
It's only the couple of first minutes to interest you.
It's also very depressing and terrifying to watch. Bansor, I agree that the medium.
Yeah. Next time we'll both go and choose one together.
Thickness where that heat is that they're flying through obviously isn't just a vertical plane. It's an area like a cloud above certain parts of the water.
Yes.
Between you and the seagulls. And
yes.
And all around the seagulls probably. They fly through it, like you said.
Yeah.
I think that's heat causing a mirage. If I could explain it the simplest way I can understand it.
Look, yeah, I don't know what it is, to be quite honest with you, Dawn. I find it a very fascinating video myself, and so crystal clear too. And the fact that you can see the birds flying away from you, you know, through this band of whatever you want to call it, band of stuff. It obviously has some sort of depth to it. Okay.
Say what it shows is it's a mirage, but you can see the line where the mirroring starts between the top and the bottom, right? Like Pete Shea used to say, the mirror layer. There's like a horizontal plane or a curved plane if Earth's curved that goes around the shape of the surface where stuff reflects above and below.
Yeah.
So you get a mirror.
But then when you look at the water itself, like the water level, right? I'm on 328 at the moment, and that's where it's all right. So where you look at the water level there, just say that's the horizon, the water level, right there. Now, is that the actual water level between that and the birds? Like where is this miraging taking place, and where is the actual water level?
I would say that the horizon and the water level is above where that water is.
Yes.
More into the middle like at eye level, in the middle of that bush blow and between the two reflected seagull.
Yes, yeah. That's what I would say.
But I don't think we should be trying to find out where the horizon is. We should just realize there's a big reflection happening somewhere above the surface.
Mm.
That video is wild.
How long is it? Can you send it to me? Oh, Mailman's got. Can you send it to me? But how?
Yeah. Like it's not an actual video. You're just hearing the audio of it. But.
Yeah, I need to remind myself.
God, you're a glutton for punishment.
It's like I do wonder that how much it becomes personal for people. Like as Randy said as well, he's like, I had to stay up late and get up early. I was taking down the cabal.
Oh,
that makes sense.
And now he's still doing.
I'm not sure. I would say, like, I would disagree with somebody else's reason to want to like demystify something like the mirages and refraction. I just don't think it's just not that interesting to me because the results are so weird and wild.
Well,
yeah,
and that's fair enough. This topic is obviously Travis's passion. He's found something that he loves, that he finds many different phenomena that he can't explain himself. You've taken a bit of a fancy to sextants lately, right? You know what I mean, like thought and research into.
But does Travis's argument prove the Earth is flat and not curved?
No, it doesn't prove anything. All he's trying to prove is what we're looking at isn't what we're looking at. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Even though it has that implication in it.
That's what I mean. Yeah. What does it imply in that regard?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it does away with like the chief rebuttal to almost all flat Earth proofs are done away with the one rebuttal of, well, what about terrestrial refraction? So if he can present a robust model for what is actually happening there, then all of those are back on the table and in play because he's got science he can show that says, no, what you're calling a superior mirage or looming is in fact an inferior mirage.
Yeah, because I think Travis would admit, and I don't want to talk for him because he's not here. But we have had a couple of conversations. Like, when he first started getting out there and taking, pictures and videos and stuff, it was, I can bring this shit back, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. But then he just started seeing all these anomalies in what he was taking that he couldn't explain himself. So then his train of thought went down a different path, where now he's trying to explain what we see and why we see it, and how we see it. And that may in itself have for flat v globe, but I think the crux of it really is exactly what he is doing, just trying to analyze, what he's seeing through the lens, and at times through our eyes.
So what would it mean, for instance, for the black swan image that's used in a lot of arguments? What would it say about that?
It would, at least to my understanding, and again, I'm talking sort of from his for him. I think he would say it could demonstrate that that the actual black swan is correct, and that the white swan is this looming effect that he's talking about, and that the Earth is flat, and that is a observation that can demonstrate it.
Here comes the man himself. We're all speaking on behalf of. Has entered the building.
My ears were burning.
How you going, Trevor?
Hey. So,
yeah, Travis, I was just asking, what does your research imply about the black swan image? What would it say about what we see in that image?
The issue that I have with the black swan is that we seem to be comfortable labeling one of the images as looming. So in my research, I pretty much disagree with everything that Andrew Thomas Young has put out, which is basically the mainstream narrative on everything. I'm not convinced that he knows what looming looks like, or sinking, or whatever, because the things that he produces are all diagrams that are computer generated, and they're not real photographs. So if you look at what towering looks like, it looks like a swizzle, twisty top, like an ice cream cone that's just, or like taffy that's been twisted so that it's broad at the base and then it narrows to a cone twist at the top. I've never seen that, ever. So I don't know what towering looks like. And when he posts a picture of what he thinks looming looks like, to me, that's a Fata Morgana. In the picture that he presents, to me, it looks like what I've seen is a Fata Morgana. So, and I don't know who labeled the black swan as looming to begin with. Like if it was a baller or if it was one of us, I don't know. But I would say, where's your evidence this is looming? So the one thing that looming, at least in Andrew Thomas Young's, now if we're going to look at Andrew Thomas Young's diagram as an example of what it is, his horizon is always in front of the target. Now, that's an argument from silence to a certain degree, because you'll say, well, he didn't show you all of the instances for looming. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. But he's showing you what, for him, looming is. And looming is bringing an object from behind the horizon up so that you can see it. But the horizon still is in front of the target. But the black swan, being called looming, has the horizon beyond the target lifted up. So my point is that Andrew Thomas Young doesn't address that phenomenon. So either he doesn't know it exists, or he wouldn't consider that looming. I don't know.
What difference does it make if a ship's in the background being loomed up over the horizon, or the horizon's being loomed up to appear a bit higher?
I'd like to see real life photographs from science that demonstrate what they think looming is. Otherwise, we don't know. Like, I think it's a fair. I think your question is fair.
Yeah, every time I've asked for a picture of looming, I've gotten a different image given to me, and it's
right.
It's ridiculous.
Right, and they're all from people like me who have no peer review clout. Right, like I don't have any authority to tell you. Now, I can suggest to you what I think is going on based on my experience, but I mean, I think that does have some weight to it to a certain extent, but in terms of talking about this in a scientific community sense, people are just going online and typing in looming and then picking up any picture. Like, that doesn't mean
Andrew Thomas Young, within his definition of looming, he talks about things looming and so on with respect to the horizon, not things, not the horizon refracting up over.
Right. That's what my point was. Right. My point was that he doesn't bring the horizon from beyond the target
up so that it's behind the target.
I think there is a definition by Andrew Thomas Young that actually says that the horizon can be lumped up.
Well, sure, bring it up so we can look at it. I don't know what you're referring to.
I can bring it up a second time. It will take a moment. I have actually brought it up to you before in a conversation with me and you and Kosho, so you have seen it before.
Okay, well, I don't remember everything, so
It may take a while. I'm looking for it.
Okay.
I think you send it to me, but you won't get any luck off clicking off my name. You have to look on my old name.
The one thing that was evident to me after I continued looking at Andrew Thomas Young's diagrams is that the horizon for him is always the curvature of the Earth, which is why I think he has to keep it in front of the target. Now, that's reading between the lines. Now, he does talk about and acknowledge that he does believe, obviously, that the Earth is curved and that rays of light in refraction are not strong enough to overcome the curvature of the Earth, and so then they present themselves to us in that fashion. But my point is that primarily when you're looking at the diagrams for inferior mirages, the horizon must be for him the curvature of the Earth.
Sure.
And what?
Sure, nothing seems amiss about that. It doesn't. I mean,
Well,
I don't.
well, right, but if you read the article that I've written, I address why his diagrams fall short in lieu of what he actually says in print, because he doesn't take into consideration the ramifications of what his claim is. So the thing that's different about Andrew Thomas Young's diagrams of an inferior mirage is that the independent variable for him, and again, remember, he's drawing pictures of what an inferior mirage is. He doesn't show you a target from 4 kilometers away and then backs up to 5 kilometers and takes a picture, and then backs up to 6 kilometers and takes a picture. He doesn't do that. He draws you a fabricated target. So he has to be the independent variable because he's moving away from the target. Now, the beautiful thing about all of my productions of inferior mirages is I don't move anywhere. I can produce every single one of his images that is a direct result of the conditions of the medium affecting the target that I'm observing. I don't have to move anywhere, which means that the horizon isn't moving in terms of the geometric horizon, right? Or whatever you want to call it for him. But that's my point with his diagrams. Whenever you see the horizon below the target, that has to be Earth curve. And it's a gross oversight in terms of the science. It's when you think about it, and if you read my paper, it'll become patently obvious what I mean.
It just doesn't look from here like you are measuring whether the horizon is moving.
Well, I don't have to necessarily measure it in terms of geometry. I can just show you a target that is fixed, and the horizon is always in a different position.
But it's,
away
but you're
from.
Not even, but you're not looking at the horizon in your one. You're looking at a shore. Unless I'm looking at the wrong thing. All same location is set up in 35.
Right, but see, this is
mil focal length.
Right, but this is where you have to take the nature of a mirage in any location at any distance, and then put it out on to farther distances and open air, because an inferior mirage by nature will produce the same phenomenon over the same surface. So even though you're correct that the observations that are in the video that you're looking at has a higher terrestrial horizon, the inferior mirage creates an apparent limit to the water. So you can see physical water, and then all of a sudden the physical water disappears, and there's a mirage there. So where did the water go? What would you say?
Light, water didn't go anywhere. Light bent, and so what appears to be where that is
Okay,
bent
but
light from
but
where
if you
something else is.
see but if you see a seagull go down into the mirage and disappear, are you assuming that seagull landed on the water and is chilling out on the water?
Not necessarily.
Would you assume that?
Sorry?
Could you? Like he's going in for a landing. Like you've seen birds go in for landings. You know seagulls fly in.
Oh, sure. I could assume that. Yeah, that
Okay,
could
all
be
right. So
one of the possibilities.
okay, so for the sake of argument, the bird goes into the event, disappears, and he's flying while he disappears. So then he goes in and lands. Actually, if you look at the very beginning of the video where the seagulls first come into play, there's a seagull that lands and is on the water in a mirage, and so you can see his physical image and then the miraged image. But then the birds that are farther away from him, deeper into the mirage, they're doing the same thing. They're landing on the water just like he did, but you can't see them. So the water, you can't see the water. All you see is mirage. But there's water behind the mirage along the horizontal from the viewer's perspective. The water didn't disappear anyway, didn't go anywhere. It's still there. You just can't see it. That same reality is true out on the ocean. If you have an inferior mirage out on the ocean, most people will default when they see the limit of the water, they'll think that's curvature. But it's not when there's an inferior mirage there, because the inferior mirage is creating the limit to the water.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that sounds like certainly what Laurie, isn't it? Papers, Please has posted. He's saying about it moving the horizon.
Why can't it be both though?
It sounds like that's what Ruhiv's point is, though, that it is both.
Yeah.
Well, right,
I mean,
right.
how
But
do you
in
rule
order, sure. So, well, I guess you would have to. Are you suggesting that when you have an inferior mirage, the limit to the water that you see is at that same moment both curvature and mirage?
Yes.
Okay,
Like
so
mirage will limit some, and curvature could limit some. So you add up to both limitations, and you get more limitation.
okay,
Plus,
but
you could have light bending up and down throughout the same optical corridor.
All right. Well,
right?
I think Sorry, I was just kind of like talking to myself. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, I was just saying if the water, like if you've got deep water and then shallow water, and one of the main things that affects it is temperature. Like, yeah, there's just a lot of confounding variables.
I'm just gonna pull up an image real quick to try to demonstrate something.
By the way, I found the Andrew Thomas Young quote. I can just read it quickly. So the nice-looking formulae for calculating the distance to the horizon are only rough approximations to the truth. You can consider them accurate to a few percent most of the time, but occasionally they will be wildly off, particularly if superior mirages are visible. Then it's common to see much farther than usual, a condition known as looming.
Okay, but I don't see that he considers the horizon to be loomed up. So again, in as far as I understand his position on looming, when the object that is behind the horizon is more visible than it was before, I think that's what he would consider seeing farther.
Well, you're gonna have to do some really nice twisty acrobatics to actually get that reading from the quote, because the context of that quote is he's talking about how far the horizon is. And when he says that then it's more common to see much farther than usual, you're gonna do some really hard acrobatics to say, well, that's talking about the object and not the horizon. To take a look at the actual context of the quote, and it's quite clear that he is talking about the horizon.
Yeah, he's saying the distance to the horizon calculation, which is obviously going to be for observer of X height, how far can you see? And he's saying it'll be vastly off, much farther than usual if it's looming.
That's a fair criticism. That's fine, you know. But again, he only shows us one diagram of what looming is, and it has to do with the target and not the horizon. So I would, you know, if I were in his class, I would say, Dr. Young, do you have an example of this sentence that you have here with the distance to the horizon and seeing much farther? Can you show me what that looks like? So,
I mean, what you would need to accept though is for a baller who is trying to describe to other people about something to do with refraction, it would seem to you like he's begging the question, but he could just simply show the black swan and go, see there clearly with X and Y distances, this is clearly a mirage because the Earth isn't, 3,000 miles.
Looming is not a mirage, though. That's the problem. Looming is one of the refraction phenomena that is categorized as refraction without mirage.
Whichever it is, I just mean all he would need to do is show a picture of something like the black swan and go, there you go, clearly what you have there is an optical effect, meaning we can see further. For you, that would seem like begging the question. For anybody engaged in the flat Earth debate, it was. But I think for most scientists, they would go, good evidence.
And then after that, right. And then after that, I would require the conditions of the day so that they could actually verify that that effect is happening based on the conditions that existed during the day. So
I'm just saying that for somebody who doesn't question whether the Earth is a sphere, that would be enough for them. So
well, again, yeah, sure. Well, that would be short-sighted though, based on taking into consideration other people who have made observations.
Maybe.
So, if you see in the image here, I have an image of a quarry barge that is on the Chesapeake Bay. Now, this barge is in an inferior mirage. Okay, and it looks to be floating above the water because there's a band below it that's not the water. Okay, so the reality I would like to suggest is that nothing about this barge is missing. This barge is 100% entirely in front of the viewer. Refraction is obstructing and distorting and displacing this barge.
Possibly. I mean, I wouldn't know how to split that from it is hidden behind Earth curve and some sort of optical refractive effect.
Yeah, I don't think that you would possibly be able to do that either unless you had other images used for control where you have farther distance and water beyond this point visible in other conditions. So the reason why you can't see water below the boat immediately is because of refraction. So if I could wipe away the refraction that is here, we would just simply have this barge right in front of us on the water with its hull directly in front of us. Nothing's missing. It's right there.
Yeah, no, I get that's what you're saying. I'm just not sure that's the case. To me, when I look at the shoreline and I can see that there is sky under a headland, that makes me wonder whether the water doesn't go close to up to sort of partially obscuring where the boat meets the water.
I can try to find another image that gives you a more obtuse inferior mirage.
Part of that vessel looks like it's where it is. It just looks like the distortion is in the foreground between it and the viewer.
Yeah, it's too much for me. Like it's there's too much noise for me that it's. I wouldn't take anything to the bank that relied on that kind of messiness.
Yeah, but the problem is that in these conditions, that's the image you're going to get. You're never going to get a pristine image. It's always going to be noisy. So I changed the levels on this one. This is the same perspective. This is the same view. If you look at the two trees above the barge, you can see the two trees here on this shot. So those two trees are on land that's roughly 12 miles away. And you can clearly see that the sky is mirrored beneath that topography. Both on the right and the left, you can see the sky below the tree line.
Sure, yeah.
So, okay, so we would understand that apparent presentation of the sky just above the water is not physical sky.
Yeah.
That land is not like the Flying Dutchman. It's not floating, but this is exactly what the Flying Dutchman would be like if there were a ship. If the landscape was gone and the ship was out as far as the 12-mile mark for the land is, the ship would then be apparently floating above the water. And the sailors would assume that the sky beneath that ship is actually physically sky. They wouldn't even consider that it was a mirage, which is the whole reason why superior mirages are created. The concept is created as it is because the limit to the water that you can see, just like you can see it right here, if you were looking out across the ocean and you saw the apparent limit to the water, that's Earth curve. Your immediate response is that's the end of the Earth. But if there's a boat above that with sky below it, you're going to say that is an image that's beyond the horizon that we can't see, and refraction is looming it up, is bringing it up. I mean, that's the literature. It's right there in front of you. But this demonstrates that that's impossible.
That one is possible and the other is impossible.
This image that you're looking at is reality. So it is possible. So in between the distant image, you've got those top two little nubs, those two trees. Those are physical trees. So that if you drop down to the middle of that image, so to speak, that's where the mirage begins. That's the shoreline 12 miles away. You just can't see it. So the water continues beyond the limit that you do see all the way 12 miles away till it hits the water on the other side, or till it hits the shoreline on the other side. The only reason why you can't see that shoreline is because refraction. Now, if there were a boat, like if there were just a typical watercraft there, a typical personal pleasure craft 10 miles away from here, you wouldn't see it. It would be just like the seagull going into the band. You wouldn't see it. But it's right there on the water, right in front of you.
How do you know that the beach is at the middle point, visible? Or like...
Because I have control images where I've got a full exposure of the land in the distance and the water goes all the way to the end.
And you've laid them on top of each other to see them.
I've done it in other images. I haven't done it necessarily with this one, but I have done it with other images. I've done blink tests that way, yeah. Get the same results. Everything's right there. You see, the whole thing about this is that everything in this image is refraction. Everything, the way the water appears to us, so that if I were to wipe away the refraction, everything in this image would change. The water would actually probably drop and look like we elevated ourselves and got farther away from the water because there's magnification in this image. There's displacement. There's so much going on. There's not just an inferior mirage. There's so much going on. Because I've got images, and I'll show you again.
But if it's it's a superior mirage, isn't that like on the top of the water? Like you're cutting away your pieces of the water, like on inferior marsh on top of like asphalt.
I'm not sure.
You're saying the water would drop, but wouldn't it rise? Because you would, like, literally the inferior mirage is actually on top of the visible water, or it would be visible if it weren't for the inferior mirage. So the water line would actually rise up.
I think I understand what you're saying. So here's another image. One of my earliest images that I just laid next to each other. So in this one, the image on the left does have a very acute inferior mirage, but you can clearly see below those two trees that distant field. Okay. So in the image on the right, you have a very abrupt limit to the water. So then if you just simply go over to the left as if that were the same area covered, you can clearly see how much water exists beyond that mirage. So that if you overlaid it, that water in the left image would exist below the mirage in the right image. But as you'll notice that both of these focal lengths are the same. I'm at the same position, and yet the distant topography in the image on the right is lower. And I would say a little bit larger than the left pane.
Yeah.
Are they at the same height? I mean, the one
Yes.
on the right is the mountains are higher on the left one than the right one.
Right, that's refraction.
How do you know that they are not just at the same place?
What do you mean, how do I know they're not just at the same place?
Like that they would continue in a straight line, the mountain, like they... If you were to place them.
Because in my lining up of this shot, I have a 9 square grid on the camera, and I line up the trees in the same spot so that I can have a reference point. So wherever the trees line up in the position of the frame, I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that I could just have simply misaligned my camera.
I don't know what trees you line up here, because you can obviously see the two trees in the middle, who are like in the middle, a little bit to the left, at like the top of the mountain. You see like a couple of tree bushes sticking up, and that is very clearly on the right, the photo, but it's much slower. So I don't know what trees you are aligned with.
Yeah, they look at.
See if I can find.
Because if you look at
based
the
on the
trees
alignment of the trees, they look like they're different heights.
Yeah.
Right. But that's because the refraction of the day is the one that's affecting the level. That's not a very good.
But the challenge is your. It sounds like your method to make sure you're shooting at the same thing would be affected by the thing you're trying to measure.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Because every time I go out, it's already in a different place.
Right. And so then you line it up to that wrong place, possibly.
Well, it can't be wrong because that's where I'm looking. I mean, I can show this. It's not just this particular observation. I can show you, numerous observations where the same thing is true, where the target is displaced. And let's see if I just do this one. See if this one's good.
What's your yellow line represent, Ron?
Just that the trees look like they're at a different level.
Right, but if you then, like, say if I gave you the two files, each of the individual pictures, and you tried to overlay, nothing would match. Even if you put the two trees on each other, the one set of trees would be bigger than the other, and then everything else wouldn't line up. So you can see here in the 3 panel that I just put up here, in this shot, I typically try to get both if you look in the third pane, okay, the one that's kind of like got a salmon colored sky, on the very left, that's Turkey Point. So normally I try to frame the shot so that Turkey Point and the channel marker are in the frame. But you'll notice that in the two on the left, there's no Turkey Point. So the 357 is the full optical zoom. The reason why the right pane is at 268 is because I had to zoom out to get Turkey Point in. Now normally, well, I don't say normally, I can on other instances show you the 357 frame with Turkey Point in it. So I do have images with 357 millimeter and Turkey Point is in the frame, but it's not in those two. Why not? All right. If you look at the texture of the water in the middle frame, the water is very, very different than the water in the right and the left image. So what I'm saying is, if I could wipe away the refraction that's in the middle image, you would get something more like the left or the right, where the water would drop and extend into the distance. And then you would see the shoreline like you do in the other two. But the shoreline in the middle image is right there in front of you, just like it is on the other ones. You just can't see it because the refraction has...
But the question here is what I asked earlier. How do you know it's not both affecting them? Like you could have, sure, you can have refraction, but I guess what you would not see is like a tiny part of the bottom on the other side, not a lot, a little bit. Yeah, so how do you know that you see like a complete shoreline? Like the...
Well, to put it in a simplistic way, there's nothing to tell me that the shoreline isn't there directly in front of me. So at the particular place where I set up here on the Chesapeake Bay, I have a full swath of 120 degrees in front of me. So to my left, I have a shoreline a mile away. I can see it, no problem. And then my next point is 3 miles away. There's a house. Straight line of sight to the shoreline there, no problem. I've got a house that's 6 miles away. Same thing. Straight line of sight to the shoreline, no problem. Now this image here that's in this panel is 9 miles away. Why would I think the shoreline's not there?
I'm not saying you can't see like part of the shoreline, but maybe not the lowest half a meter or something.
Why would you assume that?
Because we've got other pictures which are further away and they tend to like drop lower and lower.
Not sure I
Just like
understand
the
what you mean by... I'm not sure I understand what you mean by dropping lower and lower. Not only that, but if you have other pictures that you would like to present, then I think that's the only way to make these kinds of evaluations. Otherwise, your description of it right now has no reference. I don't know what you're talking about. But what I can say...
I have a few pictures.
Okay, what I can say is that the this channel marker here, the number 17, is 500 meters away from me. And I do have video capture of the same observation 9 miles away of the other channel markers on that side of the bay. So if those other channel markers are relatively 500 meters off the shoreline, and then I can see what appears to be boat docks and whatnot below the houses, apparently. Again, I have no reason to question whether or not there's a shoreline there, straight in front of me.
I didn't get the impression he was asking if there's a shoreline, just essentially to have it sounds, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, Funk, but it sounds to me like to make any judgment from any of these, you would need a control, which would be a day with zero refraction, which just doesn't happen. Like, how do you know that you're not? What are you comparing anything to if you don't have a control?
That's true. We don't really have a control if you don't try to figure out how the mechanism works in some way.
Well, I mean, I can show you
a control. Have a way of zeroing it, right?
I can show you a control of a different target. Where
how can you have a control when the thing in question is always happening? We can't have a zero refraction day to test.
Yeah, but the control that I would say is that I do have. So when one of the criticisms from your side is that when my images appear to be blurry, that's a shit day. So I have a picture of a target that's absolutely pristine.
That's not what I'm saying. That's a tilting at windmills. That's arguing with somebody who isn't here. What I'm saying is,
I'm just trying to be specific about conversations that I've had before, because you were asking me what I would know, how I would know which one is the control. So according to other people whose standard is your target can't be blurry. Okay, well, I do have an image of a very clear target, which meets that standard, that's not blurry, and I can see the shoreline. So to me, that would be the control.
Okay.
I think nobody's nobody's denying like inferior mirage is blocking the basically the sea or the land or whatever you're looking at, because that's how like it's the air.
So.
It's like everybody have seen it on the asphalt driving. When you see it looks like the asphalt is a pear. It's like refracting the atmosphere.
Right.
But I think the question here is, how do you conclude from that nobody would say, well, from this inferior mirage, we can definitely say when there is when we don't see the shoreline, it would be due to curvature. I don't think anybody can say that from those type of images.
It also, to me, I'm not sure if I'm not following it, but like Rui's stuff, Andrew Thomas Young's stuff, lots of stuff that I've seen at least seems to agree that there are inferior mirages and superior mirages or looming effects. So the horizon or the sort of the hump of water can be brought up to appear to obscure things as much as stuff behind it can be brought up as well. It sounds, unless I'm misunderstanding you, like you're saying one of those things happens but not the other.
You can expect over large bodies of water that the former happens.
Right. Is that what you're saying, Travis, as well, that one of these things happens but not the other?
I believe that the claim that boats going over the curve of the Earth assumes that the Earth is curved, so that when you have the evidence that the horizon or what some consider to be a visual representation of what the curvature is, when that is explained through refraction, it is refraction that is creating the position of the horizon, with or without mirage. But primarily the concept that I'm trying to address right now is that when you have an inferior mirage out on the water, the mirage is obstructing farther distance directly in front of you.
Agreed. And that's what we expect to see given all the evaporation and the vapor, which is less dense than the air above it.
So, okay, let's see. This is the 357.
What if the Earth changes shape? So sometimes the farther away, sometimes it's closer. It's because the Earth is changing.
I don't understand what that means. What do you mean the Earth is changing?
Like it could change shape.
What if you got the joke, Trav?
Well,
It's a variable Earth.
Right. See, this is where I get frustrated that trolling happens like this. Like, why would you go into this direction? It makes no sense. So the
You could
image,
just treat it as a joke, or maybe.
no, I take this very seriously, so that when you guys go down this road and make fun of it, it tells me that you're not taking this conversation seriously. But what I want to just point out in this this quad panel here, the third panel has a direct line of sight to the shoreline, most markedly by the right side of the image. You have a red roof pavilion, and then right below that red roof pavilion is a boat dock. So that boat dock is on the water, on the shore, and so that third image is a direct line of sight. So when then you have the second image, which is highly distorted, highly refracted, that the clarity of what you're seeing in the distance is lost. If you saw this, you might not know what that shoreline has on it, whatnot. Then the very left, that's a gross distortion. I mean, absolutely just. And then on the right, you've got an inferior mirage. So the first, second, and third, there's no inferior mirage. The fourth has an inferior mirage, and you can't even see the pavilion. And you'll notice that each of these images is marked by the tower in the left frame. That's how I frame the shot every single time.
Okay. So what do you conclude from this image?
Well, the inferior mirage on the right is blocking the rest of the distance of the water and the shoreline. That yellow line that's in the third pane is lined up to where the water ends in the fourth pane. Yeah. So all of that water beyond that line is still in the right image. You just can't see it.
And all these, Travis, are all taken from exactly the same height, exactly the same focal length, exactly the same direction, everything. Yep, cool. Yep.
Yeah, and you can't even see the shoreline.
Oh.
Right. You can't even see really. You can see the on the very left of the rightmost image, you can see the stairwell on the left of the house. But right there in the middle is where the inferior mirage kicks in, because that's the bottom floor of the deck where you can walk out.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where the inversion happens. So if there were someone standing on that deck drinking their coffee, you wouldn't be able to see them. It would be just like a bird flying into the event and then disappearing behind the refraction.
On all those 4 different occasions, or in all those 4 different pictures, was the weather dramatically different?
Well, of course, the weather here on the Chesapeake Bay, we've got 4 seasons, so I couldn't tell you on these particular days because I haven't been convinced that standard atmospheric refraction actually exists. Like, which of these is standard atmospheric refraction?
Yeah.
Which are you going to tell me?
No,
because if you I'm just saying, like, if someone says, oh, the left one, that's standard atmospheric refraction. Well, whenever these conditions occur, then I should always see an image looking just like this.
Yeah.
So what does the water temperature have to be? What does the air temperature have to be? What does the barometric? What's the relative humidity? All of your variables.
Yeah.
Right? But the only thing that we ever see of standard atmospheric refraction is an equation.
Yeah.
But show me when I can go out and see a standard atmospheric presentment of a target. Like, is the
I think
third
it tells you what the condition should be, though. Because like atmosphere will have like a standard lapse rate of pressure gradient, and it will have, which will always be there naturally, regardless of.
Yeah, but what creates the standard lapse rate?
It's basically the weight of all the gas which is there.
The weight of all the gas.
Like, for example, if you were to have like a column, you can, if you take a column out of the environment, don't take it outside, take it out of the environment and let it stabilize, then you will have a lapse rate.
Okay,
No
again,
sun, nothing heating it, nothing. But of course, if you heat the air, then you're gonna have a different lapse rate, and that's what happens in reality during the sun and stuff. You're heating the air and fucking up this. Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't know what that looks like. I don't know what a standard lapse rate.
It's
like you can,
that's the numbers. Like, that's how it would be. So if
I
you
know,
were to have if you have like a some kind of barometric measuring tool which you can measure, so you can measure this, then you could probably figure out when it's more stable.
Right. So if you look up a paper that describes atmospheric refraction and lapse rates, they'll show you a diagram with parabolic arcs and calculus and all this kind of stuff. That's great. Now, show me what that looks like in reality. Show me a picture of that, because I can't read that matrix. I can't look at that picture, cross my eyes and squint and see one of these images in this 4-panel. I don't know which one it belongs to. And to me,
it depends on the picture, right? You can't if you take a picture and say this is standard refraction, you can't use it anyways, because you live in America, and so my picture obviously can't be used for you. That's individual for each case. How it would look like.
I agree. That's why there's no standard atmospheric refraction. That's why
no,
it
it
does.
It's just described differently than taking a picture. It's described using numbers.
Okay. So again, go to Andrew Thomas Young, pick out one of his diagrams where he gives you a ray tracing diagram, and show me that in reality. Show me what photograph of nature I should be able to correlate that image to.
There is probably some images that will show this, but I'm still not sure how you would going to use that.
I just want, again,
that's not how you can't look at the image and 100% know this is perfect. You have to still, if you want to be 100% sure, then you would have to.
I'm not even 100% sure that their diagram is accurate.
Well, I'm just telling you how they describe it.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that how they describe it. So, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying show me that equation in a picture of nature.
You want to see a picture during standard refraction?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that you can. If you show you that, I'm still not sure how you're gonna use it though.
Go
As I
ahead.
said.
Why don't we listen? That's right. Let's dance. You'll never know how many
I'm
times.
saying I could show you an image, and I'm still going to ask you. Then what? It's going to be clear image. You're going to see
Okay, listen.
houses. You're going to see a shoreline.
Okay,
and
listen.
so what? What are you going to do with that?
I'm gonna have something to take into consideration, right? So
how?
So my question, like my request for you, if you would take a few minutes to go away and find a photograph. I don't want you to just Google a photograph and then cut and paste it and show it to us here. I would like you to find a scientific photo of nature where they say this photo shows you standard refraction.
Okay, so I can do that. So let's say I do it. Just for a hypothetical, what would you do with it?
Take it into consideration.
How? I'm just asking you how. Just saying you
Well,
take into.
why
Is
don't
it like
you-
a judgment call or?
Why don't you do it and then bring it
No,
back
no.
and then
No,
and then
no.
you find
That's
out?
not it. I'm not gonna waste my time looking for images if I don't know how it's gonna be used for, because then it's gonna be a waste of
It's
time.
going to be used for a discussion.
Wow.
To mull over and look at, and let's have a discussion about what standard refraction looks like. You said you could do it, right? So
It's gonna look like a normal image.
Kind of put your money where your mouth
So
is.
what?
Kind of put your money where your mouth is and show a picture of standard refraction. I think it's a very simple request, actually. Very, very simple, right? And you said it would be easy to present. So just put your money where your mouth is and
I
present.
didn't say it's gonna be easy to present. I just said that these are the way it's described, and he's asking for an image where you have these situations. And I said that's probably exists. There are probably some people who have taken images some time where you have a very stable atmosphere and very close to standard refraction.
Do you not think that is
yeah.
a fair and reasonable request? Do you not think that's a fair and reasonable request?
Yes, but
Okay.
but I'm on Discord. I'm not going to spend time on that right now. But I'm still wondering. It should be able for you guys to tell me how you're going to use it, because
I
I'm
don't
telling you it's
understand
going to
why.
look
I don't
like
understand.
a normal image.
Okay, listen. I don't understand how you don't understand. I will take it under consideration. I will have to consider.
That doesn't mean anything. It could be anything.
I will
it could
look
be
at
you
your image.
deleting it afterwards.
I will.
All
Okay, listen. This isn't like your life's work, bro. It's not like I'm deleting something that you worked hundreds and hundreds of hours
No,
to produce.
but I wasted the 15 minutes looking for an image.
Yeah, you know how much time you've wasted in the past 5 minutes arguing with Bandsaw and me about this whole point?
Yeah, and this is more. I learned more from arguing.
Oh,
against
I've
you
learned a
than
lot.
just
I've learned a lot.
Google.
You can't do it.
No,
you can't.
I'm telling you. I'm
okay,
just
how
asking
much?
you.
How much do you want? How much do you want?
I want you to ask.
I'll
tell
pay
me
you
how,
for your
I want
time.
you-
How much
I
do you want?
I want you
This
to
is hard to
tell
hear,
me
guys.
how you're going to use the fucking image. You can say
who
I'm not. You're not
cares?
going to use it, and I'll
He is
continue.
going to take it into consideration.
I don't know what that means.
He's going to consider it. He's going to look at it. He's going to take it
I can
into
show you.
consideration.
This is
Because
not a piece of art. This is science. I want to know his
Exactly, and
procedure.
he wants to see what science looks like in a picture of standard refraction, so he can take it into consideration. It's a very simple request. And I don't know why you're jumping all over.
I can do that, but I can do
my
that.
God, whatever,
but for
dude.
the sake of argument, I'm asking you, what are you going to specifically? What are you going to do with it?
All it sounds
I
like
will
you
put
want.
it in a file. I will put it in a file labeled standard atmospheric images. And it'll be the first one. Yours will be the first one. And then I'll ask another baller, hey, bro, do you have any photographs of standard atmospheric refraction? And when he produces it, I'll have a second one, and then a third, and then a fourth, and then a fifth. And then I'll have a catalog with which I will compare these images of standard atmospheric refraction to see if they are uniform. It's pretty simple. Is that okay
That's
with
fine.
you?
That's all I'm asking for. What you can do with it specifically?
That's what I meant by taking it into consideration. I will consider it.
Okay.
I will appreciate it. I will evaluate it. I will assess it. I will whatever. So how much do you want? Can you go do this right now?
No, I'm not gonna do it right now, but I'll look for it and I'll try to find it somewhere.
Okay, well, you're going to have to DM me then because I'm not going to remember to even like fish for whatever. Like you go, hey, Travis, I put it in 3 days ago. I'm like, yeah, so? So like if you do this, can you please DM me?
Yes, if I find it, I can DM you.
Much luck, brother. Much luck. All right, I got to go for the time being.
Catch you later, Travis. Interesting.
I don't know what he wants that shit for. All they're gonna do is show him something that matches the globe closely and be like, boom, standard refraction.
No, it's not described like that. It's described that the air having a certain property. I don't know why you guys do that.
7/6R. We know the description.
No, that is
Standard
not
refraction.
That's not the original equation. That's like how it's derived. It's an approximation to what it would be. It's really described as the atmosphere having a certain property.
Yeah, we know it's gonna match. It's gonna be close to matching the globe. It's gonna be like standard refraction. You know, something close to matching the globe, and he's gonna put it in a file, and then I don't know, do what with it, but
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, the atmosphere. You said that it's gonna match the atmosphere, so you're gonna need the radius value for the standard refraction, right?
No, it doesn't have. That's one way. That's the simplest equation, I guess. It doesn't have to.
You're
be in
definitely
that
gonna need a radius
equation.
for an atmosphere because you're not
You
gonna
don't-
have a sphere of gas without a radius.
You don't have the radius value in Snell's law.
Yeah, for example.
For atmospheric refraction, you can't.
No, you don't need it for atmospheric refraction in Snell's law. It's merely
Don't use Snell's law for atmospheric refraction.
You can use your conial equation, for example, and that will derive how light.
I love how you guys just make shit up all the time.
I don't make shit up.
No, Drush just did. All the fucking time, every day. I catch you guys every day doing shit. It was Brenda 2 days ago, Sean yesterday, you guys, or no, Bacon yesterday, Drush today. It'll be someone else in 3 hours.
Okay, Jeremy, you idiot, because I'm going to be mean to you now, and how dare you accuse me of that, because I fucking checked my facts. Read and weep. Now you can apologise.
No, you can't use Snell's law for atmospheric refraction. Walter Bislin said it. You don't have boundaries for layers. Snell's law just doesn't work for atmospheric refraction. Sorry,
you'd have to use some sort of differential, and even
that's
then,
too
it's not
bad.
completely accurate.
That's tough titty.
Because the atmosphere isn't isotropic.
I don't need to believe Walter Bislin. I know how Snell's law works, and you can't use it in atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, but what do you derive Snell's law from, Jeremy?
Believe Walter Bislin? That's the real question.
Well, you can derive
you
it
should believe
from
that. You're the
Fermat's.
Glober, right? You should believe that guy. I don't have to believe him.
You have to. I think you should at least look into all the facts, not just part of it, because that's true. Like I think Snell's law isn't the best tool to calculate the refraction of like a gradient, but you have other
You
tools.
can even use.
Huh?
It's not even a tool you could use. It'd be like trying to
It's not
assemble an
used
I-beam
for
with a
that.
tape measure.
It's not it's not what you use for that. Yeah, I agree with
impossible.
that. It's okay. I agree with that, Jeremy. So what do you do then? Like Snell's law probably derives from somewhere, right? You have something called just go into Google's Google Snell's law, and they have where you can derive it from, and you can derive it from wave propagation principle. Is like something called Fermat's principle, which works on like on varying mediums, and you can calculate from that. And you don't need any R value. That's also just a simplification. You hear me, Jeremy? Jeremy?
He's dead.
Yo, is Harry still here? Action.
No, he's not.
Oh.
Yeah. He cracked.
Too bad. Too bad. Yeah. It's funny, I posted a meme of the Straight Horizon and the original one of that meme, and now Jin just posted the meme without knowing that it comes from GoPro footage. It's flat.
What are you talking
I don't
about?
understand this argument, because if you take a picture and it looks flat, then they use that as evidence of flat. But you would see, but flat earthers agree you would see curvature anyway, but it's not due to Earth curvature anyways.
Lensing was the normal excuse for
Yeah.
that one.
There's
Yeah,
no
what Jin,
curvature. It
what Jin
doesn't.
posted. Do you see what I posted, Banso, about Jin's meme?
The last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just so easy to look at a picture and say, yep, it's flat, because then, I mean, you should watch or see where the picture comes from. And you see that, oh, it's actually isn't.
Is that one of those famous fisheye lenses that kind of go
Yep.
up and down and all over the place?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it's a GoPro.
Some show curves, some show concave, some show convex, some show all in the same video clip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's exactly that. And that's
Yeah.
Jin evidence for flat Earth.
Well, it's pretty good evidence when it shows flat.
Well, obviously it shows flat if it goes from convex to concave.
Yeah, but see, flat is the baseline. That's the baseline.
No, but it isn't. I mean, at that altitude, you don't see much curvature.
That's begging the question, by the way. It's flat because it's flat.
Yeah, true.
Begging the question. Begging.
Yeah.
You still got
your conclusion is based on your premise is in your premise, so you're already assuming you're right, and then you're concluding you're right. So it's a fallacy.
It's a
And Jeremy,
fallacy.
the thing that annoyed me is I get shit wrong a lot, and I don't mind being pointed out where I'm wrong, but I don't fucking lie.
We're still boys.
Yo, my bad, Russ. I shouldn't have said you made it up. That was wrong of me. You guys.
And I'll
to be fair, he
apologize
didn't say
for
that you
being.
lied. Right.
No, he said I made shit up, which is the same as lying, isn't it?
No, because you could be correct when you're kind of like spitballing, right?
Group hug. That's what I like to hear. A nice big group hug.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be
To lie denotes the malice, you know. It might not be malicious.
Lying's intent to deceive, so it requires an intentional action.
Exactly.
I bet that's the best offer you've had all week, isn't it?
Yeah. Me? No, not me. So now, boys, when are we gonna do this? All right. Get it done. Chop.
Get what done?
But
Measuring
Jeremy, just from Walter's work, the R value that he uses in the equation is not the radius of the Earth, but the arc of the curvature of the light ray. So if you look at his section on refraction in atmosphere. And you're right,
And
I don't disagree. Yeah, go on.
is that derived from Earth curvature at all? The arc of the light ray?
Nope.
Okay, just asking.
It's describing a ray traveling through a gradient, and but we derived this idea from Snell's law. That's what I was trying to get to.
That'd be a constant gradient, yeah.
No, it can be a varying gradient because the curve can change. But you're going to average its path out, so it's not going to be like, every nanometer we're going to, recheck that. We're going to create that arc, and it's a bit like if you ever did statistics and did underlying trends.
No.
Okay. Well, basically, it's where you put a load of points on a graph and then draw the line that best fits, a straight line that best fits the majority of data points on that graph.
Is that like the mean average or something?
No, it's kind of saying this is where something's going. So what we can say is that, the underlying trend says that, there's an increasing chance of something happening or a decreasing chance or a decreasing probability based on the data set that we've got.
Okay.
So you could do something like, plot your car's performance over 5 years. And what you'll probably find is the underlying trend says your fuel performance, because you're not servicing it very well, is going down. And we can sort of, say that it's going to keep going down at this sort of rate. But a mean would be where you take all of the results and then you're averaging out what the central point is. So,
Flat earthers always service their cars properly. Fucking come on.
Yeah, I know, but they tend to shag the tailpipe, and that's not really a good thing to do. That was a joke, buddy. I'm not saying that you really do stick your dick up an exhaust pipe.
Damn.
But it's warm and moist.
I'm sure there's clubs for that sort of stuff.
The personally vacuum, I would have gone, yeah, mate, I've got to have a hole that's big enough to fit. But that would have been me.
What does it mean to be intellectually honest?
Striving to admit your fallibility, striving to admit where you have a limit in your knowledge, and trying to state as best you can what you consider to be true.
I like this. Do you think some people could be afraid of the potential truth?
Yeah, I mean, well, you can say that people could be potentially afraid, potentially encouraged, potentially sad, potentially go and listen to Risk Astley. Potentially. Yeah.
Please no.
Bantor, I'm never going to give you up.
I think you need a little bit of courage at this stage. Just personally. I've got a little bit of trepidation. About the future.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
What does that trepidation hold, Mel?
It feels like things are going to get gnarly, but I think we'll get through it. But I don't think we're at the golden age yet, if you know what I mean.
Well, will we ever be at the golden age? Truly.
I think, again, potentially, because I think if enough people push for that and want, if that's, say if there's going to be a revolution, right, and things do change, they're either going to change for the better, or just pretty much stay the same and it'll be a new system, or it's going to get worse.
But
Like, so
don't
I know-
so let's just say perfect world, right? In your perfect world, Merle, right? And
Yeah.
we have discovered, right, what you think is the truth, and everyone has discovered what you think is the truth. All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now we get it. We get busy living our lives again,
Mhm.
right? Yeah. So now,
Rediscovery. We'd have to rediscover, I think.
well, rediscover. Yeah, but we've discovered in your what your world is, right? Everyone has discovered what your world is, right? So we're all on the same page now. Everyone's
Yeah,
on the
it's all
same
clear.
page. Yeah.
Clear.
So
Everyone knows expected of them, what life's about.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. But don't you think? Even in that perfect scenario, O'Mel, human nature being what human nature is, right? We are then going to get breakaway groups, pockets trying to gain control once again.
Take over.
Right? Yeah,
Take over.
wreck the utopia that everyone has covered, and once again, just turned it into, for want of a better word, a clusterfuck. Right? So it doesn't matter what world we live in, right? You're always going to get these people that want more than what everyone else has, and they want control of what everyone else has. You're always going to get it. That's just human nature.
I'd have a question for Merle and maybe Bancho.
Mm-hmm. Go for it, man.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because there's people are sort of waiting for all these lies to unravel, and there being sort of like a revolution or something. Do you think that it'll happen? Do you think that it'll happen in your lifetime?
No, I don't think any dramatic changes are going to happen. To be quite honest with you,
I think the exact opposite. I think we're in the age of change now, and it's going to speed up, and a lot's going to happen.
See, I come from a point of view, Mel and Mailman, that to control the opposition, you have to be in opposition. All right. So I think if all this stuff eventually does come out, there will be enough plants amongst the opposition to control that opposition the way they want. Like you say it yourself, Merle, right? When you talk about people like Sargent and whatnot, that these people are shills, they're plants, they're in there to control stuff, right? So that same mindset, if this revolution does take place, do you not think that the powers to be would anticipate such a revolution and want to be in control of such a revolution?
It would be their revolution.
Mm-hmm. And they would control it.
Right.
And the outcome, they would already know the outcome because they are controlling it. They are controlling it.
They've got all the levels covered.
Exactly. So what change would take place apart from a different scenario that we're in?
It's like I personally think they've tested to see if people are going to accept responsibility for themselves or continue to want to sort of be babysat by mummy and daddy government.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the rich know this, that they're at a level where technically they don't need us anymore.
Well, people like to be spoon-fed, Merle. They like to be spoon-fed.
I think the reason why I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think the problem we have with having the golden age utopia thing is Bansal hit the nail on the head. You know, it's like a political system. If everybody agreed on a particular type of politics, then, you know, we wouldn't have any problems. But the thing is, as people, as individuals, we have different goals and wants.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that causes, if you like, conflict within society.
Mhm. It's just my personal view. I think that's why the truth has been hidden. I don't think humanity has it at the moment. I don't know if anybody does. I hope somebody does.
And shouldn't government just deal with the basic needs and not deal with anything more than that? And therefore, you make it much simpler. You make it much less contentious because it's just doing things the most efficiently, sustainable way. That's it.
I think people need more avenues to do what they really want to do, rather than being stuck in a job they don't really like just to survive.
But the reason I asked it is, it seems to me like, well, I wouldn't say fundamentalist flat earthers, but like the more fundamentalists religious people are, they think there's going to change in their lifetime. And then there are the lukewarm people who just think that, oh, okay, I guess it's true, but it doesn't affect my life that much. And I think it goes for flat earthers also, like the people who are like Arwin or some others who are very like angry and invested on it and fucking liars and this. They think there's going to be a big change coming soon.
Yeah.
And I think it goes to Globers, like if you're like hardcore Glober, you think that, yeah, it's a matter of time when the flat earth doesn't exist anymore. It's like, no, it's not going to go away. It's just, it's here because there is no amount of evidence.
Yeah. It's like they've had to road test it.
You know, let's take things back to sort of, you know, pre sort of, you know, industrial times. You know, when you had to, you know, get your own food, grow your own food, you know, either as a collective or as a smaller sort of family group. You know, that was probably harder than the life we have today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some people would find it way more satisfying, but I tell you what, the vast majority fucking wouldn't, because we kind of got used to our creature comforts.
Isn't it far easier just to go to the supermarket and do all that sort of stuff? Most definitely.
You know, I remember the first time, you know, I killed a chicken. You know, we used to keep chickens, and you know, when my kids were quite young, they were sort of 7, 8. You know, my eldest was, I think, 7 or 8. And I told him what I was going to do, and you know, it was a bit trepidation, but you know, I killed the chicken. I didn't make him sort of take part in that, but he was involved in the plucking and, you know, the butchering of the chicken for the dinner. And he found that quite hard, and he said, "Oh God, how do you do that?" And I said, "Well, because you get used to it, you get used to the necessity of it."
Yeah.
But the thing is, nowadays we lose our connection to this because we just go to the supermarket and buy a chicken.
Yeah, exactly. You become removed from you're removed. Exactly.
You know, I know that, you know, I could gut an animal, skin it, prepare it to a reasonable degree. And yeah, you know, it's not a pleasant task, but it's a task I'll do. And it's something I actually value because I value my connection with, you know, the cycle of life.
You know, I have the opinion, you know, you quite often hear, you know, the talk about the truth coming out and everyone realising it and all that sort of stuff and how much better life would be and blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. But I honestly think it'll still be pretty much the same, to be honest with you. You know, I think utopia only right? It's not a place that you live in, right? It's a place that you create within your own mind. That's where utopia exists, and that's where you have to create it, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we're all still going to have to get up and we're all still going to have to work and provide food for our family. You know, these necessities of life will never ever change. Doesn't matter what truths come out. These basic things will never ever change.
But they already have.
How?
Look at the cities. People like Drossett, like they used to be on the farm.
Yeah. But that's
Now
just what we call progress.
Yeah,
To be
it's not
fair,
sustainable.
that's only been going on for a few hundred years, Mel. You know, yeah, I grew
That's
up on a
what I'm
farm.
saying. You know, it's all happened quite quickly. This, what we're in now.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, you know, you can point to the fact that the sort of people moving off the land and into cities has been going on for 5,000 plus years.
Mm.
Yeah, but because you can say as soon as you start to point to specializations within society, you know, oh, I'm a good potter, so I'll just make pots. You know, I'm a good mason, so I'm just going to make bricks, or you know, I'm going to carve stone. You know, they're not going out and growing their own food. So then, you know, that once you have that, then they would have, you know, as you rightly say, you know, and prior to that would have been out growing their own food or catching their own food, you know, whatever sort of mechanism you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. And it's not a very easy life living on the land. It's very, very hard. It's very, very hard having to do it. And even if you have a farm, right, and you're living off the land and you're doing whatever farming that is, whether or not, you know, your cattle, dairy, or crops, whatever the case may be, you know, you're still relying on other people. You know, you're growing crops, or you're still relying on the beef farmer to supply your meat, or the dairy farmer to supply your milk, or the market gardener to supply your fruit and vegetables. Because you only have time for so much. You only have time for so much, Mel.
Yeah.
Right? There's only so many hours a day that what you can do, and people have realised that, and that's why, you know, villages and communities and cities and stuff have grown and developed.
In fact, there was a really interesting study done on the rise of Neolithic farming and how it actually dropped the average, you know, lifespan by about 15 years from
Really,
hunter-gathering.
that much?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah.
because you think about it, you know, if you're going out, and especially if you're large game hunting, you know, you go out with your family group, you go and, you know, bring down some big game, and now all of a sudden you've got, you know, a couple of weeks worth of food. Oh, now we've learned how to preserve that food. Now it'll last even longer.
Yep.
And I don't have to go out and do that hunting activity, which is probably about the most dangerous thing that I do in my day-to-day activity. So, you know, I think, you know, if you want to point to a golden age, probably Neolithic hunter-gatherers is about as close as we get.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the weird thing is, if you look at mythology, that's kind of what it says.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know, because in the Garden of Eden, they were the hunter-gatherers, if you like it, if you just want to take it to Judaic kind of view. And what do Cain and Abel have to do? Well, you know, Cain goes out and becomes an arable farmer, and Abel comes out and becomes a herder.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I find you know, the whole utopia sort of talk, just pie in the sky.
That was so weird. That was exactly the phrase I was thinking.
I'm not talking about utopia. I'm talking about the truth. I think whatever it is, the true human story, it would be fascinating, man. the real story.
Okay.
Which truth and what story?
Oh.
I think all humanity has are stories, myths, fairy tales, fables, information, not the truth itself.
So where do you start to find out the truth?
You got it's a little bit like Pete Shea. You got to look for the clues, but the more you do, the more you that's what's helped me realize that I don't have it.
Yeah.
But aren't reading of those your interpretation of those clues? Like, I've listened to Pete Shea talk a lot, and some of the stuff that he talks about is very, very fascinating. Some of the stuff that he talks about, I find as wacky as anything, to be quite honest with you, and leads you absolutely nowhere.
Well, I don't mean his clues especially, but there does seem to be like say Jack in the Beanstalk or the Minotaur in the Maze. That there's very particular Santa Claus. There's particular kind of stories that we've been given, and it does sort of seem to lead or allude a lot of the time to things that are big, like giants, or things that are small, like elves and fairies and stuff.
Okay, and so now we know we know there's giants and fairies, or there was giants and fairies. Okay, then now what?
Yeah.
Now what's that truth now give us? Now that we know that there were giants and fairies once amongst us, what's that knowing that truth give us?
I think potentially I'd like to honestly know what we actually come from, like how we came to be. That would give me a peace, because then everything, it's like a missing piece of the puzzle. Like we don't make. You see what I'm saying? And if I had that, it would be
But
like,
I'm trying to see where giants and elves are the missing link to that puzzle, or even part of it. Are you any closer?
That's right.
Are you any
No,
closer?
that's what I'm saying. See, you always get. They're like the gatekeepers. You never get to Santa and the actual
ultimate
the money.
Are the giants?
Yeah.
So, quick question: have you ever watched The 13th Warrior with Antonio Banderas?
Antonio Banderas. No,
well,
I haven't. I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Seriously, there's a funeral scene in it.
Yeah.
And I really, really like it. I'm gonna get it wrong, but it basically, lo I stand here, I see my father and my mother, I see my grandfather, my grandmother, I see my family going back into the early seeds of time. And they're all looking back at me. Isn't that the truth you're kind of searching for?
Yeah, it is.
That's a spiritual truth then that you need to pursue, spiritually to have that experience.
But it's not just my origin. It's everyone. I'm sure there's something that I call it the divine, and I think they're a particular kind of being, whereas I think there is a spectrum between something that's say like although a cat has claws, it can also be very gentle. So there's different aspects, to a being. I'm just saying that I think there is something ultimately that is kind, like loving, caring. It's not going to kill you. It could, but that's not its modus operandi. it's beyond that somehow.
I've actually got the right phrase there. Lo there do I see my father. Lo there do I see my mother, my sisters and my brothers. Lo there do I see the line of my people back to the beginning. I quite like that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
It's actually it is a Viking death prayer. Or Norse death prayer. But yeah, but you know, it's stuff like that. But I think it's great. I suppose it's an interesting aspiration to have. But the trouble with the truth, you know, you might have the truth and not realize it. I think that's about as close as we kind of get to it. But the trouble with saying you know it's the truth means you've excluded all other possibilities, and that's really freaking difficult to do, if not impossible.
Truth is a matter of perspective, ultimately.
Well, I think you know if you're going down the sort of, you know, there's objective truth, which isn't personal. There's personal truth, which is, and you know, and then the third one that you get classically is what's called political truth, which isn't very true in my view. But you know,
Do you think there's an objective truth, Dross?
yeah, I think there is an objective truth, but I think us having access to certainly stuff in the concrete world is very difficult, just for the reason that I've stated, which is you have to exclude all other possibilities, which means you'd have to know of all other possibilities, and that's the problem.
You have to become comfortable with uncertainty.
I love it. It gives me lots more things to know. But your Minotaur thing, how about this for a thought? So, you know, you've got a very powerful state, which was the Minoan state at the time, which really did rule the sea trade. You have an up-and-coming city, Athens, who's trying to compete with this very established civilization. And they're hearing stories of these fantastical palaces and how they're like a labyrinth because they're so complicated. And I've yet to go to Knossos, but it's on my bucket list. But I've seen quite a lot of pictures and diagrams on it. And I can see how that would be almost said. And then obviously, you know, the symbol of Minoan culture was the bull. Which also is interesting because when their culture started was in the age of Taurus. Weird that.
It's all connected.
Well, I think that there's definitely something between symbolism of certain cultures and the processional period of the zodiac.
Yeah,
You know,
I do too.
Yeah, because I mean, you can look at the Christian. What's the earliest Christian symbol? It wasn't the cross; it was the fish.
Yeah.
Because obviously that came before Jesus was crucified. He was a fisher of men, as they were coming into the age of Pisces.
Pisces. Yeah. Yeah,
so,
I mean, yeah. It gets a lot of flack, but I do remember when I went back to film school and that Zeitgeist movie came out, and that blew everybody's mind. That got the whole thing started.
But I'll be honest with you, I found it really boring.
Documentary?
Zeitgeist, yeah. I think it was horribly edited. It was a chore to watch.
I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching it as well. Yeah.
The first one.
Yeah, the very, very first one, yeah. Going back a number of years there.
And went into the money and all the symbology on the money.
Yeah.
And the zodiac.
The animation at the beginning. The animation and that at the beginning. That was brilliant, yeah. The kid.
I think the person that put together Zeitgeist enjoyed Schadenfreude. deriving pleasure from other people's misery.
No, I doubt that very much. He did it to inform, obviously.
Not through his editing.
I don't know. It was good enough. It was good enough. And, you know, I'm not going to squabble over a few editing sequences here and there. The thing is that the message was we're being fucked up the arse down the neck and they're shitting all over at the same time. What are you going to do about it? That's the thing. And there's that guys too, the way forward. Because you could see no one was doing anything about it.
Well, I mean, to me, it's significant, not for all that Freemasonic, you know, and the occult and all that kind of wavelength. Felix Jin, like, opened me up to a lot of that astrology, and I used to hand wave all that away, but yeah. But you know how they say 2030?
Yeah.
And there's this,
Yeah.
well, between now and then, a lot's going to happen.
Well,
that's 8
The
years.
2030 start off with some UN shit. Sustainable development goals. Just a bunch of bullshit.
that's like saying a lot's going to happen between now and next month. A lot is going to happen.
Well, can't you see, if you read that, the world is not going to be the same as it is now in 2030. Like, it's going to be very different.
But the world wasn't the same in 1950 or
10
18
years ago.
Exactly. Like, it's always changing. So, you know, to say that it's not going to be the same it's kind of logical to say that it's not going to be the same.
But is it changing into something you want, or is it changing into some kind of fucking beast system?
It's changing into whatever it's changing to.
Yeah.
You know, it just is.
Do you think we need to have a say in it, guys?
We
Well,
do
the
have
thing
a
is,
say in it. We're having a say in it.
The thing is, though, Mel, is your wants
We need
and
to have
my
a
wants
seance.
are probably different, aren't they?
You
Hey?
need to have seance because the world you know is dead.
Your wants and my wants are going to be different. We're going to have some wants that are the same and some wants that are radically different.
Yeah.
And you can replicate that time and time again, probably with the vast majority of individuals around the world.
Meanwhile, the noose of slavery is being tightened around our necks.
Well, I don't feel particularly enslaved.
No, neither do I.
I'm sitting here during my lunch hour chatting to you guys.
Okay. Keep dreaming, you guys. Keep acting delusional there, yeah? All right.
How's delusional?
That's the trick they pulled.
I'm quite happy.
That's the trick.
People are dying in wars that shouldn't be happening, that we are allowed to happen, really. So we're happy there, because the war is not raining bombs on your doorstep. But we're happy, you know. I don't understand that kind of mentality at all, man. We're fucking slaves and you're a slave as well, okay? Don't dream.
That's the trick they pulled on you, Druss. They needed to have slaves, and it takes a lot of money to have guards. People escape. You have revolts. So the best way to do it is have slaves where they don't feel like they're slaves, which is where we are right now. You don't feel like a slave, neither do I.
Exactly.
Let's make the assumption that that we're all slaves. So, what would be the difference if we were unslaved?
That's what I was going to ask. What would be
We
different?
would be fucking free then, wouldn't we? We would be free, wouldn't we?
No, but what difference would that make? Give me a
Free
practical
to
example.
do what? Free to
We
do
could
what
go to
we can't
Antarctica.
do now.
What's that?
We could go to Antarctica.
Like, you know, I like the fact that you know, I've got a home, I've got my computer, I've got my phone. Like, that all had to come from somewhere. I had to work for it. It doesn't come out of thin air. You don't snap your fingers, bang, everyone's got everything. Like, you've got to work for these things, right? And I want them, so I choose to work, right? Some people don't want them, but a lot of people want these things. They want them. So you got to make a
I'm
choice.
talking about.
Huh?
That's not what I'm talking about. That's bullshit. That is. You can
What?
have what you want. That's bullshit. You can work, but you're working for a system that is slaving humanity. It's devaluing life. It's creating wars through the taxes we pay. They take our money. They make the weapons that we pay for, and we die in the war. We allow the wars to happen. We
Well,
are
make
the
a
problem.
stand. Make a stand,
To have
Jim,
nice
and run for
equipment,
Congress,
but
right?
we're
Run
still
for Congress
allowing the wars to go on. We are
and
slaves. We run
right? Change it.
Well, what was the goal of slavery? It was for a few people to get all the money, right? They have everyone do the work for free, and they get
Yeah.
all the money.
Yeah.
So they had to sacrifice some of that, some of all the money part, so that way, because they got to pay for guards. You have revolts; it's dangerous.
For maintenance.
So they had to sacrifice a little bit of the. So they had to sacrifice a little bit of the money, but they still get almost all the money. And that's how it is now.
Are you suggesting that every job is slavery?
Most of them.
You don't get it. You don't get it. I'm not talking about the fucking
It's
job.
the whole money
You've
system.
got to work, but the system. Yeah, fuck.
It's the whole money system. If you're even involved in the money system.
Yeah, so what's the alternative that would be better?
The alternative is revolution. Get rid of the fucking scumbags who are controlling us.
Yeah, so it's not the money that's the problem, it's the corruption. It's the manipulation of it. For some to
We're
have
slaves. Corruption is enslaving us. We're slaved up. Okay? No one
that's,
is free
that's
here.
corruption.
If you think you're a free man, you're dreaming. I mean, you can be free spiritually and mentally, but you're still in the system. You're only free when you're not in the system at all.
So
Not in
again,
the system
what does a free world look like? What does a free
No
world
money.
look like?
No money. You just
So no
have
money
a
is
card.
one of the
Mad
criteria.
Max? Or like Mad Max?
So Jin, what's a free world look like to you?
The free world looks like to me is everybody's getting on with their lives in harmony with nature, and you're living. That's it. You're living life. What's the problem?
So you're going to
wars are not happening. Yeah.
So you're going to restrict people's actions to make sure they're free.
Why did you say that? Did I use the word restriction? Did I use?
Well, no. You're creating mandates of us living in. What if you've got someone who chooses, I don't like nature, I don't want to live in harmony with it?
That person will be standing out like a sore thumb, because the problem would be, why don't you want to live in harmony with nature? What do you want to do? You want to kill somebody? You want to blow up and create wars? So what do you do with that individual that's having a problem with utopia? What do you do with that person? What do you do with that person?
Create a war.
You tell me.
Create a
You kill
war
him.
island. Go to a war island.
That sounds like you're restricting his freedom. Sounds like you're enslaving him to a system.
No one
They
is going
can
to be
kill each
free.
other at war
No
island.
one is going to be free to cause mayhem, poison Earth, and destruct the utopia and make it worse for that person. Is not going to be that free. No one's going to be that free.
Who is judge and jury over this utopia, and who is judge and jury over who the people.
Right
So
here.
now
I
all of
hereby
a sudden,
nominate myself for dictator of the one world hegemony.
Introduced a system where people control it once again.
That's exactly the problem.
I will be the benevolent dictator. You need not fear.
It's not control.
You haven't solved anything with this new system. You've just introduced a different system.
No, you're painting that picture. That's wrong. You're
No.
painting the picture. Yes, you're slipping back into this system. I said to you, the people. So it's a system of the people, by the people, for the people. It's nothing to do with government. There's no governing going on.
What about when the people disagree? What about when the people disagree? How do you deal with that?
Off with their heads.
There is no governing going on. No governing going on.
Why do we disagree in the first place?
Exactly.
Because if you're going to set up rules, then those rules, you can say, if you want to say that if you've got a society with rules, then those rules subjugate that society or enslave them, if you want to put it in that sort of way.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't save them. It helps life go smoothly. It is the oil in your life for a smooth, cohesive.
But what if I disagree with the rules?
If you disagree with the rules that are helping everybody to live a good life, you're the problem. What do you do with people?
What if I think that it's not helping people?
To decide?
What if I think what if I think that it's not helping people live a good life, and there are problems with those rules, and I rebel against them?
If you think that it's not helping people, then you'd be on your Jack Jones, mate. Because everybody.
Maybe there are other people that also agree with me.
Okay, then let's split that out. Let's get that out. Get it out. Get all those who disagree with this lifestyle, yeah? Go over there and live on your own utopia. Good luck to you. Bye.
Right.
Good luck.
Okay.
You're free. Goodbye. Thank you.
So now you've just introduced the system that now expels people.
No, I'm not expelling. Hello, we're not expelling. We're saying good luck. Go live the life you want. Just don't get enough.
I don't want to move. Chin, I don't want to move.
Okay, stay there. Good luck. That's what I'm saying. Stay where you are. Good luck. Live on. Thank you. Carry on. Live how you want. Thank you. As long as you're not murdering people and getting in people's way, good luck. Thank you. Nice one. That's the guy that doesn't want to work with us. But he's fine, isn't he? Yeah, he's not in my way. He's in your way, John? No, he ain't. All right, good luck. Let's go.
What if he gets in your way and does something to one of your children or something like that? Causes harm, then who gets involved? What
the community. We'd all pull together as a community. So we'd all want the best. We'd all want the best for each
get
other.
together at the pub after they hear the story, and they all go together to the guy's house and grab him.
Well, that would be a crime, yeah, and that wouldn't be fair, would it? Right, come on.
Oh, there's crime.
Unless
everybody was free.
Unless you fix yourself, you can't worry about fixing anyone else.
Exactly that, and that's that. But then sometimes you pull together to fix each other, and that's got to happen as well. There you go. Can't stop it. You can't stop it.
Obviously, as the benevolent dictator of the one world hegemony, I will have a secret police that will ensure the enjoining of good.
Yeah, in fact, the police won't be secret because they'll be right there. You can see them. No hiding.
They'll be secret to whoever they're going to come get.
Well,
until it's too late.
Yeah, that might be, yeah. But
if everybody was having a good time, there would be no crime.
This is pretty much the theme to Brazil, isn't it?
Because the one thing you always hear is somebody's going to come and nick my stuff. Someone's going to nick my stuff, but that person won't nick your stuff because he'll have his own stuff. He'll have his own stuff. He won't need to nick anyone's stuff.
Where did he get the stuff from in the first place, June? Where did he get it from? Did he have to work for it?
They give us heaps of money. They let us rebuild the world.
They give us money.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Let me
spend how we want to spend.
Yeah.
So you don't have to work for anything.
What do you call?
Okay,
what do you call someone who nicks stuff?
If we had money, we wouldn't need to work.
Really?
Honestly, if we had billions of dollars, why would we need to work?
Of course, you
need let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
You need to work. People work. You need people.
So why don't they just give everyone $5,000 a month
to do? Right. So who's going to do all these shitty jobs in Utopia that no one wants to do?
No, let me tell you why. Because Utopia is going to be maintained. Yeah, it needs to be maintained. You've got your infrastructure, and the good people who want to work will come to the forefront because they take pride in looking after Utopia.
Really?
It's like looking after your family. It'd be so easy. It'd be unbelievable. There'd be people.
If nobody steps forward, then it becomes a lottery, right? You just it's a lottery draw.
I'd much rather sit in my shed, Gin, and make a coffee table for my children rather than going to the coal mine and having to mine coal for your little utopia to run the power station.
Why are your children even drinking coffee?
You've made an error. You've made an error. There will be no coal. Coal's not going to be used.
No coal. Okay, then what about plutonium? All right, what about coal?
You have Bandsaw Mountain or something. You could build your cave, Bandy.
Exactly right.
Just live in the cave.
With your solar panel and your wind chime.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't want to work in your utopia. I want it benefits me.
You can do what you like, mate. You can do
Right?
what you like. Good luck.
Well, that
Go out
doesn't
there,
benefit
what you
do
want.
whatever you want.
No one's strangling you, mate.
It doesn't benefit your utopia if I do what I want to do.
Just don't get in anybody's way. You don't want your
Why? What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Just don't get in anyone's way, yeah?
Tell me, Jim.
Get in our way.
That's the same as it is now, Jim. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't get in anyone else's way.
No, it's not like that at all.
They're holding us back.
I've just
Gin's going to have me working in a coal mine from dusk to dawn, right? Then have to go back at 8 o'clock, do another 8 hours. Damn.
They're working for their lives. That's fine. Yeah. They're working for their livelihood utopia.
I want to make
no government, no wars are going on.
And
no vaccine injections coming to give you an injection.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? None of that's happening.
That's what I want to do. Like,
we're in their movie, though. We need to start writing the script. See what I mean?
Mel. That's right, Mel. That's it. That's what I said. We can write.
Your girl's writing my script, if you know what I mean.
But they are the people that we elect every so many years, right?
I reckon we do a better job than them.
We
do a better job.
The same people.
We could solve the world's problems in a week.
Yep.
And then there would be more problems. And then you would be, and then you would be kicked out by people that think that you are doing a bad job and think that they can solve the problems. That's what would happen.
The one thing is, if I was the leader, I wouldn't receive any money.
I'd yell at them on TV.
Achieve the goals and aims that I'm aimed that the people want. Remember that. It's not my goals, it's your goals. I'm only here to facilitate and make sure it happens. That's all. And I won't get any money till that is achieved. So they can't say I'm ripping you up, I'm stealing, or I'm corrupt, I'm doing something, you know?
And if I was leader, I'd up your taxes. I'd have $20 trillion a year in salary. Man, I'd do everything.
Fucking tyrant amongst them is
Yeah, that's the sort of people that want to get into power and shit.
Exactly.
People that want to do that.
But, you know, you've got to do something at some stage. You've got to write the script, as Mel said. You've got to rewrite that script because they're running away with it. So, yeah. But we've got a tyrant amongst our midst. Tyrant.
Yep, 100% Gin. I can't believe you're going to make me work at I can't believe it.
Well, no, you know, you're not working for just yourself. You're working for humanity. That is the worthy cause. It's a noble
High
cause.
life's over, Jen. No more running water. No more mochaccino. Fucking cocktails.
Exactly, Jeremy.
Yeah, fuck all that degeneracy.
I don't know why that's. Hang on. Why is that? Don't associate that kind of mentality with my utopia. Why would there be no running water? Why would there be no?
Broken down utopia, right? It's like Coca-Cola coming out the tap.
That's not my utopia. But if you want that, if that's what floats your boat, you can have it. Of course. If you want Coca-Cola coming out your taps, you can have that. That's doable. Very easy. The only thing is,
Coca-Cola is prohibited. Too much processed
Coca-Cola would
sugar.
be banned because it's a poisonous drink. It doesn't aid humanity. It robs you of your life, and that stuff will be gone. If it's not made from natural life, it will not be made at all. No poison.
Gin,
There you go.
it's a good cleaning product from pennies that I'm going to take from the people.
Yeah, there are better cleaning products than Coca-Cola.
Yes, there are, definitely.
Pepsi. Yeah, you know, you got to control it. Got to control that.
Okay.
So there'll be none of it. It's all going to be from plant-based hemp and the like. You know, honestly, clean living. It's going to be in Utopia. Clean.
Clean.
You want to be a dirty soap dodger? You're going to be going somewhere else for that. Yeah, Utopia can work. It definitely can work. I'll make sure it works. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Well, that's it, right? Because we grew up in this. We survived in this.
Yeah,
Huh?
exactly. Well said, Mel. We've survived in this hell. Surely we can live in heaven. Good, as the Creator intended. So easy, man. So easy. It's easy, isn't it, Mel? Easy, Mel. Can you see it working?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad.
People want something better. Because if the choice was something worse, who'd choose that?
Exactly.
Right?
Sick fuck would choose
So
that.
we all want something better.
Yeah.
And after what we've all been through, when the world opens up again, man, it'll be a party. Like, people are going, I feel like I'm going a bit climbing the walls. I feel a bit trapped in Melbourne, you know?
I'm not too far away from heaven. Another 50 years or so, and
All you got to do
Got
Mel,
out of
is
the city.
get in your car and move around and just go and meet people. Let them have it, frontal, flat up, and fucking whatever. Let them have it.
Yeah.
over a glass of
swap
beer.
houses.
Over a glass of beer. That's how you do it, Jim.
I agree. Over a glass of beer, yeah. Bring your
Yeah.
boxing glass just in case.
No.
Yo, Merle, we could swap houses. You know that house swap show?
Yeah.
We could do that.
Beer is the true equalizer.
That's prohibited.
Well, it's an elixir of life, isn't it? To some people.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever call it liquid courage?
Oh, that's what
Liquid courage, I remember
No,
that. Liquid
That's what
courage. Yeah, who was that? Who's the famous Australian comedian? Crocodile Dundee. What was his name? Was it Hogan or something?
Yeah, Paul Hogan.
Yeah, Paul Hogan. He was funny. That's when I first heard it out of his mouth. Liquid courage. I cracked up. Courage. Yeah.
I brew my
Back
own.
in the 80s. Is Paul Hogan still
I brew
alive?
my own methane gas.
I bet you do, percentage. I bet you do.
He does. He's that kind of person, I reckon.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Is Paul Hogan still alive?
Yeah, he's in the States.
Yeah. Well done, that man. Yeah.
Oh.
He did used to make us laugh a lot back in the 80s and 90s.
He kind of got a bad rap there for a while when he left his wife for the actress in Crocodile Dundee, whatever her name was.
Yeah,
Mel
well, yeah.
Mel might know, kind of did the dirty on her. So
Yeah,
he wasn't too liked after that. His popularity kind of went down a little bit.
very similar to Phil Collins, who married, who went up with that 16-year-old. Remember, Phil Collins?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and some other famous musician as well, from the Rolling Stones, was it, or from the Beatles or something? George Harrison, was it? Went up with a young girl. I got my eyes set on you. Yeah, I think he went up with a young girl. You know, underaged.
Jin, you got a falsetto on you, don't you?
You're not squeezing your prunes.
I think the problem is what we've determined with the utopia discussion is the fact that different people have different wants.
Exactly, Dross. Exactly.
But we all have the same needs.
Do we?
I feel they're teasing us.
No, I'm Huey.
Like I wasn't looking for flat Earth. That bloody came up in my algorithm. So I feel like they owe us one.
That is so similar to. That's so similar to. I wasn't looking for Jesus. It was the last thing I was looking for.
It reminds me of like when I first heard about flat Earth, I wanted to disprove it.
Yeah, I went through that.
I thought this is a bunch of bullshit, so I went out of my way to disprove it, and lo and behold,
You hear that a lot, don't you? Actually, that line.
yeah.
It's why I make quite a link between sort of some of the argumentation used in flat Earth and in presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah, the only leaps you can make, Dross, are mental ones.
Oh, no, I can jump as well. Not very far.
Can you?
I do qualify that with not very far.
You know what they say.
Every journey starts with a single step.
I can say that in German, actually. But no, I was thinking white men can't jump.
Well, that's a lie, isn't it? Like, just very few white people can seem to dunk a ball in and hang off the hoop. I've seen quite a few people that can, especially Croatians. That's
Ein Reise von 1000 Meilen beginnt mit immer der ersten Schritt.
I saw this one dude last night on TikTok. He could dunk just standing. I think he's from Nigeria or I don't know, somewhere in Africa.
No way.
For real?
Just standing. Didn't even jump. I don't think he even took his feet, like not even tippy toe.
Really?
Like just flat standing.
Oh, was that the guy that he's about 7'7" or 7'8" or something, and he's not even the tallest member of his family because his dad was like still 7'2" or something, and his mum was like 6'10", and just weirdly weird family.
I don't know why he's not in the NBA. Like, all you have to do is just stand under the rim. All you have to do is get the ball to like anywhere near the rim, and you're good.
So you could almost say that his perfect position would be a rim job.
You could do better, Dross.
I know. I should have got to that hoop lickety split.
It's a little better.
Only because I was channeling Eminem for a second there.
Lickety split.
The trouble is all societies require rules. Not everybody agrees with all those rules.
Exactly. You're never going to have all people agree with them ever.
And the people that don't agree with the rules, you send them to Australia.
There we go. Eh?
Yeah, we tried that. Look how that fucked us up. Now we can't win at
Winning.
cricket.
That's what Jin wants to do. Just wants X out of Utopia. Wants to make Utopia and then get everyone out of it.
You got to just make the continents be different versions of the Utopia, right?
Well,
so some people want to have like. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was going to say it's freedom for the selected.
Like we make America the the orgy utopia, and we have a lot of orgies here, and people run around naked, and then Australia maybe they want to be a little bit more conservative, so that's the place where you wear clothes.
Oh, Jeremy, you don't want to give up your position as being the country that elects dumb presidents.
Dude, our election, wouldn't you want the smartest person running your country? Like, doesn't that make sense? The smartest guy calling the shots?
Put me in, coach.
It does, but we then have to question why you elect the people you do. There have been some very smart American presidents, I will give you that. And they're all certainly, I would say, above average.
Yeah, but look how
Until
far
they're
we've
killed.
fallen now. Look how far we've fallen, Dress.
But at least you elected
Until
Trump.
they're killed
Who
or
was
their
definitely,
elections are stolen.
at least you elected Trump, who definitely wasn't out for his own self-interest. No way.
Oh,
He wasn't.
no. No, he wasn't at all. He didn't want fame and fortune at all. No. He was just in it for the people. Sorry, Druss.
I actually like a system where the people you elect, it's almost like being on the, are you going to go to court to be a juror? I think we should use a similar mechanism to elect people to government.
Basically, make it so it's like so people don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's because I'm smart.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do a good job when they don't want to do it.
Well,
you
it's
just
not
got to
the
get
fact
the
that-
smartest. We pass a test. We mail a fucking test out to every American, right? And then whoever does the best on the fucking test, we pick the top 10 or something, and these are our fucking candidates or whatever. Then we do another maybe more in-depth test, and then whoever does better on that, they're in.
We should do our driver's licensing like that too. Just mail them a written test, and then they get their license.
The test has like leadership questions on it. Like you're in a meeting with the leader of South Korea, and he throws up on you. What do you do, or something? You know what I mean? Like you have to be like crazy questions.
I think for America it should be really easy questions. Like you're in a meeting with the Prime Minister of South Korea. One, what's his name, and what's the capital of South Korea?
Irrelevant. That's not even important. The truth is, if you're in a meeting with the president of South Korea, you're going to be the one that's puking because you're not in a meeting with the best Korea, North Korea.
No, the answer is, what are our plans for South Korea?
I think actually the most pressing question in that meeting would be probably something along the lines of, is there going to be a Series 2 to Squid Face?
Oh, my kids have tried to get me to watch that. I watched like the first 10 minutes of it, and it seems a bit bizarre.
Now, let's say you pick the perfect leader for your country, right? And it's a utopia in your country. In South Korea, they're going to have their own perfect leader in utopia. By definition, you won't have a utopia then, because you have two different countries that are going to have different wants and needs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I made this argument with Hitch once. Like I said, I had this place called Faggot Land, and I said to him, I go, you're not. I Okay, you're not welcome.
Down, Merle.
You're not well. Okay, you're not welcome in this, in that place, right?
That's a
And he
compliment.
goes,
I've ever heard one.
and he goes, I wouldn't want to come anyway.
Exactly.
But the reason I brought it up is like your version of reality is where you want to be, but your version of reality might not be everybody's cup of tea. You know what I mean?
Nah, Faggot Land's
Yeah, but what
gonna
if-
be like Faggot Land's gonna be a city in the orgy of America. United Orgy of America, we're gonna call it after. And that'll be one of the cities, Faggot Land. I got no problem with that.
But what if Fagotland, in terms of their foreign relations, foreign affairs, they want to instill faggotry in other places? They want to increase their borders.
Yeah.
I mean, they can have a whole state, bro. What do you want? They can have Nebraska.
Yeah, but nobody wants Nebraska, not even the Nebraskans.
What if they want San Francisco?
I mean, wherever they want, wherever they
Where
want to
they
put
want.
Faggot Land.
So you're gonna
Merle's
bow
the
to
leader.
faggots?
Merle's the leader of Faggot Land. Where you want Faggot Land, Merle?
Wherever you, Merle, I've got the answer for you. Merle, the answer is wherever
Presidential
you're living,
palace.
Jeremy. No, wherever you're living, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
No.
I mean, you could be gay wherever, but we have one city where it's just all gays. Like, if you're in that city, they're all just dick slapping and all kinds of shit. It's just all gays. Like, you can't even get in there. You got to show them your faggot card to even get in the city.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't have to
Make
be a
it
gay.
like a heaven for gays, like Sodom, and then destroy it.
See, the thing is, you don't have to be gay to live there because you can get a buy.
That was good. That was good, actually.
It's
I
getting
like that one.
No, all faggots. You can't even deliver you can't even drive a truck in there. Like, say you deliver for Walmart or something. You can't even deliver the truck unless you're a faggot. Or
I think we
lesbian.
need to find a more politically correct term than faggot because that is rather derisive. If I
Yeah, we may want to work on that more.
I like the word faggot. They're trying to steal it away from us, but I'm not having it.
Well, actually, we have a food here called faggots.
And you call cigarettes
You
faggots,
would, Dress.
don't you? Don't you call cigarettes
I love faggots.
faggots?
No, we call
just
them fags. And I'll tell you what, the funniest thing that I've lived in Jamaica for a while, and I'm out there, and they have this weird thing. So they don't call cigarettes fags because obviously that's a bit gay. They don't call it backy because that's a bit like backside. So they call them fronts. So I'm speaking to one of my Jamaican mates, and being the sarcastic bastard that I am, said, "Isn't that weird that you're taking this long, straight, white thing that you call a front, dropping my hand down in my crotch in a sort of like, kid swinging an orange kind of motion, and then you're putting that in your mouth and then sucking on it?" The look of fucking horror on his face was something I will carry to my grave. It was awesome.
Better than putting a fag in your mouth and sucking on that.
We used to have lollies called fag here.
Yeah. They'd even have a red tip, right? Like it was burning.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they came in a
Those
little
candy
box.
cigarettes?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, those are good.
Like musk sticks.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You'd be like, 6, 7, 8 years old, pretend you were smoking.
Yeah.
Like, how
I tell you
horrific
what-
is that? We used to. Go ahead, Dress.
No, I was going to say, I just wanted to ask Enigma a question and say, riddle me this.
I wonder who used to make those candy cigarettes. I bet you it was Big Tobacco pushing that on kids.
Oh, God, I know that. Fuck. Oh. Gonna bug me now. I'm gonna look it up.
You're going to find it was some candy company, but what you don't know is that the candy company was owned by Philip Morris or some shit. Same people. You'll just never be able to trace it back. You know, you'd have to trace who the sheriff or whatever, who the CEO or whatever.
Finer Foods was the company that owned them.
Yeah, and who owned Finer Foods though? Was it fucking the same guys that owned Philip Morris and all the big tobacco, or
Maybe. Don't
they're
know.
all in cahoots?
Haven't got that deep into it just yet. But this is a conspiracy. It needs to be uncovered, Jeremy, right here, right now.
Oh yeah, we gotta get deep on this one. I mean, I got beef with big oil, big pharma. I mean, obviously, big tobacco. They're one of the. They're probably one of the biggest ones.
You know, I think you're right. We need to get on this like Fat Boy Slim right here, right now.
Well, they changed it, didn't they? Because they were called fags, and mums and dads said something, didn't they? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. People were getting offended by the lollies, and they changed it to fads or something.
Funny
With a
thing is,
D.
tobacco products are responsible for like a massive chunk of the government income, especially here in Australia.
Finer Foods was actually responsible for Whiz Fizz too. The old sherbet powder. Damn. There we go.
With the spoon.
Yeah.
Friend of mine used to inhale that in science class.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He'd sniff dirt.
Snort a line of it.
Yeah.
And then they had other things that they called. Remember the big boss fags, the big cigar type ones? Well,
yeah.
You are really freaking me out today, Bandy, and this is why. I hate you.
Oh, really? Why? Hold on. Have you dropped something? Oh, there we go.
I was literally just looking them up.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, I do have conclusive proof that we went to the moon because there was obviously a sweet called Moon Rocks.
Was it made out of wood?
No, you put them in your mouth and they popped. They're also called cosmic dust as well.
Is that chocolate?
Yeah. Shaped for her pleasure.
And this is where it all.
Yeah, those were called Pop Rocks in America. They were fucking delicious. They put them in ice cream.
We still have them.
Yeah, they put them in ice cream now. That fucking ice cream's delicious. It's that Stewart's. It's called I forget what it's called, Fireworks or something.
Do you guys get Red Bull?
Yeah.
I was thinking in America because obviously.
Yeah, Red Bulls.
It's
Can I
banned
ask
in an awful lot of countries.
Can I ask a random question? And it's about the same thing, food. I grew up in South Africa, and for our birthdays, they used to make us like ice cream cakes. Does that ring a bell in Australia? Or
Yep.
Yeah, we have those here.
Yeah, I had one.
Yeah, but we don't make them; we buy them.
Yeah, it's just in England. Like it's like there's loads of stuff that we do down south, and you come to England and it's fucking roast dinner on a Sunday. Right?
My
You
nan
like a
used
good
to make.
roast?
My nan used to make trifle.
I love trifle.
It's really good.
My gran used to make trifle, and she used to make really, really good rice pudding as well.
Hey, Jeremy, we can't voice verify anyone. Take them off mute. Geo has to do that, yeah?
I typed the
left
command
leg-
in. I typed the command in the chat for Enigma. I don't know why it didn't work. I hit !VV.
No, it worked.
space at.
It worked. It worked, Jeremy. In the end, I think Bansal did something.
No, I just unmuted you, Nigma. That's all I did. You were still muted.
Yeah, give props to Jeremy. He actually put the command in.
Okay,
cheers, Jeremy.
I'll try and do it with Scrump.
So riddle
See
me
what-
this, Mr. Enigma. If the Earth's a globe, why don't people fall off the bottom?
Gravity, no?
Yeah, that's what I'd say, but you know.
Okay, it must work. That command, Jeremy. I just did it to Scrump.
Oh, gotta go back and do some more work now.
Jin's gone, has he?
He has.
Because he was going on about George Harrison. I think he meant Bill Wyman and Mandy Smith.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, no. I think he's
Tainting the Beatles, blaming someone else.
Yeah, George Harrison seemed to be quite a reasonable person. Well, apart from the fact that, you know, he obviously had lots of money, which some people find objectionable.
Isn't Paul McCartney's the richest ever, isn't he now?
Wouldn't
No, shot
surprise me.
Michael
He's a billionaire.
Jackson.
I think he's a billionaire.
Yeah.
Paul,
Michael Jackson had his estate, like all his. He had the Beatles back catalogue. Michael Jackson.
yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that revenue, but I think Paul McCartney's now way ahead of anyone else. He's just streets ahead.
So yeah, he's worth 1.2 billion.
Yeah.
Oh, is that all? Is that all?
Which makes him the richest rock star, but not the richest musician.
Yeah, isn't that is it Weber? No.
Probably Jay-Z.
Yeah, okay.
Who's the next closest Russ to McCartney?
Let's go richest rock stars.
For 300, Alex.
At 300? I never
The
get
20
the
richest rock stars in the world 2022.
Oh no.
Robin Williams sneaks in at number 20. That's quite surprising.
Okay.
James Hetfield, who I've no idea. Eric Clapton. Let's go to number 1 and not read the entire fucking list because that's just boring.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously McCartney number 1. Bono's number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking old, isn't he? Jeez.
Bono, yeah.
Yo, the Beatles got so mad at Michael Jackson.
Holy
Michael Jackson.
fuck. Sorry, Jimmy Buffett's number 3. No, I would not have predicted that.
Who's Jimmy
Well,
Buffett?
he's Warren Buffett's son, so why not?
What's
that
Jimmy
guy?
Buffett?
I have no idea how he's so popular, man. I mean,
What's his song?
It's because he has a show in Vegas, isn't it?
Wasting away again in Margaritaville.
Really?
Yeah, but his income, he would have been rich already and has just made. You see what I mean? He would have been worth the money anyway, I guess.
Right. Never heard of him.
Nah, neither have I.
Buffett,
Neither have I.
it's billionaires, aren't they?
To say that he's worth more than Bruce Springsteen, the boss, is just for me ridiculous.
Yeah, but wouldn't the Buffett empire have made him a billionaire anyway? And now if he's a musician, now he's just, that's because he's, that's why he's being classed as that. Do you see what I mean? Maybe.
I'm going to go check it out.
I think it's because he has a Vegas show that's like every single week, or a couple of times a week. So
right.
That's probably why he just earns so much.
A lot of these people, it's because they made good investments throughout their career. So, like, they might have only made $10 million as a rock star, but they invested that shit in Google. What's up?
He made most of his money from music.
Wow.
Oh, no doubt. You know what?
Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett. Who the fuck is Jimmy
I know.
Buffett?
I'm Googling him now, too.
I'll tell you what, the Beatles were so mad at Michael Jackson at one point because he bought all the royalties for all their songs or something. That's what Michael Jackson used to do. He used to go buy people's so he could get that passive income ticking in.
Yeah, yeah.
What,
they
the
try to
Five
make him
Alive?
out. They try to make him out to be like after his death, like he had some, child intellect and was weird and stuff like that.
Yeah,
was
Jeremy.
smart and
Jeremy,
innocent.
you know who told him to buy the royalty of other people's
Priscilla.
music?
Was it Priscilla?
No, it was Paul McCartney himself.
Oh, really? Okay, then I thought it was Priscilla.
Yeah, that's why he got mad.
Same difference.
Mad at him because Michael Jackson went and bought all the royalties up.
His hit song Margaritaville.
He made an awful lot of money from touring. That's one of his biggest areas because he seemed to have managed himself more than used management companies.
They took the piss out of him
Sounds
on a
like he
South
has a really
Park
good
episode.
agent.
There was a South Park episode where they took the piss out of Jimmy Buffett. It was pretty funny.
He's got an album called License to Chill.
Oh, no.
What a gangster.
Yeah, during the 80s, Buffett made far more money from his tours than his albums and became known as a popular concert draw.
Oh, some of those people were getting hundreds of thousands of dollars every night. Like you go to one city, do a fucking concert. Next night you're in another city doing another couple $100,000 concert.
Well, one of my mates, he used to be a session musician and a singer. And he got a gig for a year working for a group called the Alan Parsons Project. Because they kind of like change their singers on a fairly regular basis. I'd never really heard them. I knew a little bit. I knew they were a prog rock band, and maybe heard something of them here, but they weren't really very famous in the UK. But evidently in America, he just said it was amazing. You go to stadiums, 30,000, 50,000 seat stadiums, and they're just completely sold out.
Alan Parsons was one of my first LP album purchases. I bought the Eye in the Sky album.
I've met him. He's a very nice guy.
Really wasn't much need.
He produced Dark Side of the. He produced Dark Side of the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
And Abbey Road, I believe.
Wow. I didn't know that.
He sounds very country and western, old Buffett.
I like all the songs that people get really, really wrong for the meaning of. It's like Brian Adams in the summer of '69, and people think, it's going back to the summer of 1969. No, it's a summer where he spent his summer 69ing a girl.
I had a couple of those.
You'll never listen to that song in the same way again. Anyway, back to work.
All right, Truff.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffett is he's pure white boy, old white person on the beach, lame-o fucking elevator music, man.
Tell us.
I
Yeah.
have no idea how he has so much money.
No,
Corruption, maybe.
I listened to one of his songs there, and 10 seconds of it, and that was 10 seconds too much.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Mr. Lease.
What are you guys talking about?
You.
What did I do, man?
We're talking about
Oh.
Faggotville.
Yeah.
It was
That's
fake.
so Jeremy.
I don't think
also-
Fayetteville would be too big. It would be big enough for lease.
Merle's the mayor.
Merle's the mayor of Faggotville?
Yeah. Yeah.
Put him in charge.
But least if you're moving there, we're gonna have to upgrade it to Faggot Town.
Yeah. Maybe. So no deep discussions this morning?
Well, still waiting for you to come back with information.
Yeah, I mean, but Ben, so that's not going to happen till the summer. You know, I'm not going to be there anytime soon. You're just going to have to be patient on that one. I'm sorry.
I'm like a cat on a hot tin roof, waiting for it, Lise.
Wait for it. You're going to have to wait a bit longer. I'm sorry.
We need an easier way, Lise, to measure this water. And I reckon a 6-foot fish tank with a 5-foot straight edge is the way to do it.
6-foot fish tank with a 5-foot straight edge.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
Okay.
Boom. Interesting. I know.
I mean, we're
Accurate.
measuring in LIGO, we're measuring 1/10,000th the width of a proton.
Yeah.
Finding, if water's dropping a little bit in a fish tank should be easy peasy compared to that.
Exactly.
Word.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure you could get all of that equipment, couldn't you, Benson?
Me? No, that's your job. You tell me the curve.
Job.
Did you tell me there's curve there? Right? Now
Yeah.
I can get my straight edge. There's no curve, but you don't believe me, right? You don't
No,
believe.
man. So you're a stand-up character. You know, if you did it, I would definitely believe you.
Yeah.
Trust
So if I get my 6-foot fish tank with a 5-foot straight edge and show you that it's perfectly horizontal and level with no deviation, you'd believe me.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Easy. Damn. Welcome to Flat Earth. Easily done.
Well, all right. I mean, do it. Yeah.
Now I've got to go get a fish tank.
No, I'm joking. I wouldn't believe you. I don't think that's conclusive enough.
You wouldn't believe me. First you wouldn't, now you wouldn't. Mate.
I was joking. I wouldn't. That's not enough. You know, measuring the curvature in the fish tank. Come on.
Well, what's enough for
Right.
you? Because
Yeah, how much has it got to be?
Because
how would you detect that curvature with the straight edge in the fish tank?
well, the straight edge is straight to start off. Right? It's not a curvy straight edge. Straight, thus its name, straight edge. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, does this? I don't know, man. The straight edge would do it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it
think,
would, bro.
Yeah, I mean, even if it had like a level bubble in it or something, I don't think it would do much.
you sound a little bit hesitant. Where's your hesitation coming from, please?
It's coming from the fact that I'm open to being wrong. You know,
Well, look,
I could be wrong.
Look, we've already discussed that you think that in man-made objects that water possibly doesn't bend at 8 inches per mile. Like, this is what your gut is telling you, that it doesn't do it. Exactly. See, you're so close. You are so close, right? Right. So now all of a sudden you're disagreeing with every single glober. You're out on your own now. You're out on your own little lonesome land. You're not even in Faggotville anymore. You're in lonesome land, right?
When I asked Globus this question, and I asked him to explain why, you know, they respond the way that other guy did. Remember what was his face that we asked?
Oh, who was he? I can't remember.
Was it Laurie or so?
Was it Laurie
The
or
Finnish guy?
no? Or was it Bacon? Probably Bacon. One of the two. But anyway, they said it does definitely curb at 8 inches per mile in a coffee cup, in a bathtub, in a fish tank, everywhere. Now, you came to the conclusion on your own, being a very fellow that you are, right, that it doesn't curb at 8 inches per mile.
Not in a coffee cup, no.
Or
I
a
find
fish
it far
tank,
too polluted.
or a pool, or next to LIGO. All those places.
Ooh, next to LIGO, I'm reconsidering that. I think that might be long enough next to LIGO.
Oh, so now it's long enough. Okay. Look, I'll let you change your mind, but you are doubting. You're going against the mainstream. You're going against, and you're bucking.
That's how new science is discovered. When someone comes up with an idea that the mainstream don't necessarily agree with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
So you could be it. You could be the missing link, Lise, right? To get mainstream over, right? That water is always horizontal, level, and flat when at rest and equilibrium, right?
I'm not going against the mainstream that far, you know. I'm just
You
questioning the rate of curvature. I agree there's curvature.
Oh, they're the rate. Your gut's telling you that it's horizontal and level, though. I know it is.
No, pencil.
If you put a straight line, right, halfway up a swimming pool, and you knew it was horizontal, like plush, and you filled the pool, you could fill it right to the line.
Yeah, hang on. I just gotta call my
stop.
boss.
He's so close, Mel. He's so close.
You said
He's
you're not
all-
even in. You said you're not even in Faggotville anymore.
Yeah, exactly. He's all on his lonesome now. It's not flat or horizontal nor curving at 8 inches. Like
Bandsaw, you know, I had a belt buckle, a belt with a belt buckle on it that held a Zippo in it.
Oh, really? No way.
By a little magnet. Yeah, I was fucking. I was tired. My pockets were bulging.
Yeah,
I got the cell phone, the keys, the fucking lighter, all kinds of shit in the pockets. What can I possibly do? I'm not about to wear my cell phone on my belt hip because that shit's fucking old man status. But so I was like, well, maybe I could get rid of the lighter. I thought about putting the lighter on my keychain, but then the keys are still in my pockets, but that don't really help. Like, oh, because I had a knife belt buckle.
Yep.
Awesome. It detached real quick. It was like $80. That belt buckle is fucking dope. Anyways, if they got a lighter belt buckle, and they did, and I bought one. The Zippo fucking sucked. It was like a knockoff Zippo.
Right. Yep.
But still, the print principle, that was an awesome thing.
Yo, you could do that yourself too. You could just get a little ring neodymium mag in it, and then just like sew it in the hole of one of your belt buckles.
I actually had to put a
One of your belts.
neodymium magnet. I actually had to put a neodymium magnet in there because they had one in there, a magnet in there, but it wasn't really holding it. It would like fall out.
I've got 3 of the
You can
puppies.
put it on your favorite belt.
I've got one inside. I've got one in the garage.
I honestly stopped buying fancy belts. I buy the like $3 belts from Army Navy store.
I don't even wear pants anymore.
Belts just keep breaking. Like I would buy like $50 leather belts, and you know, in a year or two, they would just get rocked, and they would be trash.
Just buy some rope, Jeremy. Just buy some rope.
Just fucking rope.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, fuck it. I buy the Army belts. They last like the same amount of time before they're trashed. Everything I touch gets destroyed. Let's just get that out there right now. Is literally a ticking time bomb for anything I touch to get destroyed.
Listen, all you need to do is take your old underwear, use the elastic band that's been like stretched out, right, and then use that as the belt.
Jeremy can't even buy the right sort of socks. Don't tell him about underwear.
Oh, the fucking socks, dude! Don't. My fucking sock drawer is exploding now because I have one pair takes up so much room. I bought the fucking extra large pack too because I was like, oh, let me buy it. Let me buy a few extra. You know, I'll get the full ones so they last longer. Socks are going up to my fucking to my upper thigh.
Start stuffing them down your pants.
I just wear them all scrunched up at the bottom. If I pulled it up, though, it'd probably go way past my knee. I don't know who the fuck's wearing socks like that. Just bought 2 more cell phones. Set them up as soon as I get the groceries put away.
Did you unmute Dragon? Did you, Jeremy?
No, why is he muted?
Oh,
Not
no,
even
no,
in there.
no, not at the moment.
Yeah,
What did he do to get muted?
God. He was on a tirade yesterday, and he just wouldn't settle down for an answer.
Some of these people get that thing going where they can't stop talking. You ever see that?
Verbal diarrhea.
Yeah, Dragon was being highly disrespectful to Bandy. Yeah,
And Druss too,
and to himself.
Yeah.
Yo. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Lise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Banso, could you explain the whole how gas pressure without a container violates the second law argument? I've never really understood that argument.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Jeremy,
No.
could you explain it?
Well, but okay, go, Jeremy.
The gas pressure without a container thing?
Yeah, what that has to do with the second law?
Oh, the second law states that high pressure will go to low pressure.
It really says that?
Yep.
I mean, not verbatim, but yeah. Hot goes to cold, high pressure to low pressure, high energy to low energy. What else? I think there's another one. Might be a couple more, actually.
So
Entropy.
I guess yeah, entropy. That's the word I was hoping you would say. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and now gas pressure without a container. How what's that got to do with entropy?
Because you'd have high pressure and low next to low pressure.
Mm.
They would merge.
Yeah.
What do you mean they would merge?
Just that. They would equalize.
Yeah. Okay. So you would lose all of this, all of these molecules to the low pressure regions. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, gas is always going to fill the volume, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're always going to have gas filling the volume. That's what gas does. Fills the volume.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to start doing math for this entropy thing, you'd have to figure out the volume of the space that the gas could hold for Earth, which would be all of space, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you guys, not you personally, but some people on your team have went so far to say that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't even apply to the Earth.
In terms of like how the atmosphere works.
Shouts out to Rumpus. What's up?
Some people would say it doesn't apply to Earth in terms of how the atmosphere works. Or...
Yeah.
Hmm. And do they elaborate on that statement?
I mean, they throw gravity in it and on and whatever. Yeah.
That's the secret. That's the secret barrier. That's the secret container. The container.
Force, right?
Okay.
But do you guys not believe that a force could contain molecules and create some other type of pressure gradient within that containment?
Listen, all you have to do is prove it by demonstrating it. You can't just simply say that it is happening and say, look up into the sky. There, it's happening, because that's begging the question. So we simply would like you to show that you can do exactly what you just said.
I didn't really make a claim. I just put forth a proposition to see if you guys were fine with it, that a force would be able to cause some sort of containment that creates a pressure gradient.
Great. So did you just make that idea up in your head? Like,
I'm
where did you?
If you guys agree with that idea?
Okay, listen very carefully. I know that you're asking the question. I get that. Why are you asking the question? Do you have an observation that you would like to present to us where that question applies?
Where a force has been used to create a pressure gradient?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. Not just in generic. No. Due to gravity, the exact same way that you're trying to persuade us that that's what the
I'm not calling the force gravity, but don't you think any force could create a pressure gradient?
No. We're talking about gravity. That's your claim. That's what we're talking about. If you want to talk about something else, then
I don't think that's what we were talking about, Travis. I think we were just talking about the second law of thermodynamics in our
and how it applied to the system of the Earth in relationship to the atmosphere. Is anybody else not on the same page I'm on? Are we not talking about the atmosphere with pressure gradients due to gravity?
No, bro, I'm not trying to make any claims or something. I don't want to have to demonstrate anything. I just want to understand.
Right. That's the.
Don't make. Yeah, that's why I literally asked Jeremy if he could explain the argument to me. I'm just trying to understand the argument. Didn't I ask that? I don't know.
You did.
I mean, if you want to argue and fight, I mean.
So Travis wasn't far off. What you'd have to do is show that you could contain gas with a force.
Yeah.
I think Lisa's question is still unanswered. He asked the question about gradient of pressure, and the answer was, "Why are you making that question?" Like, is that an answer for the question?